My wife's book club meets in hotel rooms. Her reading partner is my brother. I'm 34M, and 3 weeks ago I discovered my wife, Rachel, 32-year-old female, isn't attending a book club on Tuesday and Thursday evenings like she's claimed for the past 8 months. She's been meeting my younger brother, Tyler, 29-year-old male, at various hotels for what I can only describe as a meticulously planned affair. I only found out because I noticed her Kindle showed she hadn't actually read any of the book club selections she'd been discussing in detail, which led me to investigate further and discover 8 months of hotel receipts, explicit messages, and a level of betrayal I'm still processing. They've been careful, coordinated, and remarkably shameless about conducting this affair literally while I've been home watching our 2 kids. Now I'm planning revenge that will expose both of them in a way that destroys the careful lies they've built. Rachel and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have 2 daughters, Emma, 7, and Sophie, 4. I thought we had a solid marriage, not perfect, but stable and loving. We both work full-time, split childcare fairly evenly, have date nights when we can manage them. There were no obvious red flags that something was wrong. 8 months ago, Rachel announced she was joining a book club. Some women from her yoga studio had invited her, and she was excited about it. The club met Tuesday and Thursday evenings from 7 to 9 p.m. I encouraged her to go. She'd been saying she wanted more social activities outside of work and parenting, and a book club seemed perfect. The pattern was consistent. Every Tuesday and Thursday, Rachel would come home from work, have dinner with me and the girls, then leave at 6:45 p.m. for her book club. She'd return around 9:30 p.m., usually cheerful, and would tell me about the book they'd discussed and the interesting conversations the group had. She'd show me the books, serious literary fiction, classics, contemporary award winners. She'd quote passages and discuss themes. She seemed genuinely engaged with the reading. I was happy she'd found something she enjoyed. Tyler, my younger brother, has always been the charismatic one in our family. He's a personal trainer, never married, dates casually. We've always been close despite our different lifestyles. He's the fun uncle who spoils my daughters, comes to family dinners, joins us for holidays. He's been a constant presence in our lives. I never suspected anything between Tyler and Rachel. They were friendly, but not overly so. Tyler dated other women openly. Rachel talked about her book club friends, but never mentioned Tyler being involved in her social life in any way. 3 weeks ago, I picked up Rachel's Kindle to download a book I wanted to read. I noticed her reading history and progress tracking showed she hadn't actually opened any of the book club books she'd been discussing for months. The Kindle showed her last read book was from 9 months ago, right before the book club started. I was confused. How was she discussing books in detail without reading them? I thought maybe she was reading physical copies instead, but when I checked our bookshelves and her nightstand, none of the book club selections were there. I started paying closer attention. That Thursday, I asked Rachel specific questions about the book they were currently reading. She gave detailed, thoughtful answers about characters, plot points, and themes. But I'd quickly skimmed a summary online and realized her answers, while intelligent, were clearly based on summaries and reviews, not actual reading. She wasn't reading the books, but she was going somewhere for 4 hours every week and coming back with enough knowledge to fake having read them. Where was she actually going? I did something I'm not proud of but don't regret. I checked our credit card statements. I found charges I'd never noticed before. Hotels. Not the nice hotels you'd book for a romantic getaway, but mid-range chain hotels near our city. The charges appeared on Tuesday and Thursday evenings, matching her book club schedule perfectly. My stomach dropped. I checked her phone records. We share a family plan where I can see numbers, not content. There was one number she texted and called frequently, always on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons before her evening book club, and sometimes late at night after I'd gone to bed. I called the number from a burner phone I bought. Tyler answered. I hung up immediately when I heard Tyler's voice. My wife was having an affair with my brother. The realization hit me like physical pain. I spent the next week in a fog, pretending everything was normal while secretly investigating. I couldn't confront them yet. I needed to understand the full scope of what was happening before I decided how to handle it. I installed a tracking app on Rachel's phone. We share each other's phone passcodes for practical reasons, so I had access. The next Tuesday, I watched her location in real time. She left work at 5:30 p.m., came home for dinner, then left at 6:45 p.m., supposedly for book club. Her location showed her driving not to the yoga studio where the book club allegedly met, but to a Hampton Inn 20 minutes away. I drove there. I sat in the parking lot watching the entrance, feeling sick. At 7:15 p.m., Tyler's car pulled into the lot. He went inside. I waited, documenting everything with time-stamped photos. They stayed until 9:15 p.m. Rachel left first, Tyler 10 minutes later. I drove home before she arrived and pretended I'd been there all evening watching TV after putting the girls to bed. Thursday, the same pattern. Different hotel, same timeline. I documented it all. I also created a fake social media profile and messaged Tyler pretending to be interested in personal training. He was friendly and professional, suggested meeting to discuss my fitness goals. We scheduled a session for Saturday morning. Saturday, I showed up at the gym where Tyler works. He seemed surprised, but not suspicious. I'd occasionally worked out with him before. During the session, I asked casual questions about his week. He said it had been pretty chill, just training clients and relaxing at home most nights. He lied easily, comfortably. My brother, who'd been sleeping with my wife twice a week for 8 months, looked me in the eye and lied about his schedule. After the session, I went to Rachel's laptop. We share a home computer for household management, and I knew her password. I found her personal email account and searched Tyler's name. I found everything. Hundreds of emails over 8 months. Planning their hotel meetings. Explicit messages about what they'd done and wanted to do. Discussions about me. Rachel complaining about small annoyances in our marriage. Tyler making jokes about me being boring and predictable. But what destroyed me most was the lack of guilt. There was no anguish about betraying me. No moral struggle about Tyler betraying his brother. Just logistics about scheduling, excitement about their next meeting, and casual dismissal of the family they were both lying to. One email from Tyler said, "Can't wait for Thursday. These book club nights are the highlight of my week." Rachel had replied, "Mine too. He actually asked about the book yesterday and I had to bullshit my way through a summary I found online. I think he bought it." They were amused by deceiving me. I also found they'd discussed what would happen if I discovered the affair. Tyler had said he'd deny everything and suggest Rachel was having some kind of mental health crisis. Rachel had agreed that was the best strategy. Make me doubt what I was seeing, gaslight me into questioning the evidence. They'd planned how to lie to me if caught. That's when I decided I wouldn't just confront them. I'd make sure they couldn't lie their way out of this. I spent 2 more weeks documenting everything. Hotel receipts with matching dates to her book club schedule. GPS tracking showing her actual locations versus where she claimed to be. Photos of both of them entering and leaving hotels. Screenshots of all their emails and messages. Her Kindle showing she hadn't read the books she'd been discussing. Phone records showing constant communication between them. I also did something more strategic. I hired a private investigator to follow them and get professional documentation. The PI captured video of them entering hotels together, kissing in parking lots, and generally behaving like a couple having an affair. I had irrefutable evidence. No amount of gaslighting or denial could overcome what I'd documented. Now I needed to decide how to use it. I considered confronting them privately, but I kept thinking about those emails where they'd planned to lie and make me seem unstable if I accused them. They'd betray me and then try to make me look crazy for noticing. That felt like additional violation beyond the affair itself. I decided they needed to be exposed publicly. in a way that prevented them from controlling the narrative or making me the villain. I wanted their lies revealed to everyone they'd been lying to, not just me, but our parents, our friends, our family. I planned to expose them at my parents' upcoming 40th wedding anniversary party. Both families would be there: my parents, Rachel's parents, our siblings, aunts and uncles, close family friends. Tyler would certainly be there as their son. Rachel would be there as my wife. It seemed fitting. They'd been celebrating their affair for 8 months while pretending to be loving family members. Now their deception would be revealed in front of the family they'd been deceiving. I prepared a presentation, a timeline of their affair with evidence, hotel receipts, GPS data, screenshots of explicit emails, photos and video from the private investigator, all organized into a clear, undeniable narrative. I also consulted with a divorce attorney and had papers prepared. I was ready to end this marriage and make sure I had custody of my daughters, given Rachel's extended pattern of deception. The anniversary party was held at a nice restaurant my parents had rented out. About 60 people attended, family and close friends celebrating 40 years of marriage. Rachel and I arrived with our daughters. Tyler was already there, charming as always, congratulating our parents. Rachel and Tyler greeted each other casually. "Hey, Tyler." "Hey, Rachel, how are you?" Performing the role of sister-in-law and brother-in-law, with no hint of the intimacy they'd been sharing twice weekly for 8 months. I watched them carefully maintain appropriate distance, saw Tyler flirt with a bridesmaid from my parents' wedding party, watched Rachel chat with my mother about the girls' school activities. They were excellent actors. After dinner, my father gave a speech about 40 years of marriage, about trust and partnership, and choosing each other every day. People raised glasses. I felt sick, but I waited for the right moment. During dessert, my father invited anyone who wanted to share memories or toasts to speak. My older sister spoke about growing up with parents who modeled a strong marriage. A family friend shared a funny story about my parents' wedding. Then I stood up. I said I wanted to share something about marriage and trust and family. People smiled, expecting a sweet toast. I had my laptop connected to the restaurant's projector system. I'd arranged this with the staff earlier, saying I'd put together a photo slideshow for my parents. I started the presentation. The first slide showed what I learned about marriage from watching my parents. People settled in to watch what they thought would be a sentimental tribute. The second slide showed, I learned that marriage requires trust. I paused, then advanced to the next slide, showing hotel receipts from the past 8 months with Rachel's name on them. The room went silent. Rachel's face drained of color. I continued. I learned that trust is built on honesty. Next slide, GPS tracking maps showing Rachel's actual locations on book club nights. People were staring at Rachel. She started to stand up, saying, "What is this? This is inappropriate." But I continued. I learned that family means being loyal to each other. Next slide. Photos from the private investigator showing Tyler and Rachel kissing in a hotel parking lot. My mother gasped. My father said, "What the hell is going on?" I said calmly, "For the past 8 months, Rachel has been telling me she's attending book club on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. She's actually been meeting Tyler at hotels. Here's the evidence." I showed everything. The emails between them discussing their affair and planning lies to tell me if caught. The video of them entering hotels together. The phone records showing constant communication. The Kindle data showing she hadn't actually read any of the books she'd claimed to be discussing at book club. The presentation was thorough, organized, and completely undeniable. I'd made sure every piece of evidence was time-stamped, verified, and cross-referenced. There was no way to claim it was a misunderstanding or that I was mistaken. Rachel was crying, saying, "This isn't what it looks like." But the room had seen the explicit emails I'd displayed. Tyler had gone pale and silent. My mother was staring at Tyler with horror. My father looked between me, Rachel, and Tyler with an expression of complete betrayal. Rachel's parents were standing up, her mother crying, her father demanding to know if this was true. I addressed the room. "I'm sorry to disrupt this celebration, but I needed everyone to see this. For 8 months, my wife and my brother have been having an affair while pretending to be devoted family members. They planned what lies to tell if I discovered them. They mocked me in their emails. They betrayed everyone in this room who trusted them." I looked directly at Tyler. "You're my brother. You've been in my home, played with my children, sat at my dinner table, all while sleeping with my wife and laughing about deceiving me." I looked at Rachel. "You're my wife, mother of my children. You created an elaborate lie about a book club, researched books you never read so you could fake discussions about them, and spent 8 months betraying our marriage while I was home with our daughters." I handed Rachel an envelope. "Divorce papers. I'm filing tomorrow. I have evidence of extended infidelity and deception, and I'll be seeking primary custody of Emma and Sophie, given your demonstrated pattern of lying to family." The room erupted. My father was yelling at Tyler. My mother was crying. Rachel's father was demanding Rachel explain herself. Family members were shouting questions and accusations. Tyler tried to speak. "I can explain, this isn't—" But my father cut him off. "Explain what? Your brother just showed us 8 months of evidence. Get out of my sight." Rachel was sobbing, trying to approach me, saying, "Please, we need to talk about this privately." But I stepped back. "No. You had 8 months to talk to me. You chose lies. Now everyone knows what kind of person you really are." I gathered my daughters, who were confused and scared by the shouting, and left the party. Behind me, I heard chaos. Family members confronting Rachel and Tyler, my parents devastated, people demanding answers. In the weeks since, the fallout has been extensive. Rachel has moved out and is staying with her parents. She's desperate to reconcile, sending messages about how it was a mistake, and she wants to work on our marriage. I've blocked her except for communication through lawyers about custody. Tyler has been disowned by our family. Our parents won't speak to him. Our other siblings have cut contact. He's lost his position as the beloved fun uncle and family member. The divorce is proceeding. My lawyer says the documented evidence of extended infidelity makes our case very strong, especially regarding custody. Rachel's pattern of elaborate, sustained lying to me and our children, telling the girls she was at book club when she was actually at hotels with their uncle, raises serious credibility questions about her parenting judgment. Extended family and friends have been overwhelmingly supportive of me and disgusted by Rachel and Tyler's behavior. Many people have said they always thought Rachel seemed too good to be true, or never fully trusted Tyler, though I suspect those are retrospective judgments. My daughters are confused and hurt. Emma is old enough to understand that Mommy and Daddy aren't going to be married anymore, but too young to understand the full betrayal. Sophie just knows that routines have changed, and Mommy doesn't live with us anymore. I'm getting them both into therapy. The hardest part isn't the end of my marriage. Once I saw those emails and understood the level of deception, I knew the marriage was over. The hardest part is the betrayal by my brother, who I trusted completely, and the realization that my wife was capable of sustaining such an elaborate lie while looking me in the eye every day. But I don't regret exposing them publicly. They'd planned to gaslight me, to make me seem unstable if I accused them, to control the narrative and make themselves the victims. By presenting undeniable evidence to our entire family, I prevented them from lying their way out of consequences. Rachel's book club turned out to be 8 months of hotel rooms with my brother. Now everyone knows, and neither of them can pretend to be anything other than what they are. People who betrayed their family without guilt or remorse got caught and are facing the consequences they tried to avoid. That's my revenge. They can't lie about what happened. They can't make. My wife's after-school tutoring program was private lessons with the history teacher. I became a substitute at her school. I'm 39 million, and 19 days ago I discovered my wife, Elena, 37-year-old female, hasn't been running an after-school tutoring program 3 days a week for the past 13 months, like she told me. She's been having an affair with a fellow teacher, Mr. Ryan Colton, 41-year-old male, using the tutoring cover story to spend time together in empty classrooms while I was home with our kids, believing she was helping struggling students. I only found out because a parent approached me at a school carnival, asking about enrolling their daughter in Mrs. Rivera's famous tutoring program, and I had no idea what they were talking about. Now, I have 13 months of evidence showing Elena and Ryan's affair, security footage from the school showing them together in locked classrooms, and Ryan's wife, Beth, 39-year-old female, who believed her husband was coaching after-school soccer. Together, we're planning to expose them both at the school's biggest event by having me work as a substitute teacher and catching them in the act. Elena and I have been married for 14 years, together for 17. We have 3 kids: Lucas, 12-year-old male, Maya, 9-year-old female, and Sophia, 6-year-old female. I'm a contractor who runs my own small renovation business with flexible hours. Elena is a beloved English teacher at Lincoln High School, where she's worked for 9 years. 13 months ago, Elena told me the school was implementing a new after-school tutoring initiative. She'd volunteered to run tutoring sessions 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, from 4 to 6 p.m., helping students who were struggling in English or needed college essay assistance. I was proud of her dedication. Elena had always been passionate about teaching, and this seemed like a natural extension of her commitment to students. The tutoring sessions meant she'd get home around 6:30 p.m. instead of her usual 4 p.m., but it was only 3 days a week, and for a good cause. Elena would come home from tutoring sessions energized, telling me about the students she'd helped, the progress they were making, which colleges they were applying to. She'd mention specific students by name. I now know these were fabricated or actual students she taught during the day, not tutoring students. She'd show me lesson plans she'd created for tutoring, grammar worksheets, essay templates, reading comprehension exercises. She had a whole folder of tutoring materials that made the program seem completely real. The school didn't pay extra for after-school tutoring. It was volunteer work that teachers could choose to do. Elena said she wanted to do it because these kids need the extra help, and not all of them can afford private tutors. I supported this completely. We could manage with her getting home a bit later 3 days a week. My work schedule was flexible enough that I could handle the kids' afternoon routine on tutoring days. For 13 months, this pattern continued. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Elena would stay at school for tutoring and come home around 6:30 p.m. with stories about her students and the work they'd done together. 2 weeks ago, Lincoln High School had their annual Spring Carnival, a Saturday fundraising event with games, food, performances, and community activities. It's a big deal that draws hundreds of families. Elena had encouraged our whole family to attend since she'd be helping staff the English department booth. We went as a family. The kids enjoyed the games while Elena worked her booth. I wandered around looking at various displays and activities. A parent I didn't recognize approached me. She said, "You must be Mr. Rivera. My daughter speaks so highly of your wife's tutoring program. We've been trying to get her enrolled, but the wait list is so long. Is there any way you could put in a word?" I was confused. I said, "I'm sorry." "What tutoring program?" The parent looked surprised. "Mrs. Rivera's after-school tutoring. Everyone says it's the best program at Lincoln. My daughter desperately needs help with college essays, and I heard Mrs. Rivera works miracles." I said carefully, "My wife does run tutoring sessions. Are you looking to enroll for next semester?" The parent said, "Oh, I thought it was already running. Multiple parents have told me their kids are in Mrs. Rivera's tutoring program this year." Something felt wrong. I told the parent I'd check with Elena about enrollment and I'd get back to her. I found the school's vice principal at the carnival, a man I'd met at various school events over the years. I asked him casually about the after-school tutoring program that Elena ran. He looked confused. Elena doesn't run a tutoring program. We have a general homework help program that rotates different teachers, but no individual teacher runs their own program. My stomach dropped. I asked if Elena had been involved in any after-school activities this year. The vice principal checked his phone, pulling up what looked like a schedule. He said, "Elena teaches her regular classes, sponsors the creative writing club that meets Tuesdays during lunch, and that's it. She doesn't have any after-school commitments on our records." I thanked him and walked away, trying to process this. Elena had been telling me for 13 months that she ran an after-school tutoring program 3 days a week. Parents apparently believed their kids were in this program. But the school administration had no record of Elena doing any after-school work. Where had Elena been going every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the past 13 months? I waited until we got home from the carnival to confront Elena. The kids were in bed, and we were alone in the kitchen. I said, "I had an interesting conversation today. A parent asked me about enrolling her daughter in your tutoring program." Elena looked up from her phone. "Oh yeah? What did you tell her?" I said, "I talked to the vice principal. He said you don't run a tutoring program. The school has no record of you doing after-school work." Elena went pale. She stammered, "That's weird. Maybe he was looking at old records." I cut her off. "Where have you been going every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 13 months when you told me you were tutoring students?" Elena tried to maintain the lie. "I am tutoring. Maybe it's not in the official system because it's informal." I said, "Stop lying. I know there's no tutoring program. Where have you actually been?" She broke down and admitted it. She'd been having an affair with Ryan Colton, another teacher at Lincoln. They'd been meeting in empty classrooms after school on the days she claimed to be tutoring. Ryan taught history and supposedly coached boys' soccer after school Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But just like Elena's tutoring program, the soccer coaching was a lie. Ryan was married with 2 kids, and he'd told his wife, Beth, that he was coaching soccer during the same hours Elena had told me she was tutoring. Elena and Ryan had started their affair 13 months ago. They'd created matching cover stories, Elena's tutoring program and Ryan's soccer coaching, to justify being at school after hours. They'd meet in Ryan's classroom, he had more privacy than Elena's, and spend 2 hours together before going home to their respective families. I asked Elena how they'd gotten away with it. She explained that the school is largely empty after 4 p.m. Most teachers leave by 4:30 p.m. The after-school programs that do exist, actual sports teams, clubs, happen in specific areas: the gym, the fields, designated club rooms. Ryan's history classroom was in a quiet wing where no one would notice them. They'd been careful. They'd arrive separately, meet in his classroom, lock the door, and spend time together. They'd leave separately. Anyone who saw them would assume they were working late on lesson plans. I asked about the tutoring materials she'd shown me. Elena admitted she'd created them to make the cover story believable. Fake lesson plans, worksheets she'd claimed to use with students. I asked about the students she'd mentioned by name. Those were real students from her day classes that she'd incorporated into her lies to add authenticity. I asked about the parent who'd wanted to enroll her daughter. Elena looked uncomfortable and admitted that some parents had heard about a tutoring program from their kids. Students who'd overheard Elena and Ryan discussing their fake programs, or who'd misunderstood something and created rumors. Elena had never corrected these rumors because they reinforced her cover story. I was devastated, but also strategically minded. I asked if Ryan's wife Beth knew about the affair. Elena said no. Beth believed Ryan was coaching soccer. Beth even attended some of Ryan's soccer games, the actual school team coached by someone else, thinking she was supporting her husband's coaching. I told Elena I wanted a separation. She tried to apologize, to explain it had just happened, and she wanted to work on our marriage. But I was done. 13 months of systematic lying, using her profession and students as cover, making me believe she was doing something admirable when she was actually betraying our family. The next day, I found Beth Colton's contact information through the school directory. I messaged her. "I'm Elena Rivera's husband. I need to talk to you about our spouses." Beth responded confused but agreed to meet. We met at a coffee shop and I explained everything. Elena and Ryan had been having an affair for 13 months, using fake after-school programs as cover, meeting in his classroom while we were home with our kids. Beth was devastated. She'd been attending school soccer games thinking she was supporting Ryan's coaching. She'd felt guilty on days she couldn't attend because she'd thought she was missing her husband's important work. It had all been a lie. Beth and I compared notes. Ryan's coaching schedule matched Elena's tutoring schedule exactly. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 4-6 p.m. They'd coordinated their lies perfectly. Beth pulled up her phone and showed me Ryan's texts to her from during coaching sessions. "Practice is running late, home by 6:30. Great practice today, the boys are really improving. Can't talk now, coaching." Meanwhile, Elena had been sending me similar messages. "Tutoring session going well. Working with a student on college essays. Helping a struggling reader, home soon." Both of them had been lying in parallel, using teaching as cover for their affair. Beth was angry and wanted Ryan to face consequences. I felt the same about Elena. We decided we'd expose them publicly at the school's upcoming event, but we needed it to be undeniable. I had an idea. Lincoln High School regularly needed substitute teachers. They'd sent recruitment emails to parents before asking if anyone with relevant qualifications wanted to sub. I had a college degree and had done some coaching years ago, so I technically qualified. I applied to be a substitute teacher. My application was approved within days. The school was desperate for subs. I got added to the substitute pool and asked specifically to be called for Lincoln High assignments. Beth and I coordinated our plan. I'd accept a substitute assignment at Lincoln, ideally on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, when Elena thought she was safely having her affair after school. I'd catch Elena and Ryan together in his classroom and expose them. The revenge came together perfectly. I was called to substitute at Lincoln on a Friday, covering for an English teacher who was out sick. Elena had no idea I'd be at school that day. Substitute assignments were confirmed early morning, and Elena had already left for work before I got the call. I taught my assigned classes throughout the day, staying professional and keeping my presence quiet. I wanted Elena to not know I was in the building until I caught her after school. At 3:30 p.m., the school day ended. Students left, teachers began packing up. I watched Elena from a distance. She was in her classroom doing what appeared to be normal end-of-day tasks. Around 4 p.m., most teachers had left. The school became quiet. I positioned myself in a hallway near Ryan's classroom where I could see without being seen. At 4:15 p.m., Elena walked through the quiet hallway toward Ryan's classroom. She looked around cautiously, then knocked. Ryan opened the door. They exchanged words I couldn't hear, and Elena entered. Ryan closed and locked the door behind her. I waited 5 minutes to make sure they were settled. Then I pulled out my phone and started recording. I walked to Ryan's classroom door and knocked loudly. I heard scrambling inside. Ryan opened the door looking annoyed, expecting a student or janitor. When he saw me, his face went white. I said loudly, "Hi, I'm Elena's husband. I'm here to pick her up from her tutoring session." I pushed past Ryan into the classroom. Elena was there, looking panicked. The room had evidence of their affair. Coffee cups from their time together. Elena's jacket draped over Ryan's chair. A casual intimacy in how the space was arranged. I recorded everything with my phone. I said, 13 months of tutoring sessions. But the school has no record of any tutoring program. Want to explain what you've actually been doing in this locked classroom? Elena tried to speak, but I continued. I'm a substitute teacher today. Did you know your husband was in the building, Elena? Did you think you were safe to have your affair during what I believed was your tutoring time? Ryan tried to intervene. You need to leave. This is my classroom. I said, this is school property where you've been conducting an affair with a married colleague for 13 months while lying to your wife about coaching soccer. I'd called Beth before entering the classroom. She arrived at the school within minutes, walking directly to Ryan's room where I'd left the door open. Beth said to Ryan, soccer coaching. 13 months of soccer coaching, except you're not coaching, you're here with her. Ryan stammered, Beth, I can explain. Beth said, explain what? That you've been lying to me for over a year? That you've been using our kid's school as a cover for an affair? That you've been texting me from this classroom pretending to be at soccer practice? The school's security guard, drawn by the commotion, appeared at the classroom door. He radioed the principal, who arrived quickly looking confused about why people were in the building after hours. The principal, Mr. Davidson, looked between me, Beth, Elena, and Ryan. He said, what's going on here? I explained. My wife and Mr. Colton have been having an affair for 13 months. She told me she ran an after-school tutoring program. He told his wife he coached soccer. Neither program exists. They've been meeting in this classroom during those hours, using school property to conduct their affair. I showed Mr. Davidson the recording I'd made, evidence of Elena and Ryan together in his locked classroom, the intimate setup, their panic when caught. Mr. Davidson was appalled. He said teacher relationships weren't technically prohibited if disclosed, but using school facilities deceptively, lying about after-school programs, and conducting affairs on school property during hours when they'd implied professional activities raised serious professional conduct issues. The school launched an investigation. Security footage was reviewed and showed 13 months of Elena and Ryan's pattern, arriving after hours, meeting in his classroom, leaving separately. Parents who'd believed their kids were in Elena's tutoring program were angry when they learned it was fabricated. The school had to send communications clarifying that no such program existed and apologizing for the confusion. Elena and Ryan both faced professional consequences. They weren't immediately fired. Teacher contracts make termination difficult. But they were reprimanded, placed on probation, and barred from any after-school activities. Their professional reputations at Lincoln were destroyed. The students learned about the scandal through inevitable gossip. Elena's classes became uncomfortable. Teenagers aren't subtle, and they mocked her about the fake tutoring program. Several parents requested their children be moved out of Elena's classes. Ryan faced similar issues. The boys' soccer team he'd pretended to coach learned he'd been using their program as a cover story. Parents were angry that he'd lied about being involved in their children's activities. Both Elena and Ryan became pariahs in the school community. Parents who'd respected them as dedicated teachers now saw them as people who'd lied and used the school for an affair. Beth filed for divorce from Ryan. I filed for divorce from Elena. Both of us had comprehensive evidence of the 13-month affair. The divorces are proceeding, with both Beth and me in strong positions. 13 months of systematic lying, using professional responsibilities as cover, and conducting the affair at the school where both worked, created damning evidence. Elena tried to minimize the affair, claiming it wasn't that serious, and they'd mostly just talked. But the evidence showed otherwise. The locked classroom meetings 3 times a week for 13 months, the intimate messages they'd sent, the coordinated lies they'd told their spouses. My revenge was complete. Elena had used teaching, a profession she claimed to be passionate about, as cover for betraying her family. I exposed her at the school where she'd conducted the affair, in front of the principal, using my own position as substitute teacher to catch her in the act. She'd claimed to be helping students through a tutoring program. Instead, she was destroying her family and professional reputation. Ryan's soccer coaching turned out to be an affair cover. Beth and I worked together to expose them both, using the same school environment they'd exploited. The tutoring program was fake. The soccer coaching was fake. The only real thing was the affair, and now everyone at Lincoln High School knows it. Elena and Ryan's professional reputations are destroyed at the school where they both still work. They have to face daily reminders of being caught, students gossiping, parents judging, colleagues knowing what they did. That's my revenge. They used education as cover for adultery. I became part of the education system, literally working as a teacher, to expose them in the exact location where they'd been betraying their families. Elena's after-school tutoring turned out to be private lessons with the history teacher. So I taught my own lesson, the one about consequences for lying to your spouse for 13 months while using your students and profession as props for an affair. Now everyone at Lincoln High School knows exactly what kind of teachers Elena Rivera and Ryan Colton really are. And they have to keep working there, facing the judgment and gossip every single day, because quitting would mean admitting guilt and potentially affecting their careers elsewhere. They betrayed us at school. I exposed them at school. Perfect revenge. My wife's affair was recorded by every smart device in our house. I have hundreds of hours of footage. I'm 36 minute male, and 10 days ago I discovered my wife, Allison, 34 female, has been having an affair for the past 14 months with her ex-fiancé, Derek, 35 male, the man she left to be with me 10 years ago. And every moment of their affair has been captured by the extensive smart home system I installed throughout our house. Motion-activated cameras in every room, voice-activated assistants that record conversations, smart doorbells that log every visitor, even our thermostat that tracks when someone is home. I have hundreds of hours of footage and audio showing Allison bringing Derek to our house 3 times a week while I'm at work, having sex in our bed, our living room, even our kitchen, all while discussing how boring I am compared to him and planning their future together once she finds the right time to leave. Now I'm using that same technology to orchestrate the most detailed, irrefutable exposure of an affair that's ever been documented. Allison and I have been married for 7 years, together for 10. We met when she was engaged to Derek. They'd been together since high school, engaged for 2 years, wedding planned for 6 months away. I met Allison at a professional conference. We connected immediately, and within weeks she'd called off her wedding to Derek and started dating me instead. It was dramatic at the time. Derek was devastated. Allison's family was shocked she'd cancel a wedding so close to the date. But Allison told everyone she'd realized she and Derek weren't right for each other, that she'd been settling for her high school sweetheart when she deserved real passion. We got married 2 years later. We built a good life, both working professional jobs, bought a nice house in the suburbs, talked about having kids in the next few years. I thought we were happy. About 18 months ago, I became interested in smart home technology. I work in IT and was fascinated by the integration possibilities. I installed an extensive system in our house, security cameras with motion activation in the living room, kitchen, home office, and hallways, a video doorbell, smart speakers in most rooms, a sophisticated thermostat system that tracked occupancy patterns, all connected to cloud storage and accessible through apps on my phone. I told Allison I was doing this for security and convenience. She seemed fine with it. She appreciated being able to check the doorbell camera when she was home alone, liked asking Alexa to play music or set timers, thought the automated thermostat was efficient. What I didn't emphasize was how much the system recorded and stored. The cameras had continuous cloud backup. The smart speakers kept recordings of voice commands and ambient conversation if certain keywords were detected. The thermostat logged exact occupancy times and patterns. I worked in an office downtown, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. most days. Allison worked from home 3 days a week as a marketing consultant. Those work-from-home days were Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. For the past 14 months, Allison has been inviting Derek to our house on those days. The doorbell camera logs show him arriving around 9:30 a.m., shortly after I'd leave for work. The motion-activated cameras show them in various rooms throughout the house. The thermostat data shows 2 people consistently present during times when only Allison should have been home. I only discovered this because I was reviewing security footage 10 days ago. We'd had a package stolen from our porch, and I was checking doorbell camera footage to see if it had captured the thief. While scrolling through days of footage, I noticed a pattern. A man arriving at our house every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning shortly after I left for work. I didn't recognize him at first. It had been 10 years since I'd seen Derek, and he'd changed physically. But I looked closer at the footage and realized who it was. I checked more dates. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the past 14 months, Derek had been coming to our house. The doorbell camera showed him arriving, showed Allison greeting him with kisses, showed them entering together. I checked the interior cameras. They'd been having sex throughout our house. In our bedroom, on our couch, in the kitchen against the counter. They were cavalier about it, not knowing they were being recorded. I spent days watching footage and listening to audio recordings. The smart speakers had captured hours of their conversations when they'd triggered voice activation accidentally, or when certain flagged words came up. What I heard destroyed me. They weren't just having sex. They were planning a future together. Allison told Derek repeatedly that she'd made a mistake leaving him 10 years ago, that she'd been fooled by the excitement of someone new, but realized Derek was the love of her life. Derek would say things like, "We should have been married 10 years ago," and "I've never stopped loving you." Allison would agree and say she was trying to find the right time to leave me, but needed to plan it strategically. They discussed me frequently. Allison would complain about my work schedule, my hobbies, my personality. She called me boring and predictable, and said sex with me was routine compared to the passion she had with Derek. Derek would mock me. "I can't believe you left me for that guy," and "He has no idea what he's losing." They'd laugh about having sex in my bed, about being in my house while I was working to pay the mortgage. One conversation particularly hurt. Derek asked Allison why she'd left him originally. She said she'd been scared of marrying her high school boyfriend and missing out on other experiences, but that after trying something else, meaning me, she'd realized Derek was the one I should have married. I was literally an experiment. She'd left Derek to see if something better existed, decided it didn't, and had now been conducting an affair to get back what she'd given up. All while staying married to me for financial stability and keeping up appearances. The footage showed their routine. Derek would arrive around 9:30 a.m. They'd have sex first, usually in the bedroom. Then they'd shower together, eat lunch, have sex again in another room, and Derek would leave around 4 p.m., well before I'd come home at 6 p.m. They were comfortable, familiar, intimate. This wasn't new relationship energy. This was a reconnected, long-term couple that had never really stopped loving each other. Allison had been married to me physically, but had given her heart back to Derek. I checked our credit card statements and found that Allison had been meeting Derek for dinners and hotels occasionally too. The home visits were just the most frequent location. She'd told me those evenings were work dinners or girls' nights. I'd believed her without question. I also found they'd been discussing how to divorce me with minimal financial impact to Allison. Derek was encouraging her to be strategic about timing. Wait until after certain assets vested, document any potential fault on my part, protect herself financially before leaving. They were treating our marriage as an inconvenient business arrangement Allison needed to exit carefully. I had hundreds of hours of footage and audio. Sex in every room of our house. Conversations about their future together. Discussions about me that ranged from pitying to contemptuous. Plans for how Allison would eventually leave me. And they had no idea it was all being recorded. They'd been having an affair in a house filled with cameras and microphones, never thinking to check if the smart home system I'd installed was capturing everything. I spent a week planning my revenge. I wasn't going to just confront Allison and Derek privately. They'd spent 14 months betraying me in my own home, laughing about it, planning their future while using me for financial stability. I wanted them exposed in a way that matched the scale of their deception. I decided to compile the evidence into a presentation, not just random clips, but an organized, chronological documentation of their entire affair. I'd show the pattern of Derek's visits, include audio of their most damaging conversations, show footage of them having sex in various rooms, display their discussions about me and their plans to divorce me strategically. Then I'd present this at a gathering where both families would be present. Allison's parents, my parents, close friends. I wanted everyone who knew us to see exactly what had been happening in our marriage for 14 months. I also consulted with a divorce attorney and showed them selected footage. The attorney said this was some of the most comprehensive evidence of adultery they'd ever seen. It would be highly favorable for me in divorce proceedings. I scheduled a dinner party at our house for the following Saturday, inviting both sets of parents and our closest friends, about 15 people total. I told Allison I wanted to celebrate a work promotion, fictitious, with the people closest to us. Allison was enthusiastic about hosting. She spent the week planning menu, cleaning the house, ironic since she'd been having sex with Derek in most of these rooms. She had no idea what was coming. Saturday arrived. Our guests arrived at 6 p.m. We had dinner, casual conversation, the usual social pleasantries. Everyone was in a good mood, celebrating my supposed promotion. After dessert, I suggested we move to the living room because I'd put together a presentation about the past year. People assumed it would be work accomplishments or family memories. I connected my laptop to our TV. The first slide showed, "A year in review, what really happened in our house." The room went quiet as people tried to understand what they were looking at. The second slide showed a calendar grid of the past 14 months, with every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday marked in red. I said, "These are the days Allison works from home. They're also the days she's been having an affair with her ex-fiancé Derek in our house while I'm at work." Allison went white. She said, "What are you talking about? This is insane." I clicked to the next slide. Doorbell camera footage showing Derek arriving at our house, timestamp visible. Then, footage of Allison greeting him with a kiss. Then, footage of them entering our house together. I said, "Our smart home system has recorded everything for 14 months. Every visit, every conversation, every room you used to have sex." I showed a montage. Dates and times of Derek's visits, always following the same pattern. The occupancy data from our thermostat showing 2 people home when only Allison should have been there. The pattern was undeniable. Allison was crying, saying, "Please stop. We can talk about this privately." But I continued. I played audio recordings of their conversations. Allison telling Derek she'd made a mistake leaving him 10 years ago. Derek saying, "We should have been married by now." Both of them discussing how boring and predictable I was. I showed footage of them discussing their future plans, including how Allison was waiting for strategic timing to divorce me for minimal financial impact. Both sets of parents were in shock. Allison's mother was crying. My father looked furious. Friends were staring at Allison in disbelief. I showed more footage, just enough to be undeniable without being gratuitously explicit. Them in our bedroom, in the living room where our guests were currently sitting, in the kitchen where we'd just eaten dinner. Allison was sobbing, trying to leave the room, but I said, "No. You spent 14 months having an affair in this house. Everyone here deserves to see what you were doing while pretending to be a devoted wife." I showed the finale. A supercut of audio clips where Allison and Derek mocked me, planned their future, and discussed divorce strategy. The montage ended with Allison saying, "I just need to wait for the right moment to leave him. He has no idea what's been happening." I paused the presentation and said, "Well, now I know." The room erupted. Allison's father was yelling at her. My mother was crying. Friends were looking between me and Allison in shock. Allison tried to claim the footage was taken out of context, or that I was violating her privacy by recording in our home. I pointed out that she'd known about the security system, that everything shown was from common areas of our marital home, and that the footage was irrefutable. Derek wasn't present. I hadn't invited him. But I'd sent him a copy of selected footage with a message. Thanks for the 14 months of footage. My divorce lawyer appreciated the evidence. I handed Allison divorce papers. I told our guests I'd be filing for divorce citing adultery, that I had comprehensive evidence, and that anyone who wanted to maintain a relationship with Allison should understand exactly who she was. Then, I ended the party and asked everyone to leave. Allison tried to talk to me, but I told her to pack a bag and leave our house. She could stay with her parents or with Derek. I didn't care which. The fallout has been brutal for Allison and Derek. The footage became widely known in our social circle. People I sent selected clips to were horrified, not just by the affair, but by the callousness of Allison and Derek mocking me in recordings. Allison's family was devastated. Her parents felt betrayed that she'd lied to everyone for over a year. Her siblings were furious about the deception. Derek's reputation was destroyed too. I sent footage to his workplace showing him conducting an affair during work hours. He'd been taking long lunch breaks to visit Allison. His employer was not amused. Allison lost friendships. Many people we knew felt betrayed by her lying for 14 months while maintaining the facade of a happy marriage. The divorce is proceeding with me in a very strong position. The comprehensive evidence of her affair, 14 months of footage showing repeated adultery in our marital home, combined with audio of her discussing strategic divorce timing, has made my attorney's job very easy. Allison tried to claim I'd violated her privacy by recording without her consent, but the attorney pointed out she'd known about the security system, and that recording in one's own home is generally legal, especially in common areas. I kept the house. Allison moved out and is apparently living with Derek now, finally getting the future they'd been planning. But it's not the triumphant reunion they'd imagined. Everyone knows how it started, an affair while she was married. Everyone saw footage of them mocking me and planning strategic divorce, and their reputations are permanently damaged. My revenge is comprehensive. I didn't just expose the affair, I showed exactly how callous, calculated, and cruel it was. I used the same technology they'd been too careless to consider, creating an irrefutable record of 14 months of betrayal. Allison wanted to find the right time to leave me after securing her financial position. Instead, she lost her marriage, her home, many of her friendships, and her reputation because she couldn't resist conducting an affair in a house filled with recording devices. Derek wanted to mock me and get back the woman he'd lost 10 years ago. He got her, but everyone knows the truth about how, and both of their professional and social reputations are destroyed. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 14 months, they thought they were having a secret affair. They were actually creating the most comprehensive documentation of adultery I've ever heard of. The smart home system I installed for security and convenience captured everything, and I used every minute of that footage to make sure they faced consequences for thinking they could betray me in my own home without detection. That's my revenge, turning their affair into a comprehensively documented exhibition of betrayal that destroyed both their reputations and gave me every advantage in divorce proceedings. They had an affair in a house full of cameras. Now everyone has seen the footage, and they both have to live with the consequences of that spectacular lack of awareness. My husband's cycling team training involves 0 miles. His teammate is his ex in hotel parking lots. I'm 30-year-old female, and 16 days ago I discovered my husband, Wesley, 32-year-old male, hasn't been training with a competitive cycling team every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday for the past 10 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his ex-girlfriend, Camille, 31-year-old female, using the cycling team as cover to spend hours together at hotel parking lots and her apartment, while I stayed home believing my husband was getting fit and preparing for a major charity bike race. I only found out because I checked the mileage tracker on his expensive bike and discovered it showed almost zero activity despite 10 months of supposed rigorous training 3 times per week. Now I have 10 months of evidence showing where he actually was during training rides. Camille's boyfriend, Drew, 33-year-old male, who believed she was training for the same charity race, and a plan to expose them both at the actual 100-mile charity ride where Wesley claims he'll be competing for a cause he supposedly cares about deeply. Wesley and I have been married for 6 years, together for 9. We have one son, Felix, 3-year-old male. I'm an occupational therapist. Wesley is a sales manager. We've always prioritized health and fitness, making what I thought was a partnership built on shared values and mutual encouragement. 10 months ago, Wesley announced he'd joined a competitive cycling team that was training for a major charity bike race, a 100-mile ride benefiting children's cancer research. The race was scheduled for 10 months away, and serious training was required to safely complete that distance. Wesley had cycled casually before, weekend rides, bike commutes occasionally, but never competitive distance cycling. He was excited about the challenge and the charitable aspect. The race would raise significant funds for pediatric oncology, and Wesley had personal connection to the cause since his cousin had survived childhood leukemia. I was completely supportive. The training commitment was substantial. The team met Tuesday evenings, Thursday evenings, and Sunday mornings for group rides of increasing distance. But it was for health, fitness, and an important cause. I encouraged Wesley fully and adjusted our family schedule to accommodate his training. I even helped him invest in proper equipment. We spent $2,500 on a high-end road bike, bought cycling shoes, padded shorts, jerseys, a helmet, bike computer, and all the gear serious cyclists need. Wesley was thrilled with the setup and seemed genuinely committed to the training. The team was called Pedal Warriors, and supposedly consisted of 8 cyclists training together under the guidance of an experienced cyclist named Coach Ryan. Wesley would leave for training rides dressed in full cycling gear, bike loaded in our car's rack, excited about the evening's workout. He'd return hours later, appropriately sweaty and tired-looking, wearing his cycling clothes, talking about the ride. We did 40 miles tonight with hill repeats. Thursday's ride focused on interval training. Sunday's long ride was 60 miles. I'm exhausted. The training descriptions sounded legitimate. Progressive mileage increase, varied workouts, team camaraderie. Wesley would talk about his teammates, dedicated cyclists with different backgrounds all training for the charity race. He'd mention Camille, occasionally, as one of the stronger cyclists on the team who'd done several century rides before and was helping newer riders prepare. I thought it was nice Wesley had found a community of fellow cyclists. He'd share stories about group dynamics, drafting techniques they practiced, nutrition strategies for long rides. He seemed genuinely educated about endurance cycling. Around month 5, Wesley said the team was doing well and everyone was on track to complete the 100-mile race. He'd show me training plans outlining weekly mileage goals building toward the century ride. He'd track his progress on cycling apps, posting occasional updates about completed rides. He'd come home with sunburn from long outdoor rides, talk about challenging weather conditions they'd trained through, describe mechanical issues with bikes that the team had troubleshot together. Every detail supported the story that he was seriously training. Wesley also created a fundraising page for the charity race, sharing it with friends and family who donated generously. He'd update donors on his training progress, thank them for supporting children's cancer research, post about the importance of the cause. He seemed genuinely committed to the charitable mission. I never questioned the training. Wesley had the gear, came home looking like he'd been cycling, maintained consistent schedule, talked knowledgeably about rides. Everything aligned with someone seriously training for a major endurance event. He never invited me to watch the team train or meet his teammates. When I'd suggest coming to see a training ride, Wesley would say the team kept training sessions private to maintain focus, and that spectators would disrupt their rhythm. This seemed reasonable for serious athletes. Last week, I was cleaning Wesley's bike after noticing it looked dusty despite his supposed Thursday evening ride. While wiping down the frame, I noticed the bike computer, the device that tracks mileage, speed, and ride data. I turned it on, curious about Wesley's training stats. The computer showed total mileage since we'd bought it, 47 miles. Over 10 months of supposedly rigorous training 3 times per week, Wesley's bike had accumulated only 47 total miles. That was impossible. Even one of his described training rides would be 30 to 50 miles. 10 months of training should show hundreds, potentially thousands of miles. I checked the bike computer's data more carefully. The 47 miles were spread across just a few rides, all from the first month after we'd bought the bike. For the past 9 months, the mileage hadn't increased at all. Wesley's bike had essentially been sitting unused for 9 months. But Wesley had been leaving for training rides 3 times per week for 10 months, wearing cycling gear, returning supposedly exhausted from 30 to 60-mile rides, talking about hill climbs and interval sessions. If he wasn't actually riding his bike, where was he going and what was he doing? I checked Wesley's phone location history. On training nights, Tuesday and Thursday evenings, Sunday mornings, his phone showed him at various locations around the city. Hotel parking lots, an apartment complex I didn't recognize, parks that weren't common cycling routes. He'd spend 2 to 3 hours at these locations during supposed training times. Not moving along roads the way a cycling route would show, but stationary at specific addresses. I checked our car's GPS history. Wesley drove the bike to these locations. The car's GPS showed him parking at hotels in the apartment complex, staying for hours, then driving home. He was transporting the bike, but never riding it. I looked up the apartment complex address that appeared frequently. I searched social media for anyone Wesley knew who lived there. I found Camille. She'd been in his friend group before we met, had dated Wesley briefly years before we started dating, was still connected to him on social media. Camille's Facebook showed she had a boyfriend named Drew and that she'd been training for a century ride for the past 10 months, same time frame as Wesley's training. She'd post about preparing for the big charity race, thank people for donations to her fundraising page, mention training dedication. Wesley had mentioned a teammate named Camille. I'd assumed it was coincidence. Camille is a common name, but now I wondered if Wesley's teammate Camille was his ex-girlfriend Camille, and if their team training was something else entirely. I contacted Drew through Facebook. I'm Wesley's wife. I think we need to talk about our partners and their cycling team training that doesn't involve actual cycling. Drew met me the next day. I showed him the bike computer with only 47 miles over 10 months, Wesley's location history showing stationary positions at hotels and an apartment during supposed training rides, and the connection between Wesley and Camille. Drew looked devastated but said pieces fit together. Camille had been training for the Charity Century ride for 10 months, leaving for team rides 3 times weekly. She'd return looking appropriately athletic, hair in ponytail, wearing cycling clothes, seemingly tired from hard workouts. But Drew had never actually seen Camille ride her bike. When he'd suggest joining her for casual rides, she'd say she only rode with her training team and didn't want to disrupt their program. She'd discouraged any involvement from Drew in her cycling activities. Drew checked Camille's bike, a $2,000 road bike they'd bought specifically for this training. He looked at the bike computer. It showed 52 miles total over 10 months. Like Wesley's bike, it had barely been used despite supposed rigorous training. We compared our partners' schedules. Wesley's Tuesday, Thursday evening, and Sunday morning training matched Camille's exactly. They'd claimed to be on the same team, which explained why they'd mention each other. But neither had been actually cycling. Their bikes showed almost 0 mileage despite 10 months of claimed training rides. Drew said, The charity race is in 2 weeks. They're both supposedly competing. Let's make sure they actually have to ride 100 miles. I agreed. Wesley and Camille had spent 10 months pretending to train for a century ride while actually conducting an affair. We'd ensure they participated in the actual race they'd used as cover and expose their complete lack of preparation in front of everyone who'd supported their supposed training. We contacted the charity race organizers and confirmed Wesley and Camille were both registered. We also registered ourselves. We had 2 weeks to actually train enough to complete at least a portion of the 100-mile course. Drew and I actually cycled over the next 2 weeks. We weren't preparing to race competitively. We were preparing to expose 2 people who'd faked 10 months of training. We also contacted Coach Ryan, the supposed team leader Wesley had mentioned. We searched for any cycling coach or team called Pedal Warriors. Nothing existed. There was no Coach Ryan, no Pedal Warriors team, no group training program. Wesley and Camille had invented the entire team to cover their affair. Race day arrived. 300 cyclists gathered for the charity century ride, serious athletes who'd trained properly, casual riders attempting the challenge, and Wesley and Camille who'd faked 10 months of preparation. Drew and I arrived early and found Wesley and Camille at the start area. They were together, wearing matching team jerseys that said Pedal Warriors. Custom jerseys they'd apparently ordered to make their fake team seem real. They saw us and looked panicked. Wesley stammered, "What are you doing here?" I said loudly enough for nearby cyclists to hear, "Supporting my husband who's been training so hard for 10 months. Although your bike computer says you've only ridden 47 miles total. How did you train for 100 miles with only 47 miles on your bike?" Other cyclists were listening now, serious endurance riders who'd put in hundreds of training miles. Drew said to Camille, "Your bike shows 52 miles in 10 months. That's not enough to safely attempt a century ride. What have you actually been doing during your supposed training?" Wesley tried to deflect. "The bike computer must be broken." I pulled out my phone showing his location history. "Your computer works fine. It just shows you haven't been riding. Your phone shows you've been at hotels and Camille's apartment during supposed training times. For 10 months, you've been meeting your ex-girlfriend while telling me you were cycling." The cyclists around us were horrified. One experienced rider said, "You've been faking training for a charity race? People donated money supporting your supposed commitment, and you haven't even been riding?" Another said, "Attempting a century ride without proper training is dangerous. You could get seriously hurt. Why would you register for this if you haven't trained?" Camille tried to leave, but Drew blocked her. "You've been posting on social media about your dedication to training, thanking people for donations, describing your preparation for this race. All lies. You've been having an affair with your ex-boyfriend and using the cycling team as cover." The race organizers overheard the commotion and approached. I showed them the bike computers with minimal mileage, explained that Wesley and Camille had faked 10 months of training while conducting an affair, and that they'd fraudulently raised funds for the charity while not actually preparing for the event. The organizers were appalled. This was a serious charity race raising money for children's cancer research. Wesley had even claimed personal connection to the cause through his cousin's cancer survival, weaponizing childhood cancer to make his cover story more believable. One organizer said, "You've collected donations for cancer research while lying about your training. Donors gave money believing you were committed to this challenge. You've disrespected the charity, the cause, and every cyclist here who actually trained." The race started with Wesley and Camille officially registered but publicly exposed. Drew and I decided to ride. We'd trained minimally but could complete some miles legitimately, which was more than Wesley and Camille had done. Wesley and Camille attempted to ride. Within 10 miles, both were struggling badly. They weren't conditioned for endurance cycling. By mile 15, both had dropped out, unable to continue. Meanwhile, Drew and I completed 30 miles before deciding we'd made our point. We'd legitimately ridden more in this one race than Wesley and Camille had in 10 months of training. Other cyclists who'd heard about the exposure made sure everyone at the rest stops knew the story. Wesley and Camille became known as the couple who'd faked training for a cancer charity ride to cover their affair. The fallout was severe. Wesley's fundraising donors demanded refunds when they learned he'd never trained. Many felt deceived about supporting someone who'd lied about the whole endeavor. Camille faced similar backlash. Her donors and supporters felt manipulated. Their workplace learned about the affair and the fraudulent charity fundraising. Both faced professional consequences for behavior that reflected poorly on their integrity. Drew ended his relationship with Camille. I filed for divorce from Wesley. The cycling community in our city, a tight-knit group who respected endurance training and charitable causes, rejected Wesley and Camille. They disrespected everything serious cyclists valued. The charity race organization issued a statement about the importance of honest participation and legitimate training, indirectly referencing Wesley and Camille's fraud without naming them. My revenge was complete. Wesley had claimed to train for 10 months for a 100-mile charity ride supporting children's cancer research. I ensured he actually attempted the ride he'd used as cover, exposing his complete lack of preparation in front of 300 legitimate cyclists who'd trained properly. He'd wanted to be seen as a dedicated athlete supporting an important cause. Instead, he became known as someone who'd faked training for a cancer charity to cover an affair with his ex-girlfriend. The bike I'd helped him buy for $2,500 had 47 miles on it after 10 months. My bike, purchased 2 weeks before the race, had more miles after one event than his had in nearly a year of supposed training. Wesley talked for 10 months about hill climbs, interval training, long rides, and race preparation. He completed 15 miles before quitting, proving he'd never trained at all. Camille posted on social media about her dedication to the cause and preparation for the challenge. She also quit after 15 miles, publicly demonstrating that her training posts were fiction. Perfect revenge for 10 months of fake training rides and real affairs. The charity race they'd used as cover became the event exposing their decade of deception. Every donor who'd supported their supposed charitable commitment learned the truth. Every cyclist who'd heard their training stories saw them fail because they'd never actually prepared. The Pedal Warriors team didn't exist. Coach Ryan was fiction. The training rides were hotels and apartments, and the 100-mile race became the 15-mile humiliation, where everyone learned that Wesley and Camille's athletic dedication was as fake as their relationship boundaries. They'd wanted to cross a finish line together after 10 months of partnership. They crossed the line of decency instead, and everyone at that charity race witnessed their failure to complete the event they'd been supposedly training for. I didn't win the race, but I won the exposure, showing hundreds of people who'd believed in their training that Wesley and Camille had faked every mile. His bike computer doesn't lie. 47 miles in 10 months isn't training. It's evidence of a man who spent more time in hotel parking lots than on saddles. The century ride he never trained for became the event where his affair ended. That's the only finish line Wesley crossed that day, the one where his marriage, his reputation, and his fake cycling career all concluded simultaneously. Perfect revenge for 10 months of fraudulent fundraising and fabricated fitness. He claimed to pedal for pediatric cancer. He actually peddled his marriage straight into divorce court. The charity raised money despite Wesley and Camille's dishonesty. Real cyclists completed the course. And everyone in the endurance community knows who the Pedal Warriors really were. 2 cheaters who couldn't complete 100 miles because they'd spent 10 months doing everything except training. My husband's grief counselor has been comforting him in our bed while I'm at work. I'm 31-year-old F, and 2 weeks ago I discovered my husband, Nathan, 33-year-old male, hasn't been attending individual grief counseling sessions like he told me. He's been bringing his therapist, Dr. Simone Reeves, 38-year-old female, to our house and sleeping with her in our marital bed while I'm at my nursing shifts. I only found out because I came home sick from work early and caught them together in a position that made it very clear this wasn't any kind of therapy session I'd ever heard of. The worst part is that we started seeing Dr. Reeves together after our son died 18 months ago, and she's been using our grief and vulnerability to seduce my husband while pretending to help us heal. Now I'm planning to expose her to her licensing board and destroy both of their lives the way they destroyed mine while I was trying to survive the worst loss a parent can experience. Our son Jacob died 18 months ago at age 3 from a sudden illness. 1 week he had a fever, the next week we were planning his funeral. The grief nearly destroyed us, me, Nathan, and our marriage. We couldn't look at each other without seeing our dead son. We couldn't be in our house without hearing his absence. We were drowning. Our family doctor recommended grief counseling, both individual and couples therapy. She referred us to Dr. Simone Reeves, a licensed therapist who specialized in grief and loss. Dr. Reeves came highly recommended, had impressive credentials, and seemed genuinely compassionate during our first session. We started seeing her twice a week, one couples session on Monday evenings, and individual sessions for each of us. Nathan's individual session was Wednesday mornings at 10 a.m. Mine was Friday afternoons at 2 p.m. The sessions were at Dr. Reeves's office in a medical building downtown. For the first 6 months, the therapy seemed to help. Dr. Reeves guided us through our grief, helped us communicate about our loss, gave us tools for managing the overwhelming sadness. Nathan and I slowly started reconnecting. We could talk about Jacob without completely falling apart. We could imagine a future beyond just surviving each day. Around month 7, I noticed changes in Nathan. He seemed more energetic after his Wednesday therapy sessions, not the drained, emotionally exhausted version of himself he'd been after our couples sessions. He started dressing nicer on Wednesday mornings, showering and putting on cologne before his therapy appointment. He also started having more Wednesday sessions. Dr. Reeves had supposedly recommended increasing from once a week to twice a week, then sometimes 3 times a week. Nathan said she thought he needed more intensive individual work to process his grief. I thought it was good that he was engaging so deeply with therapy. I was a pediatric nurse working 12-hour shifts, and Nathan worked from home as a software developer with flexible hours. It made sense that he could fit in more therapy sessions than I could. The sessions were always in the morning, 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., times when I was at work. Nathan would tell me about them when I got home, what Dr. Reeves had said, what breakthroughs he'd had, what exercises she'd given him to practice. It all sounded legitimate. Around month 10, I noticed other changes. Nathan seemed less interested in our couples therapy sessions. He'd seem distracted, would defer to Dr. Reeves's suggestions without engaging deeply, would act like he was just going through the motions. But he remained enthusiastic about his individual sessions. I also noticed our couples sessions became less frequent. Dr. Reeves suggested we scale back to every other week, since we were making such good progress. Then once a month. Then she said we could take a break from couples work, while Nathan continued his intensive individual therapy. Looking back, I see how she was isolating Nathan from me under the guise of therapeutic progression. At the time, I just thought she knew best. She was the grief expert after all. I also noticed Nathan becoming more secretive with his phone. He'd take calls in other rooms. He'd text while turned away from me. When I asked about it, he said he was texting Dr. Reeves about therapeutic homework and didn't want to discuss it because it was part of his individual process. Again, I accepted this. Therapy is supposed to be private. I didn't want to intrude on his healing process. 2 weeks ago, everything changed. I was working a 12-hour shift at the hospital, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Around 11 a.m., I started feeling terrible. Nausea, dizziness, chills. My supervisor sent me home, concerned I might be contagious. I texted Nathan that I was coming home sick but got no response. I assumed he was in a work meeting or focused on a project. I drove home, feeling increasingly awful, just wanting to sleep. I used my keys to enter our house quietly, not wanting to disturb Nathan if he was on a work call. I went upstairs toward our bedroom to change into comfortable clothes and get into bed. As I approached our bedroom, I heard sounds, voices. I recognized Nathan's voice and a woman's voice I didn't immediately place. They were laughing. There was music playing softly. I opened the bedroom door. Nathan was in our bed, the bed we'd shared for 8 years of marriage, the bed where we'd comforted each other after Jacob died, with Dr. Simone Reeves. They were naked, clearly in the middle of having sex, using our sheets in our room. For a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing. My husband and our grief therapist in our marital bed, having sex in the middle of the day while I was supposedly at work. Nathan saw me first. He jumped up, scrambling to cover himself, saying, "Oh my God, what are you doing home?" As if I was the one who'd done something wrong by coming home to my own house. Dr. Reeves, the therapist who'd been counseling us through the grief of losing our child, casually pulled our sheet around herself and said calmly, "This isn't what it looks like." I said, "It looks like you're fucking my husband in my bed." She had the audacity to say, "This is part of Nathan's therapy. Intimacy work is a crucial component of processing grief and rebuilding connection to life." I stared at her. She was actually trying to claim that sleeping with her patient, my husband, was therapy. She was using therapy language to justify an affair. Nathan said, "I can explain. This has been helping me heal. Dr. Reeves has been guiding me through—" I cut him off. "Get out, both of you. Get out of my house right now." Dr. Reeves started putting on her clothes. Clothes that had been carefully draped over our bedroom chair, suggesting this wasn't a spontaneous moment, but a planned encounter. She said, "I understand you're in shock, but when you've had time to process this, we should talk about—" I screamed. I actually screamed at her. "You are not my therapist anymore. You are a predator who's been fucking my husband while pretending to help us grieve our dead son. Get out of my house before I call the police." Nathan was pleading now. "Please just listen. I know this looks bad, but there's context." I said, "The context is you've been lying to me for months. How long has this been going on?" He hesitated. Dr. Reeves touched his arm, in my bedroom, wearing her clothes while standing next to my bed, and said, "Nathan, you don't have to answer that right now." That gesture, her touching him familiarly, protectively, told me everything. This wasn't new. This was established. They had patterns, intimacy, a relationship. I pulled out my phone and took photos of them in my bedroom before they could object. Evidence of what I'd walked in on. Nathan said, "What are you doing? Delete those." I said, "No. You're having an affair with our therapist. I'm documenting it." I looked at Dr. Reeves. "I'm also reporting you to whatever licensing board oversees therapists. This is unethical, possibly illegal, and definitely grounds for losing your license." Dr. Reeves's calm demeanor finally cracked. She said, "If you report me, you'll destroy my career over a misunderstanding." I said, "It's not a misunderstanding. I literally caught you in bed with my husband. That's not therapy, that's an affair." She tried a different approach. "Nathan and I have developed genuine feelings for each other through the therapeutic process. What we have is real connection, born from mutual understanding." I laughed bitterly. "You're admitting to having romantic feelings for your patient. Do you understand how many ethical violations that is?" Nathan tried to intervene. "Can we please talk about this calmly? There's a lot you don't understand about what's been happening." I said, "Then explain. When did this start?" Another hesitation. Then Nathan said, "A few months ago, maybe 4 months." Dr. Reeves shot him a look. Nathan corrected himself. "Okay, maybe closer to 6 months." 6 months. Half a year. 6 months of lying about therapy sessions. 6 months of bringing her to our house. 6 months of sleeping with her in our bed while I was at work trying to keep us financially afloat, while we both grieved our son. I asked the question I dreaded. "Have you been having sex with her in our bed the whole time?" Nathan looked at the floor. "Not the whole time. At first we met at her apartment. Then she said coming here was part of my healing, being intimate in the space where Jacob lived, reclaiming the house from grief. She'd framed adultery as therapy. She'd convinced my husband that cheating on me in our dead son's house was healing." I felt physically sick. I said, "I want both of you out. Now. Nathan, you can come back for your things later, but you're not staying here tonight." Nathan started to protest, but I cut him off. "You brought the woman you're cheating with into our home, into our bed. You don't get to stay here. Leave." Dr. Reeves said, "I think we all need to take time to process this before making rash decisions." I turned on her with fury. "You don't get a vote. You're not our therapist. You're the person who's been manipulating my grieving husband and violating every professional boundary that exists. Get out of my house." She left, finally. Nathan followed her, still trying to explain, to justify, to make it somehow acceptable. I locked the door behind them and stood in my house. The house where my son had lived, where I'd been trying to heal from losing him, and realized my husband had been having an affair with our therapist for at least 6 months, while I'd been trusting both of them to help us grieve. I stripped the bed, threw all the sheets in the trash, and started planning my revenge. The first thing I did was gather evidence. I went through Nathan's phone records. We had a shared family plan where I could access call and text logs. I found hundreds of calls and texts to Dr. Reeves's number, many lasting hours, at times when Nathan had supposedly been working or at therapy sessions. I checked our home security cameras. We'd installed them after Jacob died because I'd become paranoid about safety. The cameras showed Dr. Reeves arriving at our house multiple times over the past 6 months, always on days when I had work shifts. She'd arrive mid-morning and leave by early afternoon, 3 to 4 hour visits that Nathan had never mentioned. The camera footage also showed them kissing on our doorstep, embracing in our driveway, looking very much like a couple. This wasn't a recent development or a one-time mistake. This was an established affair. I saved all the footage and sent it to myself on a secure email account. I also researched Dr. Simone Reeves professionally. I found her licensing information, the board that governed therapists in our state, and the specific ethical codes she'd violated. Therapists are strictly prohibited from having sexual relationships with current patients. It's considered a severe ethical violation and grounds for license revocation. The fact that Nathan was her patient and that the relationship had started while she was actively treating both of us for grief made it even more egregious. She'd used our vulnerability, our pain over losing our son, to seduce my husband. I filed a formal complaint with the state licensing board. I submitted documentation that Nathan and I had been her patients, evidence of the affair, photos, security footage, phone records, a detailed timeline showing the relationship had begun while she was actively treating Nathan, my statement about discovering them together in my home. The licensing board took my complaint seriously. They opened an investigation immediately. I also contacted a divorce attorney. I showed them everything: the evidence of the affair, the fact that it had been ongoing for 6 months, the security footage showing Dr. Reeves in our home repeatedly. My attorney said this was a clear case of adultery, and that given the circumstances, affair with our therapist while we were grieving our child, I'd likely have a strong case for divorce. Then I did something strategic. I contacted other patients of Dr. Reeves. I found a grief support group she'd facilitated and reached out to former members. I asked carefully whether anyone else had experienced boundary issues with Dr. Reeves. 3 other people came forward. All had experienced inappropriate behavior from her: suggestive comments, personal questions beyond therapeutic scope, attempts to meet outside normal sessions. One woman said Dr. Reeves had suggested they explore physical intimacy as part of healing, but she'd declined and switched therapists. I wasn't the only person Dr. Reeves had preyed on. I was just the one who'd caught her in the act. I gave this information to the licensing board. Their investigation expanded beyond just Nathan's case. While this was unfolding, Nathan was desperately trying to reconcile. He'd moved in with a friend, not with Dr. Reeves. Apparently she'd ended things with him after I threatened to report her, proving it had never been real love. He was calling, texting, begging for a chance to explain. He claimed Dr. Reeves had manipulated him and that he'd been in a vulnerable state after Jacob's death. He said he never meant for it to happen and that he wanted to save our marriage. I told him the marriage was over. I'd lost my son, and I'd lost my ability to trust my husband. I couldn't be married to someone who'd betrayed me with our therapist while we were both supposed to be healing. The licensing board's investigation concluded. Dr. Reeves lost her license to practice therapy. The board found she'd engaged in sexual relationships with current patients, violated boundaries with multiple clients, used her position of trust to exploit vulnerable individuals, failed to maintain professional standards. Her career was over. Her practice closed. Her reputation in the therapeutic community was destroyed. Nathan filed for divorce before I could, trying to control the narrative. But I had evidence of his adultery, and in our state, fault-based divorce meant I had leverage for settlement terms. I also did something that felt important. I contacted the families of Dr. Reeves's other patients who'd reported boundary issues. I let them know she'd lost her license and couldn't hurt anyone else. Several thanked me. They'd felt guilty about not reporting her themselves, and knowing she was stopped brought them relief. The divorce is proceeding. Nathan is facing the reality that his affair cost him his marriage, his home, and his credibility. Dr. Reeves is facing the reality that her professional misconduct cost her career and license. I'm facing the reality that I lost my son and then lost my marriage because the person who was supposed to help us heal decided to fuck my husband instead. But here's my revenge. Dr. Simone Reeves will never practice therapy again. She'll never exploit another grieving patient. Everyone in the therapeutic community knows what she did. There's no hiding when you lose your license for sexual misconduct with patients. Nathan will live with knowing he destroyed our marriage by having an affair with our therapist while we were grieving our child. Every time he thinks about that period of his life, he'll remember that he betrayed me when we should have been supporting each other. And I'm free from both of them. I'm grieving my son without a cheating husband and a predatory therapist pretending to help while actually destroying what was left of my family. The grief counselor, who was supposed to help us heal, instead became the person I caught in my bed. Now her career is destroyed, my marriage is over, and everyone knows what they both did. That's my revenge. They can't lie about what happened. Dr. Reeves's license revocation is public record. Nathan's adultery is documented and admitted. They betrayed me while I was trying to survive losing my child. Now they're both facing consequences they can't escape. I'm rebuilding my life without either of them, knowing that the woman who preyed on my grief lost everything, and the man who betrayed me during the worst time of my life has to live with what he did. My son died, and my marriage died, but at least I made sure the people who contributed to the second loss faced real consequences. Dr. Reeves's license is revoked permanently. Nathan's reputation among everyone who knows us is destroyed. And I'm finally free to grieve without liars pretending to help me. That's all the revenge I need. My husband's photography classes produced 0 photos. His instructor is his coworker in darkrooms that don't exist. I'm 33 featureville, and 14 days ago I discovered my husband, Isaac, 35 male, hasn't been attending photography classes every Monday evening and Saturday afternoon for the past 12 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his coworker, Piper, 31 female, using the photography course as cover to spend hours together at her apartment while I stayed home believing my husband was learning a creative skill and building an impressive portfolio. I only found out because I asked to see the photos he'd been taking for 12 months, and he couldn't produce a single image, claiming his instructor recommended not reviewing work until the final portfolio presentation. Now I have 12 months of evidence showing he's been at Piper's apartment during class times. Piper's fiancé, Garrett, 34 male, who believed she was working late on design projects, and a plan to expose them at the photography exhibition where Isaac claims he'll be displaying his year of work. Isaac and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have one daughter, Nora, 5 female. I'm a pediatric nurse working variable shifts. Isaac is a software developer. We've built what I thought was a strong marriage, supporting each other's personal growth and creative pursuits. 12 months ago, Isaac told me he wanted to take photography classes. He'd always been interested in photography, took nice vacation photos, appreciated visual composition, but wanted formal instruction to develop real skill. He'd found a photography course that met Monday evenings and Saturday afternoons, taught by an experienced photographer who offered small group instruction in his studio. I was enthusiastic. Isaac needed a creative outlet outside his technical work, and photography seemed perfect, artistic, portable, something he could eventually share with Nora as she got older. The twice-weekly commitment was significant but manageable with our schedules. The classes supposedly ran Monday evenings, 6:30 to 9 p.m., and Saturday afternoons, 1 to 4 p.m. Isaac would leave with a camera bag I'd bought him for his birthday, dressed casually for a creative environment, excited about learning new techniques. He'd return hours later talking about the lessons. Today we learned about aperture and depth of field, practiced with different lighting setups. The instructor showed us advanced composition techniques. He'd describe his classmates, a diverse group of aspiring photographers working on various projects. He'd mention his instructor Marcus frequently, praising his expertise. Marcus has been published in National Geographic. Marcus taught us about the zone system. Marcus says I have a good eye for composition. Isaac would discuss assignments Marcus gave the class. We're supposed to shoot architectural details this week. This weekend's assignment is street photography. Marcus wants us to create a series exploring a theme. The assignments sounded legitimate, and Isaac seemed engaged with completing them. He'd carry his camera everywhere, supposedly working on assignments. He'd leave Saturday afternoons saying he was going to shoot his project before class. He appeared dedicated to his photography education. Around month 6, Isaac mentioned the course would culminate in a portfolio presentation. Students would display their best work from the year in an exhibition format, with Marcus inviting industry professionals and the public. Isaac was excited about this goal, saying it motivated him to take the coursework seriously. He'd occasionally mention wanting to show me his photos, but would say Marcus had recommended students not share work in progress with anyone outside class to maintain creative integrity and avoid outside influence before the portfolio was complete. This seemed like reasonable artistic pedagogy. I didn't push to see his work. As the year progressed, Isaac talked more about his developing style, photographers he was studying, techniques he was mastering. He'd reference specific photos he'd taken. I got an amazing shot of that old factory. The street portrait series is coming together. Marcus thinks my architectural work is exhibition quality. I never met his classmates or instructor, despite 12 months of classes. When I'd suggest meeting them or visiting the studio, Isaac would say the class was small and intimate, that bringing family would disrupt the creative dynamic, that I'd see everything at the final exhibition anyway. 2 weeks ago, Isaac announced the portfolio exhibition was scheduled for next month. He'd be displaying 12 of his best photos from the year, and the event would be at a gallery that regularly hosted Marcus's students' work. He was both excited and nervous about showing his photography publicly for the first time. I was thrilled for him and asked to see his portfolio before the exhibition. 12 months of work deserved a preview from his biggest supporter. Isaac hesitated and said Marcus had strict rules about not showing work before the exhibition, that the first viewing should be in proper presentation context. I thought this was odd, but assumed it was Marcus's teaching philosophy. Then I asked to see some of the photos that wouldn't be in the exhibition. The practice shots, the assignment work, anything from 12 months of taking pictures. Isaac said everything was stored on a hard drive at the studio for proper archiving and editing workflow. I asked why he didn't have copies on his personal computer or phone. He gave vague explanations about file management and Marcus's systems. I'd bought Isaac that camera, paid for the classes, supported 12 months of commitment. It seemed strange I couldn't see a single photo. That evening when Isaac was asleep, I checked his camera. It had barely been used. The photo counter showed maybe 50 shots total over 12 months. For someone supposedly taking classes twice weekly and working on assignment, that was impossibly low. I checked his computer. No photography files, no editing software, no evidence of photographic work. His phone had a few casual snapshots, but nothing that looked like serious photography assignments. 12 months of photography classes, but 0 actual photos. I checked Isaac's location history on our shared family phone plan. On Monday evenings and Saturday afternoons, when he claimed to be at photography classes, his phone consistently showed him at the same residential address across town, an apartment complex I didn't recognize. I looked up the address. It was a regular apartment building, not any kind of photography studio or creative space. I searched for Marcus photography instructor in our area and found nothing. No studio, no website, no listings for photography classes. The photography instructor didn't exist. The classes were fiction. Isaac had been going to an apartment during his supposed class times. I called the gallery where Isaac claimed the portfolio exhibition would be held. The staff person said they did host photography exhibitions, but had nothing scheduled for next month, and had never heard of an instructor named Marcus, or any student showcase Isaac described. The exhibition didn't exist either. Isaac had invented the entire thing: the classes, the instructor, the year-long course, the upcoming showcase. I checked Isaac's credit card statements. No charges for photography classes, studio fees, or exhibition-related expenses. The classes he'd claimed cost $300 a month had never been paid for because they'd never existed. I found the building owner's contact for the apartment address Isaac had been visiting. I called pretending to be looking at units and asked if they had any commercial photography studios. They were confused. It was a residential building only, no studios or creative spaces. I sat outside that apartment building on a Monday evening. Isaac's car arrived at 6:30 p.m. He parked and went into one of the units. I waited 3 hours. He emerged at 9:15 p.m., got in his car, and drove home. I'd watched my husband enter and exit an apartment during exactly the times he claimed to be at photography class. I needed to know who lived there. I checked Isaac's work directory. He worked at a mid-sized tech company with employee listings online. I searched social media for anyone at his company who lived at that address. I found Piper. She worked in Isaac's department. Her LinkedIn showed the apartment building address. Her Facebook had photos of her apartment that matched the building I'd been surveilling. Isaac had been going to his coworker Piper's apartment twice weekly for 12 months while telling me he was taking photography classes. I looked at Piper's social media more carefully. She was engaged to someone named Garrett. Her posts showed a seemingly happy relationship. Photos of them together, mentions of wedding planning, posts about Garrett during the times Isaac claimed to be at class. Garrett's working late again tonight, solo dinner for me, Monday evenings. Missing my fiancé during his weekend work projects, Saturday afternoons. Garrett's own social media showed he worked in architecture, took on freelance projects that had him working evenings and weekends. His schedule had him out of the apartment during exactly the times Isaac claimed to be at photography classes. Isaac and Piper had coordinated their affair around Garrett's work schedule, meeting at her apartment when Garrett was working elsewhere, using Isaac's fake photography classes as cover. I contacted Garrett through social media. I'm Isaac's wife. I need to talk to you about our partners and what they've been doing Monday evenings and Saturday afternoons. Garrett met me the next day. I showed him everything. Isaac's fake photography classes, his location data at Piper's apartment, the non-existent instructor and exhibition, the complete absence of any actual photos from 12 months of supposed photographic work. Garrett was devastated, but said pieces clicked into place. Piper had been busy with design projects, Monday evenings and Saturday afternoons for about a year, times when Garrett conveniently had work that kept him away. She'd discourage him from coming home during those times, saying she needed focused, creative time. Garrett had thought Piper was dedicated to her design work. Actually, she'd been ensuring the apartment was free for her affair with Isaac during Garrett's scheduled absences. We compared timelines. Isaac's photography classes and Piper's need for creative work time had started simultaneously 12 months ago. Their schedules aligned perfectly. Garrett said bitterly, "I've been proud of her work ethic. She's been using my work schedule to cheat with your husband." I said, "Isaac told me he's displaying his photography portfolio at an exhibition next month. Let's make sure he has photos to display." Over the next 2 weeks, Garrett and I documented everything. We took photos of Isaac arriving at Piper's apartment during class times. We got timestamps, location data, comprehensive evidence of the affair. I also did something creative. I actually took photography classes, quick, intensive workshops, and created an exhibition about betrayal and lies. 12 photographs showing Isaac at Piper's apartment, evidence of his fake classes, screenshots of the non-existent instructor and gallery. Garrett contributed photos he'd taken of Piper during times she'd claimed to be alone working on design projects. Photos showing she was dressed nicely, made up, clearly expecting someone, rather than doing solo creative work. We contacted a real gallery and arranged an actual photography exhibition. 12 Months of Deception, a documentary photography project about infidelity and fake creative pursuits. We scheduled it for the same weekend Isaac had claimed his fake exhibition would be held. I told Isaac I'd decided to surprise him by organizing a pre-exhibition reception at a gallery I'd discovered that wanted to showcase his work early. I'd pulled strings to get him featured before his official showcase. He couldn't refuse without revealing the official showcase didn't exist. Garrett told Piper he'd planned a surprise for her, an exhibition at a gallery featuring photography relevant to their relationship. She agreed to attend, probably thinking it was a romantic gesture. The exhibition opening was Saturday evening. 50 people attended. Isaac's co-workers, our friends and family, Piper's colleagues, Garrett's friends, and random gallery visitors. The gallery walls displayed 12 large photographs, each one documenting Isaac and Piper's affair. Photos of Isaac entering Piper's building during photography class times. Screenshots showing the photography instructor Marcus didn't exist. Evidence showing Isaac had taken 0 photos in 12 months despite claiming weekly classes. Garrett's photos of Piper preparing for someone during supposed solo design work time. Each photograph had detailed captions explaining the deception. Week 1 of photography classes. Isaac's location data shows him at Piper's apartment while he told his wife he was learning aperture settings. Isaac and Piper arrived separately, Isaac thinking this was a pre-show for his fake portfolio, Piper thinking it was some gallery event Garrett wanted to attend. Both went pale when they saw the walls. I stood at the center of the gallery and said loudly, "Welcome to the photography exhibition Isaac has been working toward for 12 months. Except Isaac never took photography classes. The instructor Marcus doesn't exist. Isaac hasn't taken any photos in 12 months. What he has been doing is meeting his coworker Piper at her apartment while telling me he was learning creative skills and telling her fiancé she needed solo work time." Garrett added, "This is documentary photography, documenting 12 months of systematic deception. Every photo here is real, taken by us over the past 2 weeks, or captured from location data and digital evidence. Isaac tried to speak, but I cut him off. You told me photography class taught you seeing what's really there. Well, these photos show what was really there. You at Piper's apartment twice weekly for 12 months, lying about a creative pursuit while actually conducting an affair. One of Isaac's coworkers who'd been told about his photography hobby said, "You've been talking about your photography classes for months. We thought you were seriously pursuing it. This entire thing was a cover story for cheating?" Piper's colleagues were equally disgusted. She worked in design. Creative work was her profession. Learning she'd used design projects as cover for an affair made her seem dishonest about her actual work, too. The gallery exhibition became viral on social media. People photographed our photographs of Isaac and Piper's deception, sharing the meta-commentary of an affair being exposed through the creative medium the cheater had lied about pursuing. The fallout was immediate. Isaac's reputation at work was destroyed. Coworkers who'd engaged with his photography talk felt manipulated and lied to. Piper faced professional consequences. Her integrity was questioned since she'd used her actual design work as cover for personal deception. Garrett ended his engagement to Piper. I filed for divorce from Isaac. The gallery exhibition ran for 2 weeks. Isaac's supposed photography showcase became an actual exhibition, just not the one he'd imagined. Every visitor saw documented proof of his 12-month deception. My revenge was perfect. Isaac had claimed to take photography classes for 12 months, supposedly building a portfolio for exhibition. I created the actual exhibition, documenting his affair through photographs that showed what he'd really been doing instead of taking pictures. He'd wanted to display 12 months of photographic work. I displayed 12 months of his deception instead. The camera I'd bought him for his birthday had barely been used. The instructor didn't exist. The classes were meetings with Piper. The portfolio was fiction. But the exhibition was real, just not showcasing Isaac's creative growth. Instead, it showcased his creative lying. Garrett and I became the photographers in our families, documenting betrayal with actual images, while Isaac and Piper's fake creative pursuits were exposed as a fair cover. Isaac claimed Marcus taught him to see what's really there. The exhibition showed everyone what was really there. 12 months of lies, fake classes, and 0 actual photographs from someone pretending to be a serious photography student. The supreme irony: the only images from Isaac's year of photography were the ones I took documenting his affair. He talked for 12 months about aperture, composition, and visual storytelling. I actually used those tools to tell the visual story of his deception. Perfect revenge for 12 months of fake f-stops and real infidelity. The photography exhibition happened exactly as Isaac predicted, just with different photos than he'd imagined. Every image in that gallery was real, documented, time-stamped proof. Unlike Isaac's supposed 12 months of photography work, which produced 0 images. He said he was learning to capture moments. I captured the moments that mattered, the truth about what he'd really been doing during his classes. The exhibition closed after 2 weeks, but the photos live forever online, where everyone who knew about Isaac's photography hobby can see what he actually produced. Nothing except documented evidence of his own deception, photographed and exhibited by the wife and fiancé he'd been lying to. He wanted to be a photographer. I became one instead, documenting his betrayal in 12 powerful images that told the story he'd tried to hide. That's the real portfolio from Isaac's year of photography classes. My husband's Trivia League team doesn't exist. His teammate is his coworker in a hotel room. I'm 31 millionth, and 9 days ago I discovered my husband, Brandon, 33 million male, hasn't been competing in a pub trivia league every Tuesday and Thursday evening for the past 15 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his coworker, Melody, 29 milled female, using the competitive trivia team as cover to spend hours together at hotels, while I stayed home believing my husband was exercising his mind and building camaraderie with teammates. I only found out because I decided to surprise him by attending one of his trivia nights to cheer for his team. And the venue host told me no team with Brandon's described name had ever competed there. Now I have 15 months of evidence showing his real locations during trivia nights. Melody's boyfriend, Josh, 32 male, who believed she was attending professional networking events, and a plan to expose them both at the regional trivia championship where Brandon claims his team is competing for first place. Brandon and I have been married for 7 years, together for 10. We don't have children but have 2 dogs we adore. I'm a veterinary technician. Brandon works in IT project management. We've built what I thought was a partnership based on mutual support and encouragement of each other's interests. 15 months ago, Brandon told me some coworkers were forming a pub trivia team and asked if he wanted to join. Brandon has always loved trivia. He's the type who dominates at board games, remembers random facts, can answer Jeopardy questions accurately. A competitive trivia league seemed perfect for him. The team would compete at the Brass Lion, a popular pub in our city that hosted trivia leagues. Teams competed every Tuesday and Thursday evening, 7:10 p.m., with matches counting towards seasonal standings. The top teams would advance to regional championships with prizes and local recognition. I was thrilled for Brandon. He needed a hobby outside of work, and trivia combined his love of knowledge with social interaction and friendly competition. The twice-weekly commitment seemed reasonable, Tuesday and Thursday evenings, while I could catch up on my own hobbies or spend time with friends. Brandon named his team the Synapse Squad, a clever name playing on brain knowledge themes. His teammates were supposedly 4 co-workers from his office, 2 guys and 2 women who also loved trivia. Brandon would tell me about them. Mark is incredible with history questions. Sarah dominates pop culture. Tom knows everything about science. Melody is our sports expert. He'd come home from trivia nights energized, telling me about the matches. We won tonight by 5 points. Lost in a tiebreaker on a music question. We're in 3rd place for the season. He'd describe specific rounds, what categories they dominated, which questions stumped them, funny moments during competition. Brandon would show me the league standings posted on the Brass Lions Facebook page. I'd see team names, points, rankings. The Synapse Squad was consistently in the top 5 teams, competitive enough to be exciting but not winning every match, which seemed realistic. He'd talk about strategy the team was developing. We're assigning category specialties. Melody suggested we practice with online trivia apps. We're studying past championship questions to prepare. It sounded like a serious, engaged team, building real camaraderie. Around month 6, Brandon mentioned the team was qualifying for regional championships, a major tournament where top teams from multiple cities would compete. He was excited about potentially competing at that level, said it would be in about 9 months when the season concluded. I encouraged him fully. I'd ask about trivia standings, celebrate when his team won, commiserate when they lost. I'd quiz him with trivia questions at home to help him practice. I felt like a supportive partner to his hobby. Brandon never invited me to watch a trivia night. When I'd suggest attending to cheer for the Synapse Squad, he'd say the pub was crowded and loud, that spectators were distracting to competitors, that I'd be bored watching people answer questions for hours. These explanations seemed reasonable. I didn't push it. He also never introduced me to his teammates, despite supposedly spending hours with them twice weekly for over a year. When I'd suggest having them over for a team dinner or meeting up socially, Brandon would say the team preferred to keep their dynamic just about trivia and didn't socialize outside of competitions. Looking back, these were obvious red flags, but at the time, they seemed like minor quirks of how his team operated. Last week, I had an unexpected evening free. A procedure at work was canceled, giving me Tuesday evening with nothing planned. I decided to surprise Brandon by going to the Brass Lion to watch the Synapse squad compete. I'd never been to the pub before. I arrived around 7:30 p.m. when trivia should have been underway. The place was packed, clearly a popular trivia night. I found the host and asked which table was the Synapse squad. The host looked confused. He checked his team roster and said, "I don't have any team by that name registered tonight." I described the team, Brandon and 4 co-workers, been competing for over a year, currently ranked in top 5. The host shook his head. "I've been hosting Tuesday trivia here for 3 years. I know all the regular teams. I've never heard of the Synapse squad." My stomach dropped. I showed him Brandon's photo. "This is my husband. He says he competes here every Tuesday and Thursday." The host studied the photo. "I don't recognize him as a regular competitor. We have about 12 teams that rotate through, and I know most of the players. He's definitely not on any of our consistent teams." I felt sick. I asked if the Brass Lion had Thursday trivia too. The host said no. They only did trivia on Tuesdays. They didn't have Thursday events at all. Brandon had been claiming to compete at the Brass Lion on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 15 months, but the venue only had trivia on Tuesdays, and no one there had ever seen him compete. I left the Brass Lion and sat in my car trying to process this. Brandon wasn't competing in trivia. He'd been lying about where he was twice a week for 15 months. I checked the league standings he'd been showing me on the Brass Lion's Facebook page. I scrolled back through 15 months of posts. The Synapse squad appeared in standings regularly, but when I looked closer, the team name format seemed slightly different from other teams. The font wasn't quite right. The images looked like screenshots that had been edited. Brandon had been photoshopping fake team standings to show me. He'd created a fictional team and fabricated their performance in a league where they didn't exist. I checked Brandon's location history on our shared phone plan. On Tuesday and Thursday evenings, when he claimed to be at the Brass Lion, his phone showed different locations, various hotels in our city and surrounding areas. I felt physically ill. Brandon had been going to hotels during his supposed trivia nights. For 15 months, twice a week, he'd been at hotels while telling me he was competing in pub trivia. I needed to know who he was with. I checked Brandon's work directory online. His department listing showed employee names. I found the 4 people he'd supposedly been on a trivia team with. Mark, Sarah, Tom, and Melody. All existed and worked in Brandon's department. I contacted Sarah first through LinkedIn, introducing myself as Brandon's wife and asking about the Synapse squad. Sarah responded confused. She'd never been on a trivia team with Brandon, didn't even know he did trivia, and had barely interacted with him at work beyond professional collaboration. I contacted Mark and Tom with similar messages. Same response. Neither had been on a trivia team with Brandon, had no idea what I was talking about. That left Melody. I searched for her on social media and found her profile. She posted regularly about her life, including mentions of her boyfriend Josh. In her posts from the past 15 months, I noticed she'd occasionally mention being busy Tuesday and Thursday evenings, with networking events for professional development. Melody's networking events schedule matched Brandon's Trivia League schedule exactly. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, same time frame. I contacted Josh through social media. "I'm Brandon's wife. I think we need to talk about our partners and what they've been doing Tuesday and Thursday evenings." Josh met me the next day at a coffee shop. I explained everything. Brandon had claimed to be on a trivia team that didn't exist. His phone showed him at hotels during supposed trivia times. Melody was supposedly a teammate, but the other named teammates had never been part of any trivia team. Josh looked devastated. He said Melody had been attending professional networking events Tuesday and Thursday evenings for 15 months, events supposedly organized by her company to help employees build industry connections. When Josh would ask for details, Melody would give vague descriptions about networking with other professionals, and building career relationships. Josh had supported this because career advancement was important. He'd never questioned why networking events happened twice weekly for over a year. We compared our spouses' schedules. Brandon's trivia and Melody's networking occurred at exactly the same times. Their location histories showed them at the same hotels on the same dates. Brandon and Melody had been having an affair for 15 months, meeting at hotels Tuesday and Thursday evenings, while Josh and I believed they were at trivia and networking events. Josh and I decided to investigate further. Josh had access to Melody's work email. She'd shared her password for household logistics, like accessing receipts. We found emails between Melody and Brandon going back 15 months, explicit messages, planning their hotel meetups, discussing their cover stories. One email from Brandon to Melody said, "The trivia team cover is working perfectly. She even quizzes me at home to help me practice." Melody had replied, "Josh bought the networking story completely. He's actually proud of me for being so dedicated to career development." They'd been amused by deceiving us. They'd coordinated their cover stories, Brandon's trivia team and Melody's networking events, to create matching lies. We also found that Brandon had been researching real trivia questions and league standings to make his cover story believable. He'd been studying actual trivia to convincingly discuss matches he'd never competed in. Josh and I were devastated but also furious. Our partners had spent 15 months lying elaborately, coordinating deception and mocking our trust. Josh said, "Brandon told you he was competing for a championship, right? Let's give him a championship to remember." We made a plan. There was a real regional trivia championship happening in 3 weeks at a convention center, a major event where actual competitive trivia teams from multiple states would compete. Hundreds of spectators would attend to watch the finals. We'd register ourselves as a team for the championship. We'd actually study and compete. Then, we'd expose Brandon and Melody publicly at the event where Brandon had been claiming his fictional team would compete. Josh and I spent 3 weeks studying trivia intensively. We recruited 2 friends who were good at trivia to make a 4-person team. We registered as Truth Seekers, a name with meaning only we understood. We practiced every day, using the same online trivia resources Brandon had been studying to fake his cover story. Ironically, his research into real trivia to maintain his lies helped us prepare to compete legitimately. The regional championship arrived. 32 teams competed in a tournament bracket format. Hundreds of spectators filled the convention center to watch the competition, which was also live-streamed online. Josh and I competed legitimately, advancing through rounds. We were decent, not championship level, but competent enough to hold our own. We made it to the quarterfinals before being eliminated, which was respectable for first-time championship competitors. Brandon had told me he'd be at the championship competing with the Synapse squad. He'd said his team had qualified. A lie. Qualification required documentation we'd verified didn't exist, and he'd be gone all day Saturday for the tournament. I told Brandon I was working a Saturday shift at the veterinary clinic. Actually, I was at the championship with Josh, competing and waiting for Brandon to appear. Brandon arrived at the convention center around 2 p.m. with Melody. They weren't there to compete. They were clearly there as spectators, using the championship as another cover story. Brandon could tell me he'd competed all day while actually spending time with Melody at the event. They didn't know Josh and I were there competing. They sat in the spectator area watching the semi-finals, looking comfortable together, clearly a couple to anyone observing. Josh and I approached them during a break between matches. The convention center was crowded with hundreds of people, competitors, spectators, organizers. I said loudly, "Brandon, how did the Synapse squad do in the tournament?" Brandon's face went white when he saw me. He stammered, "What are you doing here? I thought you were working." I said, "I took the day off to watch you compete in the championship. But I don't see the Synapse squad on the tournament bracket. Which team are you on?" Josh stepped forward and said to Melody, How was your networking event? Oh, wait. You told me those ended last month. What are you doing at a trivia championship with Brandon? Melody looked panicked. Other spectators were starting to notice the confrontation. I pulled out my phone and displayed the tournament bracket on the big screen. I'd coordinated with the organizers beforehand, explaining I needed to make an announcement. The bracket showed all 32 competing teams, real teams with documented qualifications and registered players. I said loudly enough for surrounding people to hear. The Synapse squad isn't on this bracket. That's because the Synapse squad doesn't exist. Brandon has been telling me for 15 months that he competes in a pub trivia league with coworkers, but the pub says no team by that name has ever competed there. His supposed teammates say they've never been on a trivia team with him. Josh added, Melody told me she attended professional networking events Tuesday and Thursday evenings, but her company has no such events. Brandon and Melody have been meeting at hotels while lying to their partners about trivia and networking. The crowd around us was watching now. The championship host, picking up on the drama, let us continue since it was during a break anyway. I showed screenshots on my phone. Brandon's fabricated team standings, hotel receipts from his credit card, location data showing him at hotels during supposed trivia nights, emails between Brandon and Melody planning their affair. Josh showed Melody's networking event calendar alongside Brandon's trivia schedule, perfectly matching lies. The trivia community, serious competitors who valued knowledge, integrity, and genuine dedication, was disgusted. Someone had used their sport as a cover for an affair, fabricating participation in a league that meant something to real competitors. One championship competitor said, "You lied about being part of the trivia community? You fabricated team standings and faked dedication to competition while actually betraying your wife? That's disrespectful to everyone here who actually competes." Another said to Melody, "You used professional development as a cover story? People actually trying to advance their careers through networking, and you weaponized that for an affair?" The exposure was total and public. Hundreds of people at the championship learned the story. The live stream captured it. Thousands of online viewers watched Brandon and Melody's affair being exposed at a trivia championship. The organizers asked us to take it outside, but the damage was done. The trivia community knew Brandon as the guy who'd faked being a competitor to cover an affair. The fallout was comprehensive. Brandon lost credibility at work. Coworkers learned he'd used their names, Mark, Sarah, Tom, without permission to create a fake trivia team. Melody faced professional consequences for lying about company networking events and using that cover story for an affair. Josh ended his relationship with Melody. I filed for divorce from Brandon. The trivia community shared the story widely. Brandon's name became associated with dishonesty in a community that valued knowledge and integrity. My revenge was perfect. Brandon had created an elaborate fiction about competitive trivia, studying questions, fabricating standings, claiming to pursue a championship. I competed in a real championship while exposing his lies in front of actual competitors who understood how disrespectful his deception was. He'd wanted to tell me about competing for a championship. Instead, hundreds of people at a real championship learned he'd never competed at all. The Trivia League team didn't exist. The teammate was his affair partner, and the championship he'd been building toward for 15 months became the event where everyone learned the truth. Josh and I didn't win the trivia championship, but we won something better. The truth exposed, our partners' lies revealed, and our freedom from people who'd spend 15 months lying twice weekly about where they were. Brandon studied trivia questions to maintain his cover story. That knowledge helped me actually compete when I exposed him. Melody claimed professional networking while networking horizontally with my husband. Now, everyone in the trivia community and their workplace knows exactly what Brandon's Synapse squad really was, a fictional team covering a real affair. perfect revenge for 15 months of fabricated team standings and fake quiz nights that were actually hotel rooms. The championship Brandon never competed in became the place where his lies lost. That's the only victory he earned in 15 months of claiming to be a trivia competitor. My husband's woodworking workshop built zero furniture. His instructor is his gym trainer in hotel suites. I'm 32-year-old feel, and 15 days ago I discovered my husband, Graham, 34-year-old male, hasn't been attending woodworking classes every Tuesday evening and all day Saturday for the past 14 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his personal trainer, Sloan, 29-year-old female, using the furniture building course as cover to spend hours together at hotels while I stayed home, believing my husband was learning craftsmanship and building heirloom pieces for our family. I only found out because I asked to see the dining table he'd supposedly been building for 14 months, and he couldn't produce a single piece of furniture, claiming his instructor said the wood needed more seasoning before final assembly. Now I have 14 months of evidence showing he's never touched a saw or sander. Sloane's husband, Derek, 35-year-old male, who believed his wife was training clients during evening and weekend sessions, and a plan to expose them both at the craft fair, where Graham claims he'll be displaying his handcrafted furniture collection. Graham and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have one daughter, Autumn, 6-year-old female. I'm a speech therapist working with children. Graham is an account executive at an advertising firm. We've always appreciated craftsmanship and quality, making what I thought was a partnership that valued skill, patience, and creating meaningful things. 14 months ago, Graham told me he wanted to learn woodworking. He'd always admired handcrafted furniture, talked about the satisfaction of building something with your hands, wanted to create pieces for our home rather than buying mass-produced items. He'd found a woodworking program that offered comprehensive instruction, from basic joinery to fine furniture making. I was genuinely excited for him. Graham's work was all digital and abstract. Creating something physical and permanent seemed like the perfect counterbalance. The idea of him building furniture for our family, potentially passing down skills to Autumn someday, felt meaningful and wholesome. The program supposedly met Tuesday evenings 6 to 9 p.m. and all day Saturday 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at a woodworking studio across town. Graham would learn traditional techniques, use professional-grade tools, work on progressively complex projects under expert guidance. The course ran indefinitely. Students stayed as long as they wanted to keep developing their skills. Graham threw himself into the commitment. Tuesday evenings and full Saturdays, he'd leave wearing old clothes appropriate for workshop dust, carrying plans and notebooks, excited about the day's project. He'd return smelling like sawdust, sometimes with small cuts or splinters on his hands, which I now realize he must have inflicted deliberately, talking about what he'd learned. He'd describe woodworking techniques in impressive detail. Today we practice dovetail joints. I'm learning to hand plane boards flat. The instructor taught us about wood grain orientation for strength. I'm working on mortise and tenon joints for the table legs. Every description sounded authentic. Correct terminology, realistic processes, genuine enthusiasm for the craft. Graham talked constantly about his instructor, a master woodworker named Thomas, who'd been building furniture for 30 years and taught traditional methods. He'd describe other students in the workshop, the collaborative environment where people helped each other with challenging joints or finishing techniques. Around month 4, Graham announced his first major project, a dining table for our family. Solid walnut, handcrafted joinery, seats 8 people, heirloom quality that would last generations. He was excited about designing something specifically for our home, building it with his own hands over many months. He'd show me sketches of the table design, discuss wood selection, describe the construction sequence. The planning seemed thorough and the timeline realistic, a complex piece taking months to complete properly. Over the following months, Graham provided regular updates on table construction. Cut all the boards to rough size today. Glued up the tabletop panels. Working on shaping the legs on the lathe. The joinery for the apron is really challenging but coming together. Every update sounded like legitimate progress on a major furniture project. He started buying woodworking tools for eventual home use: chisels, hand planes, measuring tools, finishing supplies. We invested over $800 in tools Graham said he needed for practice at home and for when he'd eventually set up his own small workshop. The tools remained in their packaging, unused, but I assumed Graham was waiting until he'd completed more training before working at home. Around month 10, Graham said the table was nearly complete. Just final sanding and finishing remained. He described applying oil finish, letting it cure between coats, the wood grain coming alive under the finish. He seemed genuinely proud of what he was building, but he never brought the table home. When I'd ask about it, Graham would say the finish needed more curing time, or Thomas recommended additional coats, or the piece was too large to transport alone and he needed to arrange proper moving. There was always a reasonable explanation for delay. By month 12, Graham mentioned the craft fair, an annual showcase where local woodworkers displayed and sold their work. Thomas supposedly encouraged students to participate once they'd completed significant pieces. Graham registered for a vendor booth, planning to display the dining table and several smaller pieces he'd supposedly been building. The fair was scheduled for 2 months away. Graham talked about it constantly: his debut as a furniture maker, showing work to the public, potentially taking commissions for custom pieces. He seemed excited and nervous about displaying work he'd spent over a year creating. He described the other pieces he'd built alongside the table: a jewelry box for me, a toy chest for Autumn, a bookshelf for our living room. I hadn't seen any of these pieces either. They were all supposedly at the workshop awaiting the craft fair display. Last week, I suggested Graham bring the jewelry box home early. I wanted to see his work before the public showing. Graham hesitated and said Thomas had all students' pieces secured in the workshop's display prep area and preferred they remain there until the fair for insurance reasons. I asked to visit the workshop and see the pieces in progress. Graham said the workshop had strict policies about visitors for liability and tool safety. I suggested visiting during non-class hours just to see the space. Graham made more excuses. Something felt wrong. 14 months of woodworking, constant detailed descriptions of furniture construction, an upcoming craft fair debut, but I'd never seen a single piece he'd supposedly built. Not even the small jewelry box. That evening I searched for the woodworking program Graham described. I looked for the studio name, the instructor Thomas, any woodworking courses matching Graham's description. Nothing existed. I contacted every woodworking school, makerspace, and furniture workshop in our area. None offered Tuesday evening and Saturday classes. None had an instructor named Thomas. The program Graham had been describing for 14 months didn't exist. I checked Graham's phone location history. On Tuesday evenings and Saturdays when he claimed to be at the workshop, his location showed hotels, not industrial areas where workshops would be located, but urban hotels where he'd stay for hours. For 14 months, Graham had been going to hotels while telling me he was learning woodworking and building furniture. I needed to understand who he was with. I checked Graham's recent messages and found excessive communication with someone named Sloan, his personal trainer from the gym he'd joined about 2 years ago. The messages weren't about fitness. They were intimate, going back 14 months. Messages about meeting at hotels, how they'd spend their Tuesday and Saturday time together, how much they missed each other between sessions. One message from Graham to Sloan said, "Told her I'm working on table joinery today. Actually spending the whole day with you at the suite." Sloan had replied, "Told Derek I'm training clients all day Saturday. He thinks I'm working hard to build my training business." They'd been coordinating lies. Graham's woodworking classes and Sloan's client training sessions were cover for the same affair. I looked up Sloan's social media. She was married to Derek, posted about her personal training business, mentioned being busy with weekend client sessions, On the same Saturdays, Graham claimed to be at woodworking class. I contacted Derek. "I'm Graham's wife. We need to talk about what our spouses have been doing Tuesday evenings and Saturdays for 14 months. Derek met me the next day. I showed him everything. The woodworking program that didn't exist, Graham's hotel locations during supposed class times, messages between Graham and Sloan proving an affair. Derek was devastated but said it made sense. Sloan had been training clients Tuesday evenings and Saturdays for over a year, building her business, seeing multiple clients per session, working hard to establish herself as a trainer. He'd supported her completely, watching Autumn on those evenings and Saturdays so Sloan could work. He'd been proud of her dedication to her training business. Derek checked Sloan's calendar. Client sessions on Tuesday evenings and Saturdays for 14 months, matching Graham's woodworking schedule exactly. Sloan's phone location showed hotels during those client sessions, not gyms or clients' homes where training would actually happen. Derek and I realized our spouses had been conducting a 14-month affair, using woodworking classes and personal training as their respective cover stories, meeting at hotels while we supported what we thought were their professional and personal development. Derek was furious. He said, "She's been using her legitimate business as cover. I've been watching our daughter so she could supposedly train clients. She's been betraying me while I supported her career." I felt the same rage. I'd encouraged Graham's woodworking, bought him tools, adjusted our family schedule, been excited about the furniture he'd build. All fiction, covering an affair. Derek and I decided we wanted revenge that matched their lies. Graham had claimed to build furniture for 14 months and would display it at a craft fair. We'd ensure he had furniture at that fair, just not what he'd described. We had 6 weeks until the craft fair. I contacted a real woodworking instructor and explained our situation. I wanted to actually learn woodworking and build the pieces Graham claimed to be making. The instructor, a woman named Patricia who'd been a furniture maker for 25 years, was intrigued. She said, "I can teach you basics in 6 weeks. You won't build museum-quality pieces, but you can build functional furniture that's honest work, unlike your husband's fictional projects." I took intensive woodworking lessons. Patricia taught me essential skills: basic joinery, wood selection, tool use, finishing techniques. For 6 weeks, I actually did what Graham had pretended to do for 14 months. Spent hours in a real workshop, got real sawdust in my hair, developed real calluses from hand tools. Derek helped, learning alongside me. We built simple but genuine pieces. A small side table, a jewelry box, a toy chest. Not masterworks, but real furniture we'd actually made with our hands. We also created display materials for the craft fair, photos showing the real workshop where we'd learned, time-lapse videos of us actually building furniture, testimonials from Patricia about our 6 weeks of genuine effort versus Graham's 14 months of fiction. We contacted the craft fair organizers and showed them evidence that Graham had never attended woodworking classes, had built 0 furniture despite claiming finished pieces, had reserved a vendor booth under false pretenses. The organizers were appalled. The craft fair celebrated real makers and artisans. Someone faking craftsmanship violated everything the fair represented. They allowed us to modify Graham's booth reservation. He'd have his vendor space. We'd control what was displayed there. Craft fair day arrived. 5,000 people attended. Families admiring handmade goods, woodworking enthusiasts supporting local craftspeople, people shopping for quality furniture made by skilled artisans. Graham arrived early to set up his booth. He'd told me he was bringing the dining table, jewelry box, toy chest, bookshelf, 14 months of furniture work. He didn't know Derek and I had already set up his booth. Graham reached his assigned vendor space and found it arranged, but not with furniture, with truth. The display showed hotel receipts from every Tuesday evening and Saturday when he'd claimed to be at woodworking class. Messages between Graham and Sloan coordinating their affair. Evidence the woodworking program and instructor Thomas didn't exist. Unused tools still in packaging despite 14 months of supposed workshop use. Testimony from real woodworkers about how long it actually takes to build quality furniture. Derek and I stood at the booth with the actual furniture we'd built in 6 weeks. Simple pieces, honestly made, representing real work, unlike Graham's 14 months of lies. Graham saw the display and went pale. He tried to speak, but I said loudly enough for nearby vendors to hear, "Where's your dining table? The walnut piece you've been building for 14 months, the jewelry box, the toy chest, any furniture at all from your supposed woodworking classes." Derek added, "Sloan told me she was training clients Tuesday evenings and Saturdays. She was actually meeting you at hotels while I watched our daughter, so she could supposedly work." Graham stammered about the furniture being delayed, but nearby vendors, actual woodworkers who'd heard about the situation, intervened. One furniture maker said, "I've been woodworking for 20 years. You claimed to have built multiple pieces. Show us one. Show us evidence you know how to cut a dovetail or mortise a joint." Graham couldn't. He had no furniture, no knowledge, no evidence of 14 months of supposed work. The craft fair organizers made an announcement. Vendor booth number 23 was reserved by someone claiming to display handcrafted furniture. Those pieces don't exist. He's never taken woodworking classes. He used furniture making as cover for infidelity. This fair celebrates authentic craftsmanship. We don't tolerate fraud. Thousands of fair visitors heard the announcement. People crowded around Graham's booth, reading the evidence, looking at the actual simple furniture Derek and I had built in 6 weeks versus the elaborate fictional pieces Graham had described for 14 months. The woodworking community, vendors who'd spent years mastering their craft, shared the story widely. Graham became known as the person who'd faked woodworking to cover an affair. Sloan appeared at the fair. She'd told Derek she was meeting with potential training clients. She found Derek at Graham's booth, standing next to the display exposing their affair. Derek said to fair visitors, "This is Sloan, Graham's affair partner. She told me she was building her personal training business with Tuesday and Saturday client sessions. She was actually meeting him at hotels while I supported her supposed career development." The exposure was total and public. Thousands of witnesses, the woodworking community, the craft fair network, all learned about Graham and Sloan's 14-month deception. The fallout was severe. Graham's reputation among friends and family was destroyed. Everyone who'd admired his supposed furniture-making dedication felt deceived. Sloan's personal training business suffered. Clients learned she'd lied about working weekends for over a year, making her seem fundamentally dishonest. Derek divorced Sloan. I filed for divorce from Graham. The craft fair banned Graham permanently. They maintained standards for authentic craftsmanship. The $800 in unused woodworking tools became divorce assets. Graham had never intended to use them. My revenge was complete. Graham had claimed to build furniture for 14 months, reserved a craft fair booth to display his work, created an entire fictional craftsman identity. I ensured he had his booth, displaying the truth about his lies instead of the furniture he'd never built. He'd wanted to debut as a furniture maker. Instead, he debuted as an exposed cheater at a fair celebrating authentic work. Derek and I had actually built furniture in 6 weeks. Simple pieces showing what real work looks like. Graham had 14 months and produced nothing except hotel receipts. The dining table he'd supposedly spent months constructing never existed. The jewelry box for me was fiction. The toy chest for Autumn was imaginary. All of it. Lies covering an affair. Perfect revenge for 14 months of fake sawdust and real hotels. He claimed to master dovetails while actually mastering deception. The craft fair where he'd planned to launch his furniture-making reputation became the venue for destroying it. 5,000 people learned that Graham's woodworking was as real as his marriage vows. Real woodworkers at that fair had spent years developing their skills, building genuine pieces, earning their reputations. Graham had spent 14 months lying every Tuesday and Saturday and building nothing except evidence of his affair. The wood he'd supposedly been seasoning for months never existed. The finishes he'd described applying with such care? Fiction. The joinery techniques he'd claimed to master? Lies. What Graham actually built in 14 months? A house of cards that collapsed at a craft fair in front of thousands of people who value honest work. And what Derek and I built in 6 weeks. Real furniture, actual skills, and the satisfaction of exposing 14 months of lies with 6 weeks of truth. The tools Graham bought stayed in their packaging. The furniture he described stayed in his imagination. And his reputation as anything other than a liar stayed at that craft fair, destroyed in front of everyone who'd believed in his fictional craftsmanship. That's the only thing Graham crafted in 14 months. An elaborate lie that fell apart when people asked to see the actual work. My husband's animal shelter volunteer work was actually an affair with the vet. I adopted all the dogs. I'm 28-year-old F, and 12 days ago I discovered my husband, Owen, 30-year-old male, hasn't been volunteering at an animal shelter every Tuesday and Saturday for the past 18 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with the shelter's veterinarian, Dr. Kira Lane, 33-year-old female, using volunteer shifts as cover for their relationship while I've been home alone believing my husband was selflessly helping rescue animals. I only found out because I decided to surprise him by showing up to volunteer together, and found Owen and Dr. Lane in her office in a compromising position that had nothing to do with veterinary medicine. Now I'm using my discovery, and the shelter's own security cameras, to expose both of them while simultaneously adopting every single dog Owen claimed to care about, forcing him to watch me take the animals he used as props for his lies. Owen and I have been married for 4 years, together for 6. We have no children, both work full-time professional jobs, and lived what I thought was a stable, happy life. Owen works in finance. I'm a software engineer working mostly from home. 18 months ago, Owen announced he wanted to start volunteering at a local animal shelter. He'd always loved dogs, but we'd agreed to wait on pet ownership until we bought a house with a yard. He said volunteering would let him work with animals while helping a good cause. I thought it was sweet. Owen researched local shelters and chose Positive Rescue, a well-regarded nonprofit about 20 minutes from our apartment. He signed up for regular volunteer shifts, Tuesday evenings 6 to 9 p.m. and Saturday mornings 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The pattern was consistent. Owen would come home from his Tuesday office job, change into old clothes designated for shelter work, and leave by 5:45 p.m. to make his 6 p.m. shift. He'd return around 9:30 p.m. smelling like dogs, covered in fur, with stories about the animals he'd worked with, which dogs were adoptable, which had medical issues, which volunteers he'd worked alongside. Saturdays followed the same routine. He'd wake up early, put on his shelter clothes, and leave by 8:30 a.m. He'd return around 1:30 p.m., same dog smell and fur coverage, with updates about weekend adoption events or dogs that had found homes. I was proud of him. I'd brag to friends and family about my husband's volunteer work. Owen would show me photos of dogs he'd walked or played with, would tell detailed stories about their personalities and backgrounds, would advocate for me to donate to the shelter or share their social media posts. He seemed genuinely passionate about the work. He'd come home energized rather than tired, would talk enthusiastically about helping animals find homes, would encourage me to visit the shelter sometime to see the good work they were doing. I never visited during his volunteer hours. I didn't want to intrude on his independent activity. I figured he appreciated having something that was his thing, separate from our couple activities. Plus, I worked long hours remotely and enjoyed having the apartment to myself on Tuesday evenings and Saturday mornings. About 6 months ago, Owen started mentioning Dr. Lane frequently. The shelter's veterinarian, apparently an incredible professional who really cared about the animals. He'd say things like, "Dr. Lane says this dog needs special medical care," or, Dr. Lane recommended a new volunteer training approach. Or, Dr. Lane is so dedicated, she works weekends to give the animals better care. I thought it was nice that the shelter had such a committed vet. I'd ask questions about her work, and Owen would describe medical procedures she'd performed, difficult cases she'd handled, her expertise with different breeds. Looking back, the way he talked about Dr. Lane should have been a warning sign. There was admiration in his voice that went beyond professional respect, but I attributed it to his passion for the volunteer work. 3 weeks ago, I had a rare Saturday with no work obligations. I'd been planning to sleep in and relax, but I woke up feeling energetic and thought, why not surprise Owen by joining him at the shelter? I could help with his volunteer shift, meet the animals and volunteers he talked about so much, and we could grab lunch together afterward. I texted Owen at 10 a.m. Hey, my morning freed up. Can I join you at the shelter for the last hour of your shift? Would love to see the dogs. He responded 30 minutes later. Shift is super busy today. Probably better if you don't. I'll be done soon anyway. Something about the response felt off. Owen was usually enthusiastic when I showed interest in his hobbies. Why wouldn't he want me to visit the shelter he loved so much? I decided to go anyway. I'd surprise him. I got dressed, drove to Positive Rescue, and walked into the shelter at 11:30 a.m. The shelter's front desk volunteer greeted me warmly and asked if I was looking to adopt or volunteer. I said I was there to join my husband Owen for his shift. She looked confused and checked the volunteer schedule on her computer. She said, I don't see Owen on today's schedule. Are you sure he's here? I was confused. I said Owen volunteered every Saturday morning, had been for 18 months. She checked their volunteer database and said, Owen? Last name? He's registered as a volunteer, but according to our records, he hasn't actually logged any volunteer hours in the past 6 months. My stomach dropped. I said that couldn't be right. Owen came here every Tuesday evening and Saturday morning. She checked again and said the database showed he'd volunteered regularly for about a year. Then his logged hours had stopped 6 months ago. 6 months ago, right around when he'd started mentioning Dr. Lane frequently. I asked if Dr. Lane was at the shelter today. The volunteer said yes, she was in her office doing paperwork. I walked toward the veterinary area, my heart pounding. The shelter had a small veterinary clinic attached, a few examination rooms, a surgery suite, and Dr. Lane's private office. I walked down the hallway and saw her office door partially open. I heard voices inside. Owen's voice and a woman's voice, both laughing. I heard Owen say, "We have at least another hour before I need to leave." I pushed the door open fully. Owen was there with a woman I assumed was Dr. Lane. They were on a couch in her office, clearly intimate. Her in his lap, his hands on her body, both partially dressed in a way that made it obvious what they'd been doing or were about to do. They both jumped apart when they saw me. Owen went pale and said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I came to volunteer with my husband." But apparently he doesn't actually volunteer anymore. So what exactly have you been doing here twice a week for 6 months? Dr. Lane was scrambling to adjust her clothing. She said, "I think you should leave so we can—" I cut her off. "So you can what? Explain why you're fucking my husband in your office during hours when he told me he was volunteering with rescue dogs." Owen tried to approach me. "Let me explain. This isn't what it looks like." I laughed bitterly. "It looks like an affair. Is that not what this is?" Dr. Lane said, her professional composure returning, "Owen and I have developed a relationship. We didn't intend for it to happen, but—" I said, "He's married. You knew that, right? Or did he conveniently forget to mention his wife?" Owen admitted, "She knows. We've been seeing each other for about 6 months. 6 months. The entire time he'd been talking about Dr. Lane with such admiration, he'd been sleeping with her. The Tuesday and Saturday volunteer shifts had become affair scheduling. I asked, So you're not volunteering anymore? You've just been using the shelter as a cover story to cheat? Owen said, I was volunteering at first. That's how we met. Then things developed with Kira, and I started coming here just to see her instead of doing actual volunteer work. Dr. Lane, Kira, added, We've been trying to figure out how to handle this situation. We didn't want to hurt you. I said, You've been having an affair with a married man for 6 months. You've already hurt me. You just didn't want me to find out. I pulled out my phone and started taking photos of them together in her office, both looking disheveled and guilty. Owen tried to stop me, but I stepped back and said, Don't. You've been lying to me for 6 months. I'm documenting what I found. I left the office and walked to the front desk. I asked the volunteer there about the shelter's security camera system. She was hesitant, but I explained I'd just discovered my husband having an affair with their veterinarian and wanted to know if there was any footage that could confirm how long this had been going on. The volunteer called the shelter director, a woman named Patricia, who came to meet me within 15 minutes. I explained the situation. I'd discovered my husband and their veterinarian having an affair in her office during supposed volunteer hours. Patricia was clearly uncomfortable but professional. She said she'd review the situation, that affairs between staff and volunteers were problematic for the shelter's environment, and that security footage was available for internal review. Owen came out to the lobby looking panicked. He tried to get me to leave with him so we could talk privately. I refused. I told Patricia I wanted access to any security footage showing Owen and Dr. Lane together over the past 6 months. Patricia said she couldn't share that immediately, but would review it herself. I gave her my contact information and asked her to let me know what she found. Owen followed me to my car, pleading, Please, we need to talk about this. I can explain everything. I said, You can explain through a divorce attorney. You spent 6 months lying to me, using volunteer work as a cover for an affair. There's nothing to explain that makes that okay. I drove home. Owen called and texted repeatedly, but I ignored him. That evening, Patricia from the shelter called me. She'd reviewed security footage and confirmed that Owen and Dr. Lane had been arriving at the shelter together, going directly to her office and spending hours there with the door closed. The pattern went back 6 months, matching exactly when Owen's volunteer hours had stopped being logged. Patricia said she was deeply disturbed by the situation, not just the affair, but the fact that Dr. Lane had been using shelter facilities for personal relationships, and that both she and Owen had essentially been lying to the organization. She said there would be internal consequences for Dr. Lane. I asked if I could get copies of relevant security footage for potential divorce proceedings. Patricia said she'd consult with their lawyer, but would probably be able to provide it, since it showed misuse of shelter facilities. Over the next week, I did several things. First, I retained a divorce attorney and filed for divorce, citing adultery. The attorney was thrilled about the security footage evidence. Footage of your spouse having an affair is extremely helpful in divorce proceedings. Second, I contacted the veterinary licensing board in our state. Dr. Lane wasn't Owen's veterinarian. We don't have pets. So there wasn't a direct professional ethics violation. But conducting an affair with a married man on the premises of a nonprofit where she worked raised questions about professional judgment. I filed a complaint detailing the situation. Third, and this is where my revenge really began, I went back to Positive Rescue and started the process to adopt dogs. Lots of dogs. I met with the adoption coordinator and explained my situation. I was getting divorced. My soon-to-be ex-husband had claimed to love rescue dogs, but had actually been using the shelter as cover for an affair with their vet. I wanted to adopt the dogs he'd supposedly bonded with, the animals he'd used as props in his lies. The coordinator was sympathetic. Patricia had briefed staff on the situation. She showed me the dogs that Owen had frequently mentioned in his stories. There were 7 dogs he'd talked about specifically over the past 18 months, dogs he'd claimed to walk regularly, dogs he'd shown me photos of, dogs he'd advocated for finding homes. I started adoption proceedings for all 7 dogs. Now, Owen and I live in an apartment. We'd agreed not to get dogs until we bought a house with a yard. I was about to adopt 7 dogs into an apartment as a single person who worked from home. The shelter coordinator was initially concerned. Was I equipped to care for 7 dogs? I explained, I worked remotely with a flexible schedule. I was financially stable, software engineer salary, and I was in the process of purchasing a house with a large fenced yard specifically to accommodate the dogs. I showed her proof of my house purchase in progress. I'd actually started this process before discovering the affair, but now it was perfectly timed. I also explained this was partly about taking something Owen had claimed to care about. He'd used these dogs as props in his lies. Now I'd give them actual homes while he watched. The shelter approved my adoptions. 7 dogs over 2 weeks, staggered to ensure I could integrate them properly. They were impressed by my preparation, home setup, yard plans, financial stability, and appreciated that I was taking multiple dogs they'd been struggling to place. Each adoption, I had the shelter post on their social media tagging me. Photos of me with each dog, captions about how I'd committed to giving multiple rescue dogs loving homes. I made sure Owen saw every post. He was still following the shelter's social media. I sent him a message with each adoption. Adopted today. Remember how you said she needed a home? Well, I'm providing it. Since you were too busy fucking the vet to actually volunteer, I figured I'd actually help the dogs you claimed to care about. Owen was furious. He called saying I was being crazy and vindictive. I told him I was doing exactly what he'd claimed to be passionate about, helping rescue dogs. Only I was actually doing it instead of using them as cover for an affair. Dr. Lane, Kira, faced consequences too. Patricia, the shelter director, fired her. The board reviewed the security footage showing Kira using shelter facilities for personal affairs, literally, conducting a relationship with a married volunteer and generally violating the nonprofit's ethics policies. Kira tried to fight the termination, but the evidence was clear. She'd been using her office for an affair for 6 months during work hours. The shelter's lawyer said termination was justified. The veterinary board didn't revoke Kira's license. The affair wasn't with a client and didn't involve animal welfare violations. But it was noted in her record as an ethics complaint, and her termination from Positive Rescue became known in the local veterinary community. Owen moved out of our apartment. The divorce is proceeding with me in a strong position, thanks to the security footage evidence. I got to keep our apartment, which is convenient since I'm temporarily housing 7 dogs there while my house purchase finalizes. Owen's reputation is destroyed among our friend group and family. Everyone knows he spent 18 months claiming to volunteer at an animal shelter, then spent 6 months using that cover story to have an affair with the vet while abandoning actual volunteer work. The detail that particularly outraged people was that Owen had frequently asked friends and family to donate to the shelter, had organized donation drives, had gotten others to volunteer, all while he himself had stopped volunteering 6 months earlier and was just using the shelter as an affair venue. He'd leveraged people's goodwill toward rescue animals to support his affair cover story. My revenge is multifaceted. Owen lost his marriage, his home, and his reputation. Everyone knows he lied about volunteer work to cover an affair. Kira lost her job at the shelter, has an ethics complaint on her professional record, and is known in the local veterinary community as the vet who had an affair with a married volunteer. I got 7 rescue dogs that Owen had used as props in his lies. Every time Owen sees social media posts about me with these dogs, and I post frequently, he's reminded that I actually gave them homes while he was too busy having an affair to do the volunteer work he claimed to be passionate about. The shelter benefited too. They got 7 long-term residents adopted, they removed an unethical staff member, and they got positive publicity from my social media posts about the adoptions. My house purchase finalized last week. I moved into a home with a large fenced yard, perfect for 7 rescue dogs. I hired a dog walker for weekday help and enrolled the dogs in training classes. I'm actually doing the work Owen had pretended to do. Owen is living in a small apartment alone, dating the woman he had an affair with, Kira, but their relationship is now associated with lies and terminations. Everyone knows how they got together. Every Tuesday evening and Saturday morning, the times Owen used to claim he was volunteering, I'm actually caring for the 7 dogs I adopted. I post photos regularly, always tagging positive rescue, always mentioning how rewarding rescue work is. Owen can't claim to care about rescue animals anymore without looking like a hypocrite. He used them as cover for an affair. I actually adopted 7 of them. That's my revenge. I turned his lies into my truth. He claimed to volunteer, but was having an affair. I adopted every dog he'd mentioned caring about, and gave them the homes he'd only pretended to support. He used rescue dogs as props for his affair cover story. I made those dogs my actual family. Now everyone knows Owen, the animal shelter volunteer, was actually Owen, the guy who had an affair with the vet while pretending to help rescue dogs. And I'm the person who actually helped those dogs by giving 7 of them permanent homes. He lied about caring. I proved I actually do. 7 dogs, 1 exposed affair, 1 terminated vet, 1 destroyed marriage, and 1 very satisfied ex-wife with a house full of rescue animals and a social media feed proving she's the one who actually gives a damn. That's my revenge. He used dogs to cover an affair. I adopted them all and gave them actual homes. Now, every time he sees posts about me and the dogs, he's reminded that I did what he only pretended to care about. My husband's community theater production has no venue, no cast, and no opening night. His co-star is his affair partner rehearsing at hotels. I'm 36 years F, and 18 days ago I discovered my husband, Landon, 38-year-old male, hasn't been rehearsing for a community theater production 4 nights a week for the past 7 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his coworker, Rhea, 33-year-old female, using the theater production as cover to spend hours together at hotels while I stayed home believing my husband was pursuing his passion for acting and preparing for opening night. I only found out because I tried to purchase tickets to his show and discovered the theater company he'd been describing doesn't exist, and no production matching his description was scheduled anywhere in our city. Now I have 7 months of evidence showing where he actually was during rehearsals. Rhea's husband, Malcolm, 35-year-old male, who believed his wife was in the same production, and a plan to stage our own theatrical performance on the date Landon claimed his show would open. A 1-act play, exposing their 7-month deception to everyone who thought they were supporting community theater. Landon and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have no children, both working professionals. I'm a physical therapist, Landon is an HR manager. We've always encouraged each other's creative pursuits and personal growth, making what I believed was a supportive, balanced partnership. 7 months ago, Landon told me he'd auditioned for a community theater production and gotten a supporting role. He'd done some acting in college and had always talked about returning to theater when life allowed time for it. Now, with his career stable and evenings relatively free, he wanted to pursue his theatrical passion again. I was genuinely thrilled for him. Landon had mentioned missing the creativity and collaboration of theater. Community theater seemed like the perfect outlet. Meaningful artistic work without the pressure of professional performance, a chance to connect with fellow artists, and an opportunity to perform for appreciative local audiences. The production was supposedly a modern adaptation of a classic play, directed by an experienced local theater professional named Marcus Bellamy, who ran a well-regarded community theater company called Riverlight Players. Landon's role was substantial but not lead, important enough to require serious commitment, but not so demanding it would overwhelm his work schedule. Rehearsals were scheduled Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday evenings, 7 to 10 p.m. The commitment was significant. 4 evenings per week for what Landon said would be a 7-month rehearsal period leading to a 2-weekend performance run. But Landon was excited, and I was happy to support his return to something he'd loved. Landon threw himself into the role. He'd leave for rehearsal dressed casually with a script and notebook, returning around 10:30 p.m., energized but tired, full of stories about the evening's work. We're really finding the rhythm of the second act. Marcus gave us some challenging direction about subtext. The chemistry between characters is starting to click. He'd quote lines from his scenes, practice blocking in our living room, discuss his character's motivation and arc. He seemed genuinely engaged with the craft of acting, analyzing the text, exploring emotional beats, working on his performance with the dedication I remembered from his college theater days. Over the months, Landon talked frequently about his fellow cast members, an ensemble of local actors ranging from experienced community theater veterans to enthusiastic newcomers. He'd mention Rhea often, his primary scene partner who played a character with significant interaction with his role. He'd say things like, "Rhea and I worked on our confrontation scene tonight," or "Rhea suggested a different approach to that monologue," or "Marcus paired Rhea and me for extra character work." I thought it was good that Landon had a dedicated scene partner to work with. Chemistry between actors matters, and it sounded like Rhea and Landon were developing the kind of collaborative relationship that makes theater work. Landon would describe other cast members too. The lead actor who was incredible. The director Marcus who was demanding but insightful. The stage manager who kept everything organized. He'd talk about cast bonding, inside jokes that developed during rehearsals, the community forming around this shared creative project. Around month 4, Landon said the production was coming together beautifully, and that Marcus was planning to schedule the performance run for 3 months later, 2 weekends at a black box theater that Riverlight Players regularly used for productions. Landon was excited about opening night, nervous about performing in front of an audience after years away from theater. He'd mentioned ticket sales would open closer to the performance dates, that the theater seated about 100 people, that friends and family would definitely want to come support the show. I told everyone I knew about Landon's return to theater, proud of him for pursuing this creative challenge. The rehearsal schedule never varied. 4 nights a week, Landon would leave at 6:45 p.m. and return around 10:30 p.m., maintaining perfect consistency over 7 months. He'd come home with stories about the evening's work, breakthroughs in scenes, challenges with staging, notes from Marcus about performance details. He never invited me to watch a rehearsal, saying Marcus had a closed rehearsal policy to maintain creative focus and that audiences would distract from the developmental work. This seemed like reasonable artistic practice. I didn't question it. 2 weeks ago, Landon announced that opening night was set for 3 weeks away. Ticket sales would open the following Monday through the theater's website. He was both excited and nervous. 7 months of work would finally be shared with audiences. I was proud and wanted to organize a group to attend opening night. I told friends, family, and co-workers about Landon's production, planning to buy a block of tickets to support his performance. Monday arrived, the day tickets supposedly went on sale. I searched online for Riverlight Players and the production title Landon had mentioned. Nothing appeared. I tried various searches, the theater company name, the director's name, the venue Landon had described. 0 results. I thought maybe the company's online presence was minimal. I called the black box theater Landon had said they'd be performing at, a venue I'd found listed for other local theater productions. The venue's manager said they had no productions scheduled for the dates Landon had mentioned, and had never heard of Riverlight Players or Marcus Bellamy. My stomach dropped. I searched more thoroughly for any community theater in our city with Landon's production, director, or company name. Nothing existed. I checked every theater venue, every community arts organization, every local theater company listing. None matched what Landon had been describing for 7 months. The production didn't exist. Riverlight Players wasn't a real company. Marcus Bellamy wasn't a real director. The show Landon had been rehearsing for 7 months had no scheduled performances because it had never existed. I checked Landon's location history on our shared phone plan. On rehearsal nights, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday evenings, his location showed him at various hotels around the city, not at any theater or rehearsal space. For 7 months, Landon had been going to hotels during supposed rehearsals, using community theater as cover for something else. I needed to know who Rhea was, the scene partner Landon mentioned constantly. I looked up Landon's work directory and found a Rhea working in his company's marketing department. Her LinkedIn profile listed the same employer. Her Facebook showed she was married to someone named Malcolm. I searched Rhea's social media carefully. Over the past 7 months, she'd occasionally posted about being busy with evening commitments or working on a creative project on the same nights Landon had rehearsals. She'd never specifically mentioned theater, but the vague references to evening activities aligned with Landon's schedule. I contacted Malcolm through Facebook. "I'm Landon's wife. I need to talk about our spouses and the community theater production that doesn't exist." Malcolm agreed to meet immediately. When we met, I explained, Landon had been claiming to rehearse for a theater production 4 nights a week for 7 months, but the production didn't exist. The theater company was fiction, and his phone location showed him at hotels during rehearsal times. Malcolm went pale. He said Rhea had been in a community theater production for the past 7 months. Same schedule as Landon's rehearsals, same nights of the week, same time commitment. She'd talked about her role, her scene partner, the director, the upcoming performances. We compared notes. Landon's production details and Rhea's production details were identical. Same show, same director name, same venue, same opening night date. They'd claimed to be in the same production, which would explain why they'd mention each other as scene partners. But the production didn't exist. Landon and Rhea had been coordinating their cover stories, creating a fictional theater production they were supposedly both in, using rehearsals as cover to meet at hotels. Malcolm checked Rhea's location history. Same pattern. Hotels during supposed rehearsal nights, never at any actual theater or rehearsal space. For 7 months, Landon and Rhea had been conducting an affair, using community theater as their cover story, creating elaborate fiction about a production that would never open. Malcolm was devastated, but also furious. He said, "They claimed to be rehearsing for opening night. Let's give them an opening night they'll never forget." I agreed. We had 3 weeks until the date Landon and Rhea had claimed their show would premiere. We'd create an actual theatrical performance for that date, but instead of the fictional production they'd described, we'd stage a 1-act play exposing their 7-month deception. We contacted a real community theater director, a woman named Sandra, who ran a legitimate local theater company. We explained our situation and asked if she'd help us create and stage a short theatrical piece about infidelity and deception for 1 performance only. Sandra was intrigued and agreed. She said, "Theater should tell truth. This is the most honest theater I've ever been asked to direct." Over 3 weeks, Malcolm and I worked with Sandra to create a 1-act play called The Production. The script was simple. 2 married couples whose spouses claim to be in a community theater production together, slowly discovering the production doesn't exist and their spouses are having an affair. We used real dialogue from Landon and Rhea, things they'd said to us about rehearsals, the director, their scene work together. We incorporated actual evidence, hotel receipts, location data, the non-existent theater company website, the venue that had never heard of them. Sandra cast 2 actors to play Landon and Rhea, 2 actors to play Malcolm and me. We rehearsed, actually, real rehearsals at a real venue with a real director, creating genuine theater in 3 weeks, while Landon and Rhea had created fake theater for 7 months. We booked the same venue Landon had told me his production would perform at, the black box theater that had no record of Riverlight Players. We scheduled our 1-night-only performance for the exact date and time Landon had said opening night would be. I told Landon I'd purchased tickets for his opening night and organized a group of family and friends to attend. He looked panicked. He'd probably been planning to announce a last-minute cancellation or postponement. But with me having already bought tickets, he couldn't back out without raising immediate suspicion. Malcolm told Rhea the same. He'd organized a group to attend her opening night, already purchased tickets, couldn't wait to see her perform. Landon and Rhea couldn't refuse without revealing the production didn't exist. They both agreed to see everyone at the theater on opening night. Opening night arrived. 60 people attended. Our friends, family, Landon's co-workers, Rhea's colleagues, Malcolm's family, and some regular community theater patrons who'd seen the listing for our actual production. Landon and Rhea arrived separately, both probably planning to claim technical difficulties or last-minute cancellations once everyone was there. They saw each other in the lobby and looked panicked. They'd been caught in the same place at the same time their fake production was supposed to be performing. Malcolm and I greeted them warmly. I said, "So excited for opening night. Where should we sit?" Landon stammered, "There's been some confusion about the venue." But the house lights flickered. The actual show was starting. An usher directed everyone to seats. Landon and Rhea had to sit down with everyone else or cause a scene. The lights dimmed. Sandra took the stage and said, "Welcome to tonight's one-performance-only production of The Production, a play about deception, infidelity, and fictional theater. Tonight's performance is dedicated to Landon and Rhea, who claim to rehearse this very show for 7 months, but who actually rehearsed something quite different, an affair." The audience gasped. Landon and Rhea tried to stand, but Malcolm and I blocked the aisle. The play began. The actors portraying Landon and Rhea performed scenes showing them planning their affair, creating the theater production cover story, meeting at hotels during supposed rehearsals. The actors portraying Malcolm and me showed our discovery process, trying to buy tickets, finding the production didn't exist, uncovering 7 months of hotel locations. The script included real dialogue from Landon and Rhea's messages to us about rehearsals, now performed on stage, showing the lies for what they were. Lines like, "Rhea and I worked on our big scene tonight," were revealed to mean hotel meetings, not actual rehearsal. The audience was silent, riveted. This wasn't entertainment. It was documentary theater, exposing real betrayal through theatrical performance. The play's climax showed the discovery moment, Malcolm and me realizing our spouses had invented an entire production, complete with fake director, fake theater company, and fake opening night, all to cover 7 months of affair. The final scene showed us planning this actual theatrical production, the one the audience was currently watching, as revenge. The meta-theatrical element was powerful. The audience was sitting in a real theater, watching a real play about people who'd faked being in a play. The performance ended with the actors stepping forward and revealing evidence on screens around the theater. Location data showing Landon and Rhea at hotels during rehearsal times, the non-existent theater company website, venue confirmations that Riverlight Players had never existed. Then, Malcolm and I took the stage. I said to the audience, "For 7 months, my husband told me he was pursuing his passion for theater. He practiced lines at home, discussed his character's motivation, prepared for opening night. All lies. He was having an affair with his co-worker Rhea, who told her husband the same story about being in a community theater production." Malcolm added, "They created an elaborate fictional production, complete with show title, director name, theater company, rehearsal schedule, and opening night date. They coordinated every detail of their cover story, everything except actually creating any theater." Sandra, the real director, spoke. "I've been directing community theater for 20 years. Theater is about truth, revealing human nature, exploring authentic emotion, connecting people through shared experience. Landon and Rhea took theater, this sacred creative space, and weaponized it for deception. They disrespected every community theater artist who dedicates real time to real productions. The audience, which included several community theater people who knew Sandra's work, was appalled. Using theater as a fair cover was offensive to people who understood the dedication actual productions require. Landon and Ria's co-workers, who'd heard about their theatrical pursuits for 7 months, felt betrayed and manipulated. Several said they'd planned to attend the production to support their colleagues, not knowing the whole thing was fiction covering an affair. The exposure was total. 60 witnesses plus the production was recorded and would be shared with anyone who'd supported Landon and Ria's supposed theatrical work. The fallout was immediate. Landon and Ria became known at their workplace as the people who'd invented a 7-month theater production to cover an affair. Their professional credibility was damaged. Malcolm divorced Ria. I filed for divorce from Landon. The actual community theater where Sandra worked shared our story as a cautionary tale about respecting artistic communities and never using creative work as cover for betrayal. My revenge was complete. Landon had claimed to rehearse for 7 months for a theatrical production that would never open. I created an actual production that opened on the exact date he'd claimed his fictional show would premiere. A play exposing his 7 months of deception. He'd wanted opening night. He got one. Just not the show he'd described. His opening night became our closing argument about his infidelity, performed on stage in front of everyone who'd believed his theater story. Ria and Landon had talked about the magic of theater and the power of performance. We showed them real theatrical magic, using their own art form against them, turning their lies into a script, performing their deception for an audience. The production they'd claimed to be in never existed. The production exposing them very much did, and it had its one-night-only performance exactly when and where they'd said theirs would open. Perfect revenge for 7 months of fake rehearsals and real hotels. They claimed to be actors. We gave them the performance of a lifetime, the one where their affair became theater and their lies became the plot. The show must go on, and it did. Just not their show. Ours. The true one. The one that actually opened on the night they'd planned to fake technical difficulties and cancel the production that had never existed. All the world's a stage, and Landon and Ria merely players who chose to play the wrong roles. So we cast them correctly, as the villains in a one-act tragedy about betrayal. Their 7 months of theatrical pretense became our 3 weeks of actual theater. They got fake rehearsals. We got a real opening night. That's the final curtain on Landon's acting career, the one where he discovered that if you're going to lie about being in a play, you better make sure your wife doesn't actually stage one exposing you. Break a leg, indeed. My husband's beekeeping classes produced 0 honey. His instructor is his secretary at hotel apiaries that don't exist. I'm 34-year-old Phil, and 20 days ago I discovered my husband, Marcus, 36 male, hasn't been attending beekeeping classes every Saturday and Sunday for the past 13 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his executive assistant, Lydia, 30-year-old female, using the beekeeping course as cover to spend entire weekends together at hotels while I stayed home believing my husband was learning sustainable agriculture and preparing to harvest honey from the hives he was supposedly tending. I only found out because I asked to see the honey he'd been producing for over a year, and he couldn't show me a single jar, claiming the instructor recommended waiting for the perfect harvest time. Now, I have 13 months of evidence showing he's never been to any apiary. Lydia's fiancé, Ethan, 33-year-old male, who believed she was helping organize corporate retreats on weekends, and a plan to expose them both at the farmer's market where Marcus claims he'll be selling his first honey harvest to the community. Marcus and I have been married for 7 years, together for 10. We have twin boys, Oliver and Henry, 5 male. I'm an emergency room nurse working rotating shifts. Marcus is a regional director for a logistics company. We've always valued sustainability and supporting each other's interests in self-sufficiency and environmental responsibility. 13 months ago, Marcus announced he wanted to learn beekeeping. He'd been reading about colony collapse disorder, the importance of pollinators for ecosystems, and the satisfaction of producing your own honey. He'd found a comprehensive beekeeping program that would teach him everything from hive construction to honey extraction. I was completely supportive. Beekeeping aligned with our values around sustainability and local food production. The idea of Marcus producing honey for our family, maybe eventually selling at farmers' markets, seemed wonderful, combining education, environmental stewardship, and potential supplemental income. The program supposedly met every Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., at an apiary outside the city. Marcus would learn theory and get hands-on experience working with actual hives. The course ran year-round because beekeeping requires understanding seasonal cycles: spring buildup, summer honey flow, fall preparation, winter maintenance. The commitment was substantial, full weekends for 13 months, but Marcus was enthusiastic. He'd leave Saturday and Sunday mornings with work boots and long sleeves, beekeeping protective gear, a notebook for class materials, excited about learning a new skill. He'd return late afternoon smelling like smoke. Beekeepers use smoke to calm bees, talking about the day's lessons. Marcus would describe the beekeeping work in detail. Today we learned about inspecting frames for brood patterns. We practiced installing package bees into new hives. The instructor showed us how to identify queen cells. We extracted honey using the centrifuge. Every description sounded authentic. He was using correct terminology, describing realistic processes, seeming genuinely educated about apiculture. He'd talk about his instructor, an experienced beekeeper named Master Beekeeper Sarah, who'd kept bees for 20 years and taught sustainable practices. He'd reference other students in the class, describing the collaborative learning environment. Around month 5, Marcus said the class had established training hives that students would manage through the full seasonal cycle. Each student was assigned responsibility for specific hives, learning through direct stewardship. Marcus said his hive was doing well. The colony was strong, the queen was productive, they were building comb and storing honey. He started buying beekeeping equipment. We invested in a full bee suit, $300, hive tools, $100, a smoker, $50, frames and foundation, $200. Marcus said he was preparing for when he'd have his own hives at home eventually, and the equipment was needed for class practicals. Around month 9, Marcus said his training hive had produced surplus honey, enough that students would get to keep jars from their first harvest. He was excited about bringing home honey from bees he'd helped tend, describing it as a meaningful milestone in his beekeeping education. But he never brought honey home. When I'd ask about it, Marcus would say the instructor wanted students to leave honey in the hives for winter bee food, or that extraction timing wasn't right yet, or that his hive hadn't produced quite enough surplus to harvest. There was always a reasonable-sounding explanation for why he hadn't brought honey home yet. By month 11, Marcus was talking about graduation from the program. Students who'd completed the full year would receive certification and could register as beekeepers, potentially selling honey commercially. He said he was planning to set up hives in our backyard and eventually sell honey at local farmers' markets. He started describing his brand, what he'd call his honey, how he'd label jars, which farmers' markets he'd approach. He seemed to be building a genuine business plan around beekeeping. Last month, Marcus announced he'd reserved a vendor booth at our city's biggest farmers' market, a monthly event where local producers sold honey, produce, crafts, and artisanal goods. His booth was scheduled for 3 weeks away. He'd be selling his first harvest from the beekeeping program, introducing himself to the local sustainable agriculture community. I was thrilled for him and helped plan the booth. We discussed pricing, packaging, signage. Marcus said he'd have several varieties of honey depending on what his bees had foraged: wildflower, clover, maybe some darker honey from late-season blooms. Last week, I asked to see the honey he'd be selling at the farmer's market. After 13 months of beekeeping classes and managing training hives, he should have accumulated significant harvest. Marcus hesitated and said the honey was still at the apiary being bottled and labeled properly. I asked to at least see a sample jar, taste the honey from bees he'd tended for over a year. Marcus made excuses. The instructor has it all secured in the honey house. I'll bring some home after the market. You'll see it when it's properly presented at the booth. Something felt wrong. 13 months of beekeeping, constant talk about hive management and honey production, a farmer's market booth reserved, but I'd never seen a single drop of honey. That evening, when Marcus was asleep, I searched for the beekeeping program he'd described. I looked for Master Beekeeper Sarah, the apiary location, any evidence of weekend classes. Nothing existed. I searched exhaustively for beekeeping courses in our area matching Marcus's description. I contacted every apiary, every beekeeping association, every agricultural extension program. None had weekend classes running for 13 months. None had an instructor named Sarah. The program Marcus had been describing didn't exist. I checked Marcus's phone location history. On Saturdays and Sundays, when he claimed to be at the apiary, his location showed him at various hotels, never at rural areas where apiaries would be located, but at urban hotels staying for 6 to 7 hours each day. For 13 months, Marcus had been going to hotels on weekends while telling me he was learning beekeeping. I checked Marcus's credit card statements. No charges for beekeeping classes, apiary fees, or program tuition. The beekeeping equipment we'd bought was real, but no actual classes had been paid for. I found hotel charges on his credit card, weekend bookings matching the dates he claimed to have beekeeping classes. Hotels were booked under his name, rooms for daytime hours. Consistent pattern over 13 months. I needed to know who he was meeting. I checked Marcus's work contacts. He'd mentioned occasionally that co-workers were interested in his beekeeping hobby. I found his executive assistant Lydia listed in his phone with excessive message history. I opened the messages. They weren't work-related. They were intimate, going back 13 months, exactly when the supposed beekeeping classes had started. Messages about meeting at hotels, how much they'd miss each other between weekends, planning their beekeeping weekends, their code for affair meetings. One message from Marcus to Lydia said, "Told her I'm learning about queen rearing this weekend. Actually can't wait to spend both days with you at the hotel." Lydia had replied, "Told Ethan I'm organizing a corporate retreat. He thinks I'm working. We have the whole weekend." Marcus and Lydia had been having an affair for 13 months, meeting at hotels every weekend, using beekeeping classes and corporate retreats as their respective cover stories. I looked up Lydia's social media. She was engaged to someone named Ethan, wedding planned for 6 months away. Her posts showed a seemingly happy relationship, mentions of Ethan during weekends when she was actually with Marcus. "Missing my fiancé while I'm working on retreat planning." The same weekends Marcus claimed to be at beekeeping class. I contacted Ethan through social media. "I'm Marcus's wife. I need to talk about our partners and what they've actually been doing on weekends for the past 13 months. Ethan met me the next day. I showed him everything. The beekeeping program that didn't exist, Marcus's hotel locations during supposed class times, messages between Marcus and Lydia proving an affair, the coordinated cover stories. Ethan was devastated but said pieces clicked. Lydia had been organizing corporate retreats every weekend for over a year, traveling to prepare venues, meeting with vendors, handling logistics for her company's team-building events. Ethan had thought Lydia was dedicated to her career, working weekends to advance professionally. He'd never questioned why retreat planning required every single weekend for 13 months, or why she couldn't occasionally work remotely instead of traveling. Ethan checked Lydia's phone location history. Same hotel locations as Marcus, same dates, same pattern. They'd been meeting at hotels every weekend while Ethan and I believed they were working. Marcus on beekeeping, Lydia on corporate events. Ethan was furious. He said, "They used wholesome, productive activities as cover. Beekeeping for sustainability, corporate team building for careers. Both lies covering the same affair." I felt the same rage. Marcus had weaponized environmental values and self-sufficiency, things we genuinely cared about, to cover betrayal. Ethan and I decided we wanted revenge that fit. Marcus had claimed for 13 months that he was producing honey and would sell it at farmers markets. We'd make sure he had a farmers market booth, just not selling what he'd claimed. We had 3 weeks until Marcus's scheduled vendor booth. We contacted the farmers market organizers and explained Marcus had reserved a booth claiming to sell honey from beekeeping classes, but the classes didn't exist. He'd never kept bees, had no honey to sell, and had been using beekeeping as cover for an affair. The organizers were appalled. The farmers market prided itself on authenticity, real, local producers, genuine, sustainable agriculture. Someone faking beekeeping and reserving a booth under false pretenses violated everything the market stood for. They allowed us to modify Marcus's booth reservation. He'd still have his vendor space, but we'd control what was displayed there. Ethan and I prepared Marcus's booth. Instead of honey jars, we created a display showing the truth. 13 months of hotel receipts from his supposed beekeeping weekends. Location data showing he'd never been to any apiary. Messages between Marcus and Lydia coordinating their affair. Evidence that the beekeeping program was fiction. We titled the display, "The Honey That Never Was. 13 months of fake beekeeping covering a real affair." We also contacted local beekeepers who'd be vending at the market, legitimate honey producers who'd spent years developing their craft. We showed them evidence that Marcus had faked beekeeping to cover an affair, had reserved a vendor booth claiming to sell honey he'd never produced. The beekeeping community was disgusted. They work hard to maintain hives, support pollinators, produce quality honey. Someone using their craft as an affair cover story was deeply offensive. Farmers Market Day arrived. The monthly market drew thousands of visitors, families buying local produce, food enthusiasts supporting small producers, community members celebrating sustainable agriculture. Marcus arrived early to set up his booth. He'd told me he was bringing honey, signage, everything needed to launch his beekeeping business. He didn't know Ethan and I had already set up the booth for him. Marcus reached his assigned vendor space and found it already arranged. But instead of honey displays, he found our exhibit exposing his 13-month deception. Large posters showed hotel receipts from every weekend he'd claimed to be at beekeeping class, maps showing his actual locations, hotels, versus where apiaries would be, messages between him and Lydia planning their beekeeping weekends, evidence the beekeeping program master beekeeper Sarah didn't exist, testimony from real beekeepers about how long it actually takes to produce honey. I stood at the booth. When Marcus saw me, he went pale. He said, "What is this?"
"Where's my honey display?" I said loudly enough for nearby vendors and early market visitors to hear.
"Your honey display? Marcus, you've never produced honey. You've never taken beekeeping classes. For 13 months, you've been meeting your executive assistant at hotels while telling me you were learning sustainable agriculture." Ethan stepped forward. "I'm Lydia's fiancé. She told me she was organizing corporate retreats every weekend. Same lie, same affair, same hotels." Marcus tried to leave, but nearby vendors, actual beekeepers who'd heard about the situation, blocked him. One beekeeper said, "You claimed to be one of us. You reserved a vendor booth to sell honey you never produced. You disrespected our craft and this community." Another beekeeper said, "I've kept bees for 15 years. It takes dedication, knowledge, hard work. You faked it to cover an affair. You don't belong at this market." The farmers market organizers made an announcement over the PA system. "We want to address vendor booth number 47. The person who reserved that booth claimed to sell honey from beekeeping classes. Those classes don't exist. He's never kept bees. He used beekeeping as cover for infidelity. This market supports authentic local producers. We don't tolerate fraud. Thousands of market visitors heard the announcement. People walked to Marcus's booth to see the display. They read the evidence, looked at hotel receipts, saw messages between Marcus and Lydia. The beekeeping community, vendors who were actually selling honey they'd actually produced, shared the story widely. Marcus became known in sustainable agriculture circles as the person who'd faked beekeeping for an affair. Lydia showed up at the market. She'd told Ethan she was checking out the farmer's market for corporate event ideas. She found Ethan at Marcus's booth, standing next to the display exposing their affair. Ethan said to market visitors, "This is Lydia, Marcus's affair partner. She told me she worked weekends organizing corporate retreats. She was actually meeting him at hotels while he told his wife he was learning beekeeping." The exposure was comprehensive and public. Thousands of people at the market, the local beekeeping community, the farmers market network, all learned about Marcus and Lydia's 13-month deception. The fallout was severe. Marcus's reputation at work was destroyed. His executive assistant conducting an affair with him raised ethics concerns, and his elaborate lies made him seem fundamentally dishonest. Lydia's engagement to Ethan ended immediately. Her co-workers learned she'd lied about working weekends for over a year. The sustainable agriculture community rejected Marcus. He'd weaponized environmental values and beekeeping for deception. Ethan and I both filed for divorce from our respective partners. The farmers market banned Marcus permanently. They maintained strict standards for vendor authenticity, and his fraud violated their values. My revenge was complete. Marcus had claimed to produce honey for 13 months, reserved a farmer's market booth to sell his harvest, built an entire fictional beekeeping identity. I ensured he had his farmer's market booth, displaying the truth about his 13 months of fake beekeeping instead of fake honey. He'd wanted to sell honey at the market. Instead, he sold his marriage, his reputation, and his credibility, all exposed at the same market where he'd planned his beekeeping business debut. 13 months of supposed beekeeping classes produced 0 honey, 0 bees, 0 hives. But it produced plenty of evidence for divorce proceedings and public humiliation. The beekeeping equipment we'd bought, $650 worth of unused suits, tools, and smokers, became divorce assets. Marcus never used any of it because he'd never intended to keep bees. Perfect revenge for 13 months of fake apiaries and real hotels. He studied beekeeping terminology to maintain his cover story. I studied hotel receipts and phone records to expose it. The honey that never was became the scandal that everyone saw. The farmer's market booth he'd reserved to launch his beekeeping business became the venue for launching his reputation's destruction. Real beekeepers at that market had spent years learning their craft, managing hives through seasons, producing genuine honey. Marcus had spent 13 months lying every weekend and producing nothing except evidence of his affair. The farmers market community, people who value authenticity, sustainability, and honest production, rejected him completely. He'd wanted to join their ranks as a fellow beekeeper and honey producer. Instead, he joined the permanent ban list as someone who'd fraudulently represented himself. Ethan and I didn't get honey from Marcus's fake beekeeping. We got something sweeter: the satisfaction of exposing 13 months of lies at the exact venue where Marcus had planned to celebrate his fraudulent harvest. The booth reservation he'd made months in advance, excited about his debut as a honey vendor, became his debut as an exposed cheater instead. That's the only thing Marcus harvested after 13 months of supposed beekeeping: public humiliation, divorce, and permanent exile from the community he'd pretended to join. No honey, no bees, no hives. Just hotels, lies, and a farmer's market booth that told the truth he'd been hiding for over a year. The sustainable agriculture community has a word for what Marcus produced: nothing. And now everyone knows it. My wife's creative writing workshop is just her and her editor in hotel suites. I wrote a novel about them. I'm 38 male, and 23 days ago, I discovered my wife, Charlotte, 36 female, hasn't been attending a weekly creative writing workshop for the past 18 months like she told me. She's been having an affair with a literary agent, Damian Cross, 42 male, using the writing workshop as cover to spend hours together in hotel suites while I stayed home believing my wife was pursuing her dream of becoming a published author. I only found out because I decided to read the novel she'd supposedly been working on for 18 months and discovered the manuscript file hadn't been modified in over a year, despite her weekly claims of workshop feedback and revisions. Now I have 18 months of evidence showing her real activities during workshop nights. Damian's wife, Veronica, 40 female, who believed her husband was scouting new talent at writing events, and the actual novel I wrote exposing their affair that's being published by Damian's own literary agency after I submitted it under a pen name. Charlotte and I have been married for 12 years, together for 15. We have twin daughters, Claire and Stella, 9 female. I'm a high school English teacher. Charlotte works as a marketing director. We've always shared a love of literature and storytelling, making what I thought was a deeply compatible partnership. 18 months ago, Charlotte told me she wanted to pursue her lifelong dream of writing a novel. She'd always talked about writing fiction someday. She loved reading, had creative ideas, but had never committed to actually finishing a manuscript. Now, approaching 40, she wanted to finally do it. I was incredibly supportive. I encouraged her to set aside dedicated writing time, helped restructure our household schedule to give her uninterrupted creative hours, took on extra parenting duties so she could focus on her craft. Charlotte said she'd joined a weekly creative writing workshop that met every Wednesday evening, 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. The workshop was led by an experienced writer and literary agent who guided aspiring authors through the process of crafting publishable novels. Participants would share chapters, receive critique, learn craft techniques, and develop their manuscripts over months or years. The workshop cost $200 per month, reasonable for professional writing instruction. Charlotte would leave every Wednesday evening with her laptop and notebook, dressed professionally since the workshop was serious writers treating their craft professionally. She'd return around 10 p.m. energized but exhausted, telling me about the feedback she'd received, the craft lessons discussed, the progress other writers were making. Over the months, Charlotte talked frequently about the workshop leader, Damian Cross, a literary agent who'd represented several successful authors and who ran the workshop to discover new talent. She'd say things like, "Damian thinks my protagonist needs stronger motivation," or "Damian recommended I study this author's dialogue technique," or "Damian says my premise is marketable." I thought it was excellent that Charlotte had such an engaged mentor. Damian would give detailed feedback on her chapters, suggest revisions, connect craft problems to published examples. Charlotte seemed to be learning genuinely and making real progress on her novel. She'd describe her manuscript to me, a psychological thriller about a woman uncovering dark secrets in her seemingly perfect neighborhood. She'd share plot developments, character arcs, themes she was exploring. The concept sounded compelling, and Charlotte seemed deeply invested in the story. Around month 6, Charlotte said Damian had introduced her to other industry professionals through the workshop, editors, publishers, other agents. She was networking in the literary world, making connections that could help with eventual publication. This seemed like exactly what an aspiring author should be doing. She'd show me her manuscript occasionally, pulling up the Word document to read me a paragraph or describe a scene. The writing was good, sophisticated, exactly what Charlotte was capable of producing. I'd offer feedback as a fellow literature lover, and she'd thank me, saying Damian had similar thoughts or different perspectives. By month 12, Charlotte said she was getting close to completing a first draft. Damian had told her the manuscript was showing real commercial potential. and that once she finished revisions, he'd consider representing her officially as a literary agent. I was thrilled. My wife might actually achieve her dream of being a published author, with representation from an agent who'd discovered her through his workshop. Charlotte's dedication seemed absolute. She never missed Wednesday workshops unless genuinely sick or we had unavoidable family obligations. She'd talk about her fellow workshop members, other aspiring writers working on various genres, a community of people supporting each other's creative journeys. She never invited me to meet the workshop members or attend a session, saying the workshop maintained strict confidentiality about works in progress and that spectators would disrupt the creative atmosphere. This seemed reasonable for serious writers protecting their unpublished work. 3 weeks ago, I was organizing our computer files and came across Charlotte's novel manuscript. I wanted to read what she'd been working on for 18 months, partially out of genuine interest, partially to see if I could offer any teacher's perspective on the writing. I opened the manuscript file. The story was there, the psychological thriller she'd described, well written and engaging. But when I checked the file properties, I saw something strange. The document had last been modified 14 months ago. Charlotte had been attending weekly writing workshops for 18 months, claiming to receive regular feedback and make ongoing revisions. But her manuscript hadn't been touched digitally in over a year. I checked the document's revision history. Charlotte had written about 20,000 words, roughly 60 to 70 pages, in the first 4 months of the workshop. Then, all writing had stopped. For the past 14 months, she'd been claiming to work on the novel, discussing feedback and revisions, describing progress toward completion. But the file showed zero activity. She wasn't writing. She'd abandoned the manuscript 14 months ago, but had continued attending writing workshop every Wednesday and talking about her novel as if she was actively working on it. Where was Charlotte actually going every Wednesday evening if she wasn't writing or attending a real workshop? I checked Charlotte's laptop browsing history. I found searches for hotels in our area, reservation confirmations for hotel suites on Wednesday evenings, booking patterns that went back 14 months, coinciding exactly with when her manuscript writing had stopped. Charlotte had been booking hotel rooms every Wednesday evening and calling it writing workshop. I looked up Damian Cross. He was a real literary agent with a legitimate agency representing published authors. His professional website listed his clients and successes, but nowhere did it mention running a creative writing workshop. I called Damian's agency, pretending to be interested in joining the writing workshop Charlotte attended. The receptionist sounded confused. Damian didn't run any workshops. He did manuscript consultations and represented clients, but there was no ongoing weekly workshop program. The writing workshop didn't exist. Charlotte had been lying about it for 18 months. I checked Charlotte's email. We'd always had open access to each other's accounts for household logistics. I found emails between Charlotte and Damian going back 18 months. Not professional agent-author correspondence, but intimate, personal messages. The affair had started at an actual literary event Charlotte had attended 18 months ago. She'd met Damian at an author reading where he'd been speaking about publishing. They'd connected, started an affair, and created the writing workshop cover story so they could meet weekly. The emails showed them planning their Wednesday meetings, which hotel to book, what time Charlotte would arrive, how long they could spend together. They'd discuss their cover stories, Charlotte's workshop and Damian's scouting new talent at writing events. One email from Charlotte to Damian said, "He actually asked to read my manuscript last night. I panicked but showed him the old draft. Thank God he doesn't know I haven't written anything new in months." Damian had replied, "I'm your biggest distraction from writing, but I can't resist our Wednesdays together." They'd been amused that I'd believed Charlotte was working on a novel. They'd mocked my supportiveness, calling me sweet but clueless about what Charlotte was really doing. I was devastated. 18 months of supporting what I thought was my wife's creative dream taking on extra household work so she could write, celebrating her supposed progress, all while she was having an affair and abandoning the novel she'd claimed to care about. I researched Damien more thoroughly. He was married to Veronica Cross, also in publishing as an editor. Veronica's social media showed a seemingly happy marriage. She'd posted occasionally about Damien being out scouting new writing talent, or meeting with prospective authors. The same evenings, Charlotte's emails showed them at hotels. I contacted Veronica through LinkedIn. "I'm Charlotte's husband. I need to discuss our spouses and the writing workshop that doesn't exist." Veronica met me the next day. I showed her everything: the manuscript that hadn't been modified in 14 months, the hotel bookings on Wednesday evenings, the emails between Charlotte and Damien, the fake workshop cover story. Veronica was devastated, but said she'd suspected something. Damien had been claiming to attend various writing events and talent scouting sessions Wednesday evenings for over a year. When Veronica would ask for details, Damien would give vague descriptions about meeting promising writers and attending readings. Veronica had thought Damien was being professionally ambitious. Actually, he'd been meeting Charlotte at hotels while using his literary agent career as cover. Veronica and I decided we wanted revenge that fit the crime. Charlotte and Damien had used creative writing, something both Veronica and I genuinely valued, as cover for betrayal. I said to Veronica, "Charlotte claimed to be writing a novel for 18 months but abandoned it after 4 months. What if I actually write the novel she should have been writing?" Veronica, an editor with industry connections, said, "What if the novel exposes exactly what they did?" Over the next 3 weeks, I wrote a novel. Not Charlotte's psychological thriller, but my own story. A literary fiction piece about a woman who joins a creative writing workshop, begins an affair with her instructor, abandons her actual manuscript while pretending to keep writing, and uses her husband's support for her supposed creative dream as cover for betrayal. I wrote 60,000 words in 3 weeks, writing during every moment Charlotte was at workshop or after she'd gone to bed. I poured my anger, hurt, and betrayal into creating a genuinely good novel that happened to be transparently based on Charlotte and Damien's affair. Veronica edited it professionally. We refined it into a publishable manuscript. Then I did something bold. I submitted it to Damien's own literary agency under a pen name, claiming to be a debut author with a timely novel about infidelity and creative betrayal. The agency requested the full manuscript. An agent at Damien's firm, not Damien himself, read it and loved it. They offered representation. I accepted and began the publication process. The novel was sold to a publisher quickly. Apparently, the theme of using creative pursuits as a fair cover was commercially compelling and culturally relevant. The novel's publication timeline moved fast, 6 months from acceptance to release, which is quick in publishing. Throughout this process, Charlotte continued her Wednesday writing workshops, with no idea I'd actually written a novel, gotten it represented by her affair partner's agency, and had it scheduled for publication. Charlotte would still talk about her manuscript occasionally, maintaining the fiction that she was making progress. She'd invent feedback supposedly from Damien and describe revision challenges she was supposedly working through. All lies. Her manuscript remained untouched at 20,000 words. My novel, titled The Workshop, was scheduled for release with a modest marketing budget. The publisher planned a launch event at a major bookstore in our city, author readings, media coverage. I told Charlotte I'd heard about an interesting book launch and suggested we attend together as a date night literature event. She agreed, probably relieved I was suggesting something that fit her false identity as someone passionate about writing. Damien would be at the event. His agency represented the author, me, under a pen name, so he'd be there supporting his agency's new release. The launch event was held at the city's largest independent bookstore. About 200 people attended: readers, local authors, publishing professionals, media covering the debut. Charlotte and I arrived together. Damien was there with Veronica.
playing the role of supportive agent for his firm's new author. Charlotte saw Damien across the room and looked uncomfortable, her affair partner and husband in the same space, neither knowing about the other. The event began with the publisher's editor introducing the author. Everyone expected to meet the debut novelist who'd written this compelling book about infidelity and creative betrayal. I walked onto the stage. Charlotte's face went white. Damien looked confused. He hadn't realized his agency was representing Charlotte's husband under a pen name. I said to the audience, "Thank you for coming to celebrate the workshop. This novel is about a woman who claims to attend a creative writing workshop, but abandons her manuscript after 4 months. For the next 14 months, she continues pretending to workshop her novel while actually having an affair with a literary agent. She uses her husband's support for her supposed writing dream as cover for betrayal." I pulled out my phone and displayed photos on the bookstore's screen, Charlotte's manuscript with modification dates showing she'd stopped writing 14 months ago, hotel bookings on Wednesday evenings, emails between Charlotte and Damien planning their affair meetings. "The novel is autobiographical fiction," I continued. "My wife Charlotte claimed to attend Damien Cross's writing workshop for 18 months, but Damien doesn't run a workshop. They were having an affair at hotels while I supported what I thought was her creative pursuit." The audience was stunned. Charlotte tried to leave, but Veronica stood at the exit. Veronica said, "I'm Damien's wife and the editor who helped polish this novel. My husband used his literary agent career as cover for an affair, claiming to scout new talent on Wednesday evenings while actually meeting Charlotte at hotels." The publishing community in the room was horrified. Using creative writing as affair cover was offensive to authors, agents, and editors who understood how much genuine work goes into writing. Damien's professional reputation was destroyed instantly. Several authors in the audience were his clients. They walked out saying they'd terminate their representation. No one wanted to work with an agent who'd used his profession as a fair cover and whose firm had unknowingly represented a novel exposing his own misconduct. Charlotte's abandonment of her manuscript after 4 months, giving up on actual writing while pretending to workshop for 14 months, was seen as particularly pathetic by the writers present. I read from my novel, passages clearly based on Charlotte and Damien's affair, scenes depicting a protagonist who stops writing but keeps attending workshop, dialogue showing how the affair partners mocked the betrayed spouse. The reading was devastating. Charlotte and Damien couldn't deny it. The novel was transparently about them, with enough identifying details that everyone in the publishing community would know. After the reading, I signed books. Multiple people bought copies specifically because of the dramatic revelation. The media coverage shifted from debut novel launch to husband exposes wife's affair through autobiographical fiction represented by her affair partner's own agency. The fallout was immediate and severe. Charlotte's abandoned manuscript became public knowledge. The writing community learned she'd claimed to be a serious, aspiring author, but had stopped writing after 4 months while maintaining the pretense for over a year. Damien lost multiple clients who didn't want representation from someone who'd conducted an affair under the guise of running a writing workshop. His agency's reputation was damaged. They'd unknowingly represented a novel exposing their own agent's misconduct. Veronica divorced Damien. I filed for divorce from Charlotte. My novel became a modest commercial success. The true story behind it drove sales, and the actual writing was strong enough to earn genuine literary praise. Book clubs read it, reviewers called it a devastatingly honest exploration of betrayal and creative abandonment. Charlotte had dreamed of becoming a published author. Instead, I became the published author in our family, writing a novel about her affair while she'd abandoned her own manuscript. Damien had built a career as a literary agent representing authors. His career was now defined by the novel he'd unknowingly represented that exposed his own affair. The supreme irony, Damien's agency earned commission on my novel's sales. Every copy sold put money in the pocket of the agency that represented the book exposing Damien's affair. My revenge was complete. Charlotte had claimed to be working on a novel for 18 months, but had abandoned it after 4 months to have an affair with her supposed writing mentor. I wrote an actual novel in 3 weeks, got it represented by her affair partner's agency, published it, and exposed them both at the launch event. She'd wanted to be a published author. I became one instead, using her affair as my material. Damien had wanted to discover new literary talent. He discovered me, writing a novel about his own misconduct. The workshop became my debut novel and Charlotte's public humiliation. Every review, every book club discussion, every sale was a reminder of what she'd done. The creative writing workshop that didn't exist became the published novel that did. A novel about betrayal, abandoned dreams, and using creative pursuits as cover for affairs. Charlotte stopped writing after 20,000 words. I wrote 60,000 words exposing why. Perfect revenge for 18 months of fake manuscripts and real hotels. She abandoned her novel. I completed mine, about her abandonment. Now it's published, successful, and forever documenting what she and Damien really did during those Wednesday writing workshops. The book she should have been writing became the book I wrote about her not writing it. That's poetic justice a literature lover can appreciate. My husband's homeless shelter volunteer work was meeting his affair partner in the storage room. I became a volunteer. I'm 34-year-old female, and 11 days ago I discovered my husband, Travis, 36 male, hasn't been volunteering at a homeless shelter every Wednesday evening and Saturday morning for the past 21 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with the shelter's volunteer coordinator, Jessa, 32-year-old female, using his supposed charitable work as cover to spend hours together in private areas of the shelter while I stayed home believing my husband was selflessly helping the vulnerable. I only found out because I decided to join him in volunteering to make it a couples activity, and the shelter's director told me Travis had only volunteered twice in the past year, despite claiming weekly commitment for 21 months. Now I have evidence showing where Travis actually was during his volunteer shifts. Jessa's husband, Colin, 35-year-old male, who believed his wife worked extra hours coordinating volunteers, and a plan to expose them at the shelter's annual fundraising gala, where Travis is scheduled to speak about his dedication to serving the homeless. Travis and I have been married for 10 years, together for 13. We have one son, Mason, 6 male. I work as a physical therapist at a hospital. Travis is a financial analyst. We've built what I believed was a strong marriage based on shared values, including giving back to our community. 21 months ago, Travis told me he wanted to start volunteering at Hope Haven, a homeless shelter and meal program in our city. He'd been feeling like his corporate job lacked meaning and wanted to do something that actually helped people. Volunteering at a homeless shelter seemed like the perfect way to contribute to our community while adding purpose to his life. I was proud of him. Not everyone follows through on wanting to volunteer. Travis was actually doing it. He researched shelters, chose Hope Haven because they had a strong reputation, and signed up for regular volunteer shifts. Wednesday evenings, 6 to 9 p.m., helping serve dinner and cleaning up, and Saturday mornings, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., helping with breakfast service and organizing donations. The commitment made sense. Wednesday evenings after work and Saturday mornings were times that didn't interfere with family time. We'd still have weeknight dinners together most nights and weekend afternoons with Mason. Travis said he didn't want his volunteer work to take away from family, just fill time that would otherwise be spent on less meaningful activities. Travis started volunteering regularly. He'd come home from Wednesday shifts around 9:30 p.m. wearing his designated volunteer clothes, old jeans and t-shirts that could get dirty, smelling like industrial kitchen cleaner, tired but fulfilled. He'd tell me about the people he'd served, not violating anyone's privacy but sharing general observations about the need in our community. Saturday mornings followed the same pattern. Travis would leave around 7:45 a.m. and return around 12:30 p.m. Same well-used volunteer clothes, same stories about serving meals and sorting donations. He'd talk about the other volunteers he worked with, the shelter staff he'd gotten to know, the systems they had for managing the meal program efficiently. Over the months, Travis became increasingly passionate about the shelter's work. He'd talk about homelessness as a complex social issue, share statistics he'd learned from the shelter staff, advocate for policy changes that would help the unhoused population. He seemed genuinely educated and engaged with the cause. He'd encourage me to donate to Hope Haven, would share their social media posts, would talk about their fundraising campaigns. I'd contribute financially and felt good knowing my husband was contributing his time while I supported with donations. Around month 8, Travis mentioned the shelter's volunteer coordinator, Jessa, apparently an incredibly dedicated person who'd worked at Hope Haven for years and really cared about the mission. He'd say things like, "Jessa showed us a better system for organizing the food donations," or, "Jessa recruited some new volunteers to help with the morning shift." I thought it was nice that the shelter had such committed staff. Travis would praise Jessa's organizational skills, her passion for the work, her ability to manage volunteers effectively. It all seemed like professional admiration for a colleague in the volunteer space. Around month 12, Travis started attending additional events at Hope Haven: volunteer appreciation dinners, special holiday meal services, planning meetings for fundraising campaigns. He'd be gone extra evenings or weekend hours for these events, always coming home with stories about the shelter's operations and goals. The time commitment was increasing, but it seemed justified by his growing involvement. Travis had become one of Hope Haven's core volunteers, people who showed up consistently and took on additional responsibilities. I was proud he'd found something he cared about so deeply. Recently, Travis had been selected to speak at Hope Haven's annual fundraising gala, their biggest event of the year, where they'd have 300-plus attendees including major donors, community leaders, and media coverage. Travis would give a speech about his volunteer experience and why supporting the shelter mattered. He'd been preparing the speech for weeks, practicing it at home, clearly honored to represent the volunteers. I was incredibly proud. My husband was going to speak at a major charity event about his 1.5 years of dedicated service. It felt like a testament to his character and our shared values. 3 weeks ago, I decided I wanted to volunteer at Hope Haven too. Travis's passion had inspired me, and I thought it would be meaningful to serve together. We could make it a family value. Eventually, Mason could join us for age-appropriate volunteer activities as he got older. I told Travis I wanted to start volunteering with him on Saturday mornings. He seemed hesitant, saying the morning shift was pretty full, and they might not need more volunteers. I said I'd contact the volunteer coordinator myself to see where help was needed. I emailed Jessa using the contact information on Hope Haven's website. I introduced myself as Travis's wife, mentioned that his passion for volunteering had inspired me, and asked about opportunities to volunteer on Saturday mornings or other times. Jessa responded warmly, saying they always needed volunteers and Saturday mornings were great. She suggested I come to the shelter the following Saturday to get oriented and trained. She'd make sure Travis knows you're joining so you can work together. That Saturday, I arrived at Hope Haven at 7:50 a.m., 10 minutes before Travis's usual shift start time. The shelter was in a converted community center, a large building with a commercial kitchen, dining area, dormitory spaces, offices, and storage areas. I found the volunteer check-in area and asked for Jessa. A staff member pointed to a woman in the office, Jessa, presumably, working on paperwork. I introduced myself as Travis's wife, there to start volunteering. Jessa looked confused. She said, "Travis? I'm sorry, what's his last name?" I gave Travis's full name. Jessa pulled up a volunteer database on her computer and searched. She found Travis's record, and her expression changed, puzzled, then concerned. She said, "According to our system, Travis volunteered twice last year, once in March and once in July. He's registered as a volunteer but hasn't logged any hours in over 12 months. My stomach dropped. I said Travis had been telling me he volunteered every Wednesday evening and Saturday morning for almost 2 years. Jessa looked uncomfortable. She said, "I coordinate all our volunteers. I know our regulars very well. I've never worked with anyone named Travis regularly. If he'd been coming twice a week for 2 years, I definitely know him." I showed Jessa a photo of Travis on my phone. She studied it and shook her head. "I don't recognize him as a regular volunteer. He might have come occasionally and I didn't interact with him directly, but he's definitely not one of our core volunteers." I felt sick. Travis had been claiming to volunteer at this shelter for 21 months. He'd been selected to speak at their fundraising gala about his dedication, but the volunteer coordinator had no record of him actually volunteering. Jessa pulled up the volunteer schedule for the past 2 years. She showed me the Wednesday evening and Saturday morning shifts. They had regular volunteers whose names appeared week after week. Travis's name appeared exactly twice, March 15th last year and July 22nd last year. I asked if there was any way Travis could have been volunteering without it being logged. Jessa said no. Hope Haven tracked volunteer hours carefully for grant reporting and volunteer recognition. Every shift was logged. If Travis had been there regularly, it would be documented. I asked about the speech Travis was giving at the gala. Jessa looked even more confused. She pulled up the gala program and said, "We don't have a Travis listed as a speaker. Our volunteer speaker is someone who's been with us for 5 years and has logged over 500 hours." Travis had been lying about everything. The regular volunteering, being a core volunteer, being selected to speak at the gala. None of it was real. I asked Jessa if I could see security footage from recent Wednesday evenings and Saturday mornings. Hope Haven had cameras for safety, monitoring entry points and common areas. Jessa hesitated but agreed, sensing something serious was wrong. We went to the security office where the director reviewed footage from the past month's Wednesday evenings and Saturday mornings. Travis didn't appear in any of the footage. On days he'd told me he was volunteering, the security cameras showed he'd never entered the building. I asked the director, "Is there any record of Travis being here during the times he claimed to volunteer?" The director checked comprehensive logs, entry sign-ins, volunteer schedules, security footage. Nothing. Travis hadn't been at Hope Haven during his supposed volunteer shifts for over a year. Where had Travis actually been every Wednesday evening and Saturday morning for 21 months? I checked Travis's phone location history that night when he was asleep. We'd always shared location access for safety and convenience. I'd never thought to check it before because I'd trusted where he said he was. His location history showed that during his supposed volunteer shifts, he wasn't at Hope Haven. He was consistently at another address across town, a residential area I didn't recognize. I looked up the address. It was an apartment complex. I had no idea who lived there. The next Wednesday, I decided to follow Travis. He left home at 5:45 p.m., supposedly heading to Hope Haven for his 6 p.m. volunteer shift. Instead, he drove to the apartment complex his phone history had shown. He parked and went into one of the buildings. I waited 30 minutes, then called him. He answered, and I could hear background noise. Not the busy shelter kitchen he described, but quiet, indoor residential sounds. I said, "Hey, how's volunteering going?" Travis said, "Good, just finished serving dinner, about to start cleanup." He was lying. He wasn't at the shelter. He was at an apartment complex, lying about serving dinner. I hired a private investigator. I needed to know what Travis was actually doing during his volunteer shifts and who lived at that apartment complex. The PI followed Travis and reported back. Travis was meeting a woman at the apartment. The woman was Jessa, the actual volunteer coordinator from Hope Haven. She lived in that apartment complex. Jessa and Travis had been having an affair for 21 months. They'd been meeting at her apartment during the times Travis claimed to be volunteering at the shelter where Jessa worked. The PI got photos. Travis entering Jessa's apartment, leaving hours later, the two of them visible through windows together. The evidence was undeniable. I was devastated. My husband had been using charity work, volunteering to help homeless people, as cover for an affair with the shelter's volunteer coordinator. And Jessa had been complicit, probably even helping him create the cover story since she worked at the shelter and could provide convincing details about operations. I looked up Jessa more thoroughly. She was married to a man named Colin. Her social media showed a seemingly happy marriage. Photos of her and Colin, posts about their life together. I contacted Colin through social media. "I'm Travis's wife. We need to talk about our spouses." Colin met me the next day. I told him everything. Travis had been claiming to volunteer at Hope Haven where Jessa worked, but he'd never actually volunteered. His phone location showed him at Jessa's apartment during supposed volunteer times. The PI had photographic evidence of Travis at her apartment. Colin looked devastated, but said he'd suspected something. Jessa had been claiming to work extra evening and weekend hours coordinating volunteers, the same hours Travis claimed to be volunteering. Jessa would tell Colin she needed to be at the shelter for volunteer management, but Colin had noticed inconsistencies. Colin and I realized Travis and Jessa had created matching cover stories. Travis told me he was volunteering at the shelter. Jessa told Colin she was working extra hours coordinating volunteers. They'd meet at Jessa's apartment during those times, since Colin worked shifts that had him away from home on Wednesday evenings and Saturday mornings. They'd used Hope Haven, a charitable organization dedicated to helping the most vulnerable, as cover for their affair. Travis had pretended to care about serving the homeless. Jessa had exploited her position coordinating volunteers. Both had weaponized charity work for selfish betrayal. Colin was furious. He said, "Jessa works with homeless people every day. She sees their suffering. And she's been using her job helping them as a cover story for an affair? That's disgusting." I felt the same about Travis. He'd claimed to be serving dinners to hungry people when he was actually sleeping with someone else's wife. Colin and I decided to expose them at the Hope Haven Gala, the event where Travis thought he was speaking about his volunteer dedication. I contacted the gala organizers and explained the situation. Travis had been claiming to volunteer regularly, but had only volunteered twice in 2 years. He'd been having an affair with their volunteer coordinator, Jessa. They'd been using the shelter as cover for their relationship, and Travis had apparently lied about being selected to speak at the gala. The organizers were horrified. They investigated and confirmed everything I'd said. They were furious that their shelter, their mission to help the homeless, had been exploited for an affair. The gala director said, "We can't have someone speak about volunteer dedication when they haven't actually volunteered, and we need to address Jessa's conduct. She's been using her position here inappropriately." We planned an alternative gala presentation. Instead of Travis speaking about his supposed volunteer dedication, the director would expose what had actually been happening. The gala night arrived. 300 people attended: donors, volunteers, community leaders, media. It was Hope Haven's biggest fundraising event of the year. Travis attended, thinking he was speaking. Jessa was there as staff. Colin and I attended as guests. The gala director took the stage for what was supposed to be Travis's volunteer appreciation segment. Instead, she said, "We plan to have a volunteer speak tonight about dedication to serving our homeless community, but we discovered something that needs to be addressed publicly." Travis, last name, told his wife he'd been volunteering here twice weekly for 21 months. He told her he was selected to speak tonight about that service. But our records show Travis volunteered exactly twice in 2 years. He hasn't served any meals, hasn't sorted donations, hasn't helped the people we exist to serve. The room went silent. People looked around for Travis. The director continued. "Where was Travis during the times he told his wife he was volunteering? He was having an affair with our volunteer coordinator, Jessa, last name, who told her husband she was working extra hours here when she was actually meeting Travis at her apartment. They used our shelter, our mission to help the most vulnerable people in our community, as a cover story for betrayal. The audience was shocked. Murmurs spread through the room. The director said, "Colin, last name, Jessa's husband, is here tonight. So is Travis's wife. They both believed their spouses were dedicating time to helping homeless people. Instead, they were being lied to." Colin and I stood up. The director invited us to the stage. I said, "My husband told me he was serving dinners to hungry people. He'd come home smelling like kitchen cleaner, telling stories about the homeless guests, seeming fulfilled by meaningful work. All lies. He was using your shelter's good name as cover for an affair." Colin said, "My wife works here. I was proud of her dedication to this cause. When she said she needed extra evening and weekend hours to coordinate volunteers, I supported her. She was actually meeting her affair partner and using her job here as an alibi." The gala attendees, people who genuinely cared about helping the homeless, were disgusted. They donated money and time to Hope Haven's mission. Learning that staff and supposed volunteers had exploited the organization for an affair was deeply offensive. The director announced that Jessa's employment was being terminated, effective immediately. She also announced that Travis was permanently banned from volunteering at Hope Haven. The exposure was total and public. Travis and Jessa's affair became known to 300+ people in one evening, including media who covered the gala for the society pages. The fallout was severe. Travis lost credibility in our social circle. Friends who'd admired his volunteer work felt deceived and manipulated. Jessa lost her job at Hope Haven. She'd violated professional ethics by conducting an affair and using her position as cover. Colin divorced Jessa. I filed for divorce from Travis. The nonprofit community in our city learned the story. Other shelters and charities were horrified that someone had exploited volunteer work as an affair cover. Hope Haven used the scandal to reinforce volunteer tracking systems, making it harder for anyone to claim volunteer hours they hadn't actually worked. My revenge was complete. Travis had claimed to dedicate himself to serving the homeless. I exposed him at the shelter's biggest event, in front of donors and community leaders, showing that his volunteer dedication was actually dedication to deception. He'd wanted to give a speech about serving others. Instead, hundreds of people heard the truth about his selfishness. Jessa lost her career in nonprofit work. Travis lost his marriage and reputation. And Hope Haven, the charity they'd exploited, got a powerful story about integrity that actually helped their fundraising that night. Donors were so moved by the director's commitment to honesty that they gave more generously than projected. The homeless shelter volunteer work turned out to be apartment meetings with his affair partner. Now everyone in the nonprofit community knows Travis and Jessa as the people who lied about charity work to cover an affair. Perfect revenge for 21 months of weaponizing vulnerability and service for selfish betrayal. My husband's vintage car restoration project is just him and his coworker in a garage. I'm entering the car show. I'm 35 Efforthead, and 13 days ago I discovered my husband, Keith, 38 Emma male, hasn't been restoring a vintage Mustang in a rented garage space every Saturday for the past 19 months like he told me. He's been having an affair with his coworker, Gabrielle, 32F female, using the classic car project as cover to spend entire days together in a private garage, while I stayed home with our daughter, believing he was working on his dream restoration. I only found out because I decided to surprise him by bringing lunch to the garage and found the Mustang barely touched, still in pieces, with Keith and Gabrielle in the office area clearly not working on cars. Now I have 19 months of receipts showing he's been paying for garage space he barely used for actual car work, security footage from the garage facility, and Gabrielle's husband, Tom, 36 and a male, who believed his wife spent Saturdays at yoga and brunch with girlfriends. Together, we're planning to expose them at the regional car show where Keith planned to debut his restored Mustang. Keith and I have been married for 11 years, together for 14. We have one daughter, Lily, 8F or female. I'm a dental hygienist working weekdays. Keith is an operations manager at a manufacturing plant. We've had what I believed was a strong marriage built on shared interests and supporting each other's goals. 19 months ago, Keith told me he'd found his dream project, a 1967 Ford Mustang that needed complete restoration. He'd always loved classic cars, talked about restoration as something he'd do someday when he had time. He'd found this Mustang for a reasonable price. It needed extensive work but had good bones. I was thrilled for him. Keith worked a demanding job with long hours. Having a hands-on creative project seemed perfect for stress relief. The car needed so much work that Keith said he'd need dedicated space and time. He found a garage facility about 30 minutes from our house that rented individual garage bays for car enthusiasts. The facility had security, proper tools available, and a community of other car people who could offer advice. Keith's plan was to work on the Mustang every Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Full days dedicated to the restoration. He estimated the project would take 18 to 24 months, given the extent of work needed. Engine rebuild, bodywork, interior restoration, electrical system, paint job. I supported this completely. Saturday became Keith's car day. I'd handle Lily's activities, household tasks, and errands. Keith would leave early Saturday morning with his toolbox, wearing old clothes suitable for dirty mechanical work, and return Saturday evening, exhausted but happy, telling me about the progress he'd made. The progress seemed legitimate. Keith would describe specific work. Today I got the engine block cleaned and started assessing what parts need replacing. Spent 6 hours on rust removal from the undercarriage. Started dismantling the interior to see what can be salvaged. He'd show me photos. The Mustang in pieces, close-ups of parts he was working on, the car in various states of disassembly. He joined online Mustang restoration forums, talked about advice he'd gotten from other garage members, followed classic car accounts on social media. He bought car restoration magazines, watched YouTube videos about specific restoration techniques, seemed genuinely invested in learning the craft. He'd come home dirty, grease on his hands, oil stains on his clothes, smelling like garage work. Everything aligned with someone spending 10 hours doing manual labor on a car. The financial aspect seemed reasonable too. Keith paid $400 a month for the garage space rental. He'd spend another $300 to $500 monthly on parts, tools, and supplies. For a multi-year restoration project on a classic car, these costs were actually modest. I never questioned the expenses. Keith would occasionally mention other people at the garage facility, other car enthusiasts working on their own projects. He'd talk about the guy restoring a Camaro, or the retired mechanic who gave me tips on the carburetor. It all seemed like a normal community of hobbyists. He never invited me to see the garage or the car in progress. When I'd suggest visiting, Keith would say the garage facility was boring for non-car people, that the car was in such disassembled condition it wouldn't be interesting to look at yet, that he preferred I see the finished product rather than the messy work in progress. These explanations seemed reasonable. I didn't need to watch him work on car parts for hours. Looking back, I should have noticed warning signs. Keith never brought Lily to the garage to show her what he was working on. Most dads would want to share a project like this with their kids. He never suggested I come help with simple tasks like handing him tools or keeping him company. He actively discouraged any involvement from his family in this supposedly important personal project. He also never showed me comprehensive progress photos. The photos he did show were always close-ups of specific parts, never wide shots showing the overall state of the car. I assumed this was because the full view of a disassembled car wasn't photogenic, but actually, it was because there was no real progress to photograph. 2 weeks ago, I had a rare Saturday off and Lily was at a sleepover. I decided to surprise Keith by bringing him lunch at the garage. He'd been talking about how hard he'd been working on the brake system, and I thought it would be sweet to bring him a good meal during his long restoration day. I'd never been to the garage facility before. I had the address from when Keith first rented the space. I drove there around noon with sandwiches and snacks, excited to finally see the project he'd been dedicating every Saturday to for 19 months. The facility was a large building, divided into individual garage bays, each with a roll-up door. I found Keith's bay number, number 18. The door was closed, which made sense if he was working inside. I knocked on the door. No answer. I tried calling Keith's phone. It rang, but he didn't pick up. I knocked louder. Finally, the door opened. Keith stood there looking panicked, not wearing his usual greasy work clothes, but clean, casual clothing. Behind him, I could see the garage bay, and it looked exactly like it had in photos from a year ago. The Mustang was still in pieces, exactly the same pieces, nothing looking like 19 months of weekly restoration work had occurred. Keith stammered, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I brought you lunch. Can I come in?" He tried to block me. "It's really messy." But I'd already seen past him into the garage, and I'd seen someone else inside, a woman I recognized from Keith's company holiday party as Gabrielle, his coworker. I pushed past Keith into the garage bay. Gabrielle was there, wearing casual clothes, not work gear. The garage wasn't set up like an active restoration workspace. It looked barely used. The Mustang sat in the same disassembled state I'd seen in Keith's initial photos 19 months ago. There was a small office area in the corner of the bay with a couch, a space heater, a mini fridge. That area looked well used, comfortable, lived in. I said, "What is this? Where's all the restoration work you've been doing for 19 months?" Keith tried to explain. "I've been working on it. We just had some setbacks." Gabrielle looked uncomfortable and said, "Maybe I should go." I said, "No, stay. I want to understand what my husband and his coworker have been doing in this garage every Saturday for 19 months, because it clearly isn't restoring this car." The garage bay was cold except for the office area. It was obvious that's where they'd been spending their time, in the heated, furnished office space, not working on the car. I looked at the Mustang more carefully. It was covered in dust. The parts scattered around it looked untouched for months. This wasn't an active project. It was a prop. I said to Keith, "You've been paying $400 a month for this space, coming here every Saturday for 10 hours, telling me about restoration progress. But this car hasn't been worked on at all. What have you actually been doing here?" Keith couldn't answer. Gabrielle said quietly, "We should tell her." Keith finally admitted it. He and Gabrielle had started an affair 19 months ago. They'd needed a place to meet regularly without raising suspicion. Keith had come up with the vintage car restoration cover story. He'd bought the Mustang cheaply, specifically to make the project seem legitimate, rented the garage as their private meeting place, and had been spending Saturdays with Gabrielle, while I believed he was working on the car. The restoration progress he'd described had been fiction. The close-up photos of parts had been staged, taking pictures of the same disassembled components from different angles to make it seem like work was happening. The grease and oil on his clothes had been deliberately applied before coming home to sell the story. For 19 months, Keith had fabricated an entire hobby, lied about progress on a project he never intended to complete, and used my support for his supposed dream as cover for an affair. I asked about Gabrielle. Keith said they worked in the same department, had grown close over shared projects, and had started the affair. Gabrielle's husband Tom worked Saturdays, so she'd told him she did yoga and brunch with girlfriends. She'd been coming to the garage to spend the day with Keith. I felt sick. I'd supported Keith's restoration project for 19 months. I'd taken care of our daughter alone every Saturday. I'd listened to fake stories about carburetor rebuilds and body panel repairs. I'd celebrated his supposed progress on a car that hadn't been touched. I asked Keith if he'd ever intended to actually restore the Mustang. He admitted he hadn't. The car was just a prop to justify the garage rental. I asked about the car show he'd been talking about. Keith had mentioned recently that he was getting close to completion and wanted to debut the restored Mustang at a regional car show in 6 weeks. Keith admitted that was a lie too. He'd been planning to tell me the car wasn't ready yet and delay the supposed debut indefinitely. Gabrielle tried to apologize. I know this is terrible, but Keith and I have real feelings. I cut her off. You've been conducting an affair in a garage he rented with family money while lying to both our families for 19 months. I don't care about your feelings. I left the garage and drove home. I contacted a divorce attorney that day. But I also did something else. I found Tom, Gabrielle's husband, through social media and contacted him. I said I needed to talk about our spouses. Tom met me for coffee. I explained everything. Keith and Gabrielle had been having an affair for 19 months. They'd been meeting at Keith's rented garage every Saturday while Tom worked and I was home with our daughter. The vintage car restoration was a cover story. Tom was devastated. He'd believed Gabrielle spent Saturdays at yoga and brunching with girlfriends. He worked Saturday shifts at his job to earn overtime pay, thinking his wife was having healthy social time. She'd been lying to him for 19 months. Tom and I compared notes. Gabrielle's supposed yoga and brunch schedule matched Keith's car restoration schedule exactly. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. They'd coordinated their lies perfectly. Tom said he'd noticed Gabrielle seemed happier on Saturdays, more energetic when she came home. He'd thought yoga and friend time was good for her. Actually, she'd been spending the day with her affair partner. Tom and I decided we wanted them to face consequences publicly. Keith had been talking about debuting the Mustang at a car show. We'd make sure he did exactly that. I researched the regional car show Keith had mentioned. It was a major event. Hundreds of classic cars, thousands of attendees, awards for best restorations, a community of serious car enthusiasts. Perfect. Tom and I registered Keith's Mustang for the car show, in its current state. We had access to the garage. I had Keith's access code that he'd given me months ago, in case of emergency. We arranged for the car to be transported to the show exactly as it was, disassembled, dusty, clearly not worked on for months. We also registered for a display booth at the show. We'd set up next to Keith's restoration and tell the real story. The car show was held at a large convention center. Hundreds of beautifully restored classic cars were on display: Mustangs, Camaros, Corvettes, vintage trucks, muscle cars gleaming with perfect paint jobs and rebuilt engines. Owners stood proudly next to their completed restorations, sharing stories about years of dedicated work. Keith and Gabrielle had no idea their car would be at the show. We'd transported the Mustang in sections, exactly as it sat in the garage, unrestored, and set it up in the space registered under Keith's name. Tom and I set up our booth next to the Mustang. We created a display showing the truth. 19 months of not restoring this car, a story of infidelity disguised as hobby. We displayed photos of the Mustang from 19 months ago versus current state, identical, no progress. Receipts showing $400 a month garage rental for 19 months. Fake progress reports Keith had given me compared to actual state of the car. Gabrielle's yoga and brunch schedule matching Keith's restoration schedule. Evidence of their affair from the garage's security footage. The facility had cameras in common areas showing Keith and Gabrielle arriving together, leaving together, clearly not working on cars. The display went viral almost immediately. Car enthusiasts were horrified. Restoration is serious work that takes dedication and integrity. Someone using a classic car as a prop for an affair while claiming to be restoring it violated everything the community valued. People crowded around our booth, reading the story, looking at the dusty, unrestored Mustang, shaking their heads in disgust. Keith and Gabrielle arrived at the show late morning. They'd been invited by some of Keith's online forum friends who'd planned to see his completed restoration. They walked into the show expecting to see beautifully restored cars. Instead, they found their own Mustang in pieces, with a booth next to it exposing 19 months of lies. Keith went white when he saw it. Gabrielle looked like she wanted to disappear. The crowd around our booth recognized them from the photos in our display. Someone yelled, "You're the guy who faked a restoration project to cover an affair?" Keith tried to leave, but I stepped forward. "Everyone here should know. My husband claimed to spend every Saturday for 19 months restoring this Mustang. He described rebuilding the engine, fixing the body, making progress toward completion. But as you can see, the car hasn't been touched. He was using garage space and the restoration story as cover to spend Saturdays with his coworker having an affair." Tom added, "My wife told me she spent Saturdays at yoga and brunch with friends. She was actually meeting him at the garage. They lied to both families for 19 months using this car as a prop." Car enthusiasts are passionate people who respect hard work and authenticity. They were disgusted by Keith and Gabrielle using a restoration project, something requiring real skill and dedication, as cover for lies. One car owner whose Mustang was beautifully restored said, "I spent 3 years and thousands of hours actually restoring my car. You bought this car as a prop and lied about working on it. That's an insult to everyone here who puts real effort into these projects." Other show attendees were taking photos and videos. Keith and Gabrielle's affair exposure was being shared on social media, particularly in classic car communities where Keith had been active in forums. Keith's online forum friends, people he'd lied to about restoration progress for 19 months, confronted him. "We gave you advice, encouraged your project, believed you were serious about restoration. You were just using it as a cover story for cheating." The exposure was total. Keith and Gabrielle's affair became known throughout the car community, among our social circles, and at their workplace when coworkers saw social media posts from the show. The fallout was swift. Keith lost credibility in classic car communities. He was banned from several forums for misrepresenting his restoration project. Car enthusiasts didn't want someone in their community who'd used a classic car as an affair prop. Gabrielle's yoga and brunch story fell apart. Her actual friends, the ones she'd claimed to brunch with, learned she'd been lying and using them as cover. Their workplace investigated the affair since it involved coworkers potentially using work time for personal relationships. Both faced professional consequences. Tom divorced Gabrielle. I divorced Keith. Both of us had comprehensive evidence of the 19-month affair. My revenge was perfect. Keith had claimed to be restoring a vintage Mustang, describing progress and dedication to the project. I made him debut that Mustang at a car show, in its actual unrestored state, with a display explaining how he'd faked 19 months of work to cover an affair. He wanted to show off a completed restoration. Instead, he got to show off his lies in front of hundreds of car enthusiasts who value integrity and hard work. The garage he'd rented for 19 months, paying thousands of dollars for space to conduct an affair, became evidence in divorce proceedings. The Mustang he'd bought as a prop for his cover story was sold as is, still unrestored, still in pieces. The buyer got it cheap, planning to actually restore it properly. Keith's dream of debuting a restored classic car at a show came true, just not the way he'd imagined. His car was at the show, but the story being told wasn't about masterful restoration. It was about 19 months of lying, fake progress reports, and using a classic car community's values as cover for betrayal. Every car enthusiast who saw that display learned about Keith, the guy who faked a restoration project to conduct an affair. His name became associated with dishonesty in classic car circles. Gabrielle's yoga and self-care story became a joke. Her friends shared the truth about where she'd really been spending her Saturdays. Tom and I both moved forward with our divorces, freed from partners who'd spent 19 months lying every single Saturday. That's my revenge. Keith wanted to restore a classic Mustang. He never touched it. So I made sure everyone at the car show saw exactly what 19 months of his restoration work looked like. A dusty pile of parts, and a true story about using classic car culture as cover for an affair. The garage space meant for restoration became affair headquarters. The Mustang meant to be carefully rebuilt stayed in pieces. And the car show debut Keith imagined became an exposition of lies instead of craftsmanship. He thought he'd debut a masterpiece. He debuted his dishonesty instead. Perfect revenge for 19 months of fake restoration reports and Saturdays stolen from our family. My wife's support group meetings are just her and my best friend at his apartment. I joined Al-Anon. I'm 40M male, and 17 days ago I discovered my wife, Natalie, 38-year-old female, hasn't been attending Al-Anon meetings twice a week for the past 14 months like she told me. She's been having an affair with my best friend since college. Adrian, 41-year-old male, using the support group as cover to spend hours together at his apartment while I stayed home respecting her need for recovery space and believing she was getting help dealing with her father's alcoholism. I only found out because I decided to attend an open Al-Anon meeting myself to better understand what she was going through. And the longtime members told me no one named Natalie had ever attended their group. Now I have 14 months of lies documented. Adrian's girlfriend, Simone, 36-year-old female, who believed he was attending grief counseling for his late mother, and a plan to expose them both at an actual Al-Anon meeting by having them face people who genuinely need support groups while explaining how they've been misusing this sacred space for an affair. Natalie and I have been married for 13 years, together for 16. We have no children by choice. Both work demanding professional jobs. I'm an architect, she's a pharmaceutical rep. We've had what I thought was a deeply trusting, communicative marriage where we supported each other through difficult times. 14 months ago, Natalie told me her father's drinking had gotten worse. Her dad, Robert, has struggled with alcohol addiction for years, periods of sobriety followed by relapses. Natalie had been dealing with this her whole life, but a recent relapse had affected her deeply. She said watching her father destroy his health while being unable to help him was taking a serious emotional toll. She said her therapist had recommended Al-Anon, a support group specifically for families and friends of alcoholics. Al-Anon helps people cope with the impact of someone else's drinking, providing tools and community support for a difficult situation many people face alone. I thought this was an excellent idea. Natalie's father's alcoholism had affected our marriage. She'd get depressed when he relapsed, would stress about whether to intervene or practice detachment, struggled with guilt about not being able to fix him. A support group specifically designed for this seemed perfect. Natalie found an Al-Anon meeting that worked with her schedule. Tuesday evenings at 7 p.m. and Thursday evenings at 7 p.m., each meeting lasting about 90 minutes. The meetings were at a community center about 20 minutes from our house. She started attending regularly. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, she'd leave around 6:45 p.m. and return around 9 p.m. She'd come home looking emotionally drained but also relieved, like she'd unburdened herself. She'd tell me the meetings were really helpful, that she was learning to set boundaries with her dad, that hearing other people's stories made her feel less alone. I was supportive and gave her space. Al-Anon has a tradition of anonymity. What's shared in meetings stays confidential. I didn't press Natalie for details about what was discussed. I'd ask general questions like, was it a good meeting? And she'd give general answers about the themes discussed without violating anyone's privacy. Over the months, Natalie would mention things she'd learned from Al-Anon. Concepts like detachment with love, the 3 C's. You didn't cause it, can't control it, can't cure it. The importance of focusing on your own well-being rather than trying to fix the alcoholic. She'd reference the Al-Anon literature. Books like Courage to Change and how Al-Anon works. She seemed to be genuinely benefiting from the program. She was calmer about her father's drinking, less reactive when he relapsed, better at maintaining emotional boundaries. I was grateful the support group was helping her develop healthier coping mechanisms. Natalie would occasionally miss meetings for legitimate reasons, work travel, illness, schedule conflicts, but she attended consistently, maybe 80 to 90% of the scheduled Tuesday and Thursday meetings over 14 months. My best friend Adrian had been going through his own difficult time. His mother had died 8 months ago after a brief illness. Adrian had been devastated. He and his mother were very close. He'd been in what seemed like complicated grief, struggling to process the loss. Adrian mentioned he'd started seeing a grief counselor and attending a grief support group. He said the group met Tuesday and Thursday evenings and was really helping him work through the loss. I was glad he was getting support. Losing a parent is incredibly hard. I never connected that Adrian's support group schedule matched Natalie's Al-Anon schedule exactly. Why would I? Different support groups meeting on the same evenings isn't suspicious. Tuesday and Thursday evenings are common times for support group meetings since they're weeknights that don't conflict with most weekend plans. Adrian and Natalie had known each other for as long as Adrian and I had been friends, 16 years. They were friendly, cordial at social gatherings, but not particularly close. I had no reason to suspect anything between them. 3 weeks ago, I decided I wanted to understand Al-Anon better to support Natalie more effectively. I'd been reading that family members can attend open Al-Anon meetings. Some meetings are closed to only those directly affected, but many are open to anyone interested in learning about the program. I thought attending a meeting myself would help me understand what Natalie was experiencing and give me tools to be a better supportive partner regarding her father's alcoholism. I looked up the Al-Anon meeting Natalie attended. Tuesday, 7 p.m., at the Riverside Community Center. The online directory confirmed it was an open meeting, meaning anyone could attend. That Tuesday, I told Natalie I had a late work meeting and would grab dinner out. Actually, I went to the Riverside Community Center at 7 p.m. for the Al-Anon meeting. I arrived at the community center and found the room where the Al-Anon meeting was held. About 15 people were there, sitting in a circle of chairs. They welcomed me warmly. Al-Anon groups are used to newcomers and are deliberately welcoming to help people feel comfortable seeking support. The meeting started with readings about the program, then opened up for people to share. I listened as people talked about their experiences with alcoholic loved ones, spouses, parents, children, siblings. The stories were heartbreaking but also hopeful, as people discussed using Al-Anon tools to maintain their own serenity while their loved ones struggled with addiction. After about 45 minutes, there was a break. An older woman who seemed to be a long-time member approached me kindly and asked if this was my first Al-Anon meeting. I said yes, that my wife had been attending this particular meeting for over a year, and I wanted to understand the program better to support her. The woman looked puzzled. She said she'd been coming to this meeting for 5 years and knew most of the regular attendees. She asked my wife's name. I said, Natalie, last name. She's been coming here Tuesday and Thursday evenings for about 14 months. The woman shook her head. I don't know anyone by that name at this meeting. And we don't have a Thursday meeting. This group only meets Tuesdays. My stomach dropped. I described Natalie physically. The woman was certain. No one matching that description had attended this meeting regularly. I approached the meeting's facilitator during the break and explained that my wife had told me she attended this meeting twice weekly. The facilitator checked their attendance records, kept for group planning purposes, not for surveillance. No Natalie at any point in the past 14 months. The facilitator gently suggested that perhaps Natalie was attending a different Al-Anon meeting and had told me it was this one for privacy reasons. They gave me a list of other Al-Anon meetings in the area. I left the community center shaking. I called each Al-Anon meeting listed for our area over the next few days, describing my situation and asking if anyone knew Natalie. No group had any record of her attending. Natalie wasn't going to Al-Anon meetings. She'd been lying about where she was every Tuesday and Thursday evening for 14 months. I checked our shared phone plan's location history, something we'd enabled years ago for practical safety reasons like finding lost phones. Natalie's location on Tuesday and Thursday evenings wasn't at any community center or church where Al-Anon meetings were held. Her phone consistently showed her at the same residential address, an apartment building across town. I looked up the address. It was Adrian's apartment building. Adrian, my best friend who'd supposedly been attending grief counseling on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. I felt sick. I called Adrian's girlfriend, Simone. I'd met her several times at gatherings. We were friendly. I asked her if Adrian was home. She said no, he was at his grief support group, same as every Tuesday evening. I asked Simone which grief support group Adrian attended. She gave me the name of a specific bereavement group. I looked it up. That group met Monday evenings, not Tuesday and Thursday. I told Simone we needed to meet in person to discuss Adrian. She agreed, sounding concerned. We met at a coffee shop the next day. I told Simone everything. Natalie had claimed to attend Al-Anon Tuesday and Thursday evenings, but those meetings didn't exist. Her phone showed her at Adrian's apartment during those times. Adrian had supposedly been at grief support groups, but the ones Simone named didn't meet on the evenings he claimed. Simone looked devastated, but not entirely surprised. She said she'd had vague suspicions. Adrian would come home from grief group seeming energized rather than emotionally drained. He'd been cagey about details. He'd discouraged her from attending an open session of the group. We compared notes. Adrian's grief group schedule matched Natalie's Al-Anon schedule exactly. Tuesday and Thursday evenings, 7 to 9 p.m. for the past 14 months. Simone checked Adrian's phone location history. Same pattern. At his own apartment during the supposed group meeting times. They weren't going to support groups. They were meeting at Adrian's apartment, having an affair, using the sacred space and purpose of support groups as their cover story. This felt particularly cruel. Support groups like Al-Anon and grief counseling exist to help people through genuine suffering. Natalie had weaponized her father's real alcoholism to create a believable cover story. Adrian had weaponized his mother's real death. They'd taken actual pain, Robert's addiction, Adrian's mother's death, and used it as cover for betrayal. Simone was furious. She said, "People actually need these support groups. They're sacred spaces for healing. And Adrian used his dead mother's memory as an excuse to cheat?" I felt the same about Natalie using her father's alcoholism. She'd made me believe she was getting help for a legitimate struggle, when actually she was having an affair with my best friend. Simone and I decided to confront them, but we wanted it to be impactful. We wanted them to face the reality of what they'd been doing, misusing the concept of support groups, taking advantage of our compassion and respect for their supposed healing processes. I had an idea. There was a large Al-Anon convention happening in our area in 2 weeks. A weekend event where multiple Al-Anon groups came together for workshops, speakers, and community building. These conventions are open to anyone interested in Al-Anon, including supportive family members. Simone and I registered for the convention. We'd bring Natalie and Adrian there, make them face an actual Al-Anon community while we exposed what they'd really been doing during their supposed support group time. The Al-Anon convention was held at a hotel conference center. Hundreds of people attended, individuals genuinely dealing with the impact of loved ones' alcoholism, finding support and community through Al-Anon's program. The convention included workshops, speaker sessions, and an opening general session where attendees gathered to share the Al-Anon message and welcome newcomers. I told Natalie I wanted us to attend the Al-Anon convention together. I'd learned so much about the program and wanted to deepen my understanding while supporting her journey. I framed it as a couple's bonding experience around her recovery work. Natalie couldn't refuse without revealing she wasn't actually involved in Al-Anon. She agreed to attend, probably planning to fake her way through. Simone told Adrian she'd learned about a grief support convention, We'd found a real one happening the same weekend in the same hotel, and wanted them to attend together. Adrian similarly couldn't refuse without raising suspicion. Saturday morning of the convention, Natalie and I arrived at the hotel. Simone and Adrian arrived separately for their supposed grief support convention. Natalie and I went to the Al-Anon registration. I'd arranged with the convention organizers to have a brief opportunity to speak during the general session. I'd explained I wanted to share about my experience as someone new to Al-Anon and how the program was helping my marriage. The general session began with several hundred people in the main ballroom. Speakers shared about Al-Anon's principles, recovery, and community. When it was my turn to speak, I took the microphone. Natalie was sitting in the audience, looking mildly uncomfortable but maintaining her pretense. I said, "I'm here because 14 months ago my wife told me she was attending Al-Anon to cope with her father's alcoholism. I was supportive. I gave her space. I respected the privacy of her meetings. I admired her commitment to attending twice weekly for over a year." The audience was nodding. This sounded like a supportive partner's story. I continued, "But 3 weeks ago, I attended the Al-Anon meeting she'd been claiming to attend. The longtime members had never seen her. I checked every Al-Anon meeting in our area. She'd never attended any of them." The mood in the room shifted. People looked confused, then concerned. Where was my wife during those twice-weekly Al-Anon meetings for 14 months? She was at my best friend's apartment, having an affair with him. He'd been telling his girlfriend he was attending grief counseling. Neither of them were attending any support groups. They were using the sacred space and purpose of programs like Al-Anon as cover for betraying their partners. Natalie stood up, her face white, trying to leave, but Simone had entered from the back and was walking down the aisle. She had Adrian with her. She'd convinced him to come to a different workshop and had led him to the Al-Anon general session. Simone took a microphone and said, "That's my boyfriend Adrian. For 14 months he told me he was attending grief support group to process his mother's death. I respected his healing process. I was proud of him for seeking help. But he was never at any grief group. He was with her," she pointed at Natalie, "at his apartment, conducting an affair while I believed he was healing from his mother's death." The audience was silent, processing this. These were people who understood the importance of support groups. Many had been saved by Al-Anon, had found healing and community through the program. Seeing it weaponized for an affair was deeply offensive. I addressed the audience. "My wife's father really is an alcoholic. It's a real problem that causes real pain. She could have actually benefited from Al-Anon. Instead, she used her father's addiction as a cover story for betrayal." Simone added, "Adrian's mother really did die 8 months ago. He could have benefited from grief counseling. Instead, he used his mother's death as an excuse to cheat." An older woman in the audience stood and said, "I've been in Al-Anon for 20 years. This program saved my life when my husband's drinking destroyed our family. The idea of someone using Al-Anon as a cover story for an affair is deeply disrespectful to everyone who genuinely needs this program." Another attendee said, "You took advantage of the respect and privacy we give to support groups. You made your partners believe you were healing when you were actually causing harm." Natalie and Adrian tried to leave, but several people blocked the exits, not physically restraining them, but making it clear they needed to hear this. I said to the audience, "I wanted to bring them here because people in support groups deserve honesty. You open your hearts in these spaces. You trust that everyone present genuinely needs help. Natalie and Adrian violated that trust by using support groups as alibis." The convention organizers asked Natalie and Adrian if they had anything to say. Adrian stammered that they never meant to hurt anyone and that their feelings were complicated. A woman who'd been in Al-Anon for 30 years said, "Feelings are always complicated. That's why we have support groups, to process complicated feelings honestly. You chose dishonesty. You chose to misuse a program that helps millions of people. The exposure was complete. The Al-Anon community, people who valued honesty, healing, and genuine support, had witnessed Natalie and Adrian's deception. Word spread through the convention, and by lunchtime, hundreds of people knew the story. The grief support convention happening in the same hotel heard about it too. Adrian was identified as someone who'd lied about attending grief counseling while actually having an affair. The grief community was equally appalled. Natalie and Adrian's affair became known not just to our personal circles, but to the broader support group communities in our area. They'd been exposed in the exact spaces they'd been misusing. The fallout was swift. Simone ended her relationship with Adrian immediately. She told everyone in their social circle exactly what had happened, how Adrian had used his mother's death as cover for an affair. I filed for divorce from Natalie. Our friends and family learned she'd lied about attending Al-Anon for 14 months to cover an affair with my best friend. Natalie's father, Robert, whose real alcoholism she'd weaponized for her cover story, was hurt and angry when he learned. He said his daughter had used his disease to justify betrayal. Adrian's surviving family members, his father and siblings, were devastated that he'd used their recently deceased mother's memory as an affair alibi. My friendship with Adrian ended permanently. He'd been my best friend for over 20 years, and he'd betrayed that by having an affair with my wife while using grief about his mother as cover. The broader consequence was that Natalie and Adrian became known in local support group communities as people who'd misused these programs. If either ever actually needed support group help in the future, they'd face suspicion. My revenge was complete. Natalie and Adrian had used support groups as cover for an affair. I exposed them at an actual support group convention, in front of hundreds of people who understood the sacred purpose of these programs and were disgusted by the misuse. They'd taken advantage of my compassion, my respect for Natalie's supposed Al-Anon recovery, and Adrian's supposed grief process. I made sure they faced people who actually needed those programs and had to explain why they'd used healing spaces as cover for betrayal. Natalie never actually went to Al-Anon for her father's alcoholism, but now she's dealing with the consequences of lying about it: a destroyed marriage, lost friendships, and a reputation as someone who weaponized her father's addiction for an affair. Adrian never went to grief counseling for his mother's death, but now he's grieving the loss of his relationship, his best friendship, and his reputation. Consequences he created by using his mother's memory as an affair alibi. That's my revenge. They misused support groups meant for genuine healing. I made them face the community they disrespected and explain themselves in front of people who actually understand what these programs mean. The support group meetings turned out to be affair meetups. Now everyone in actual support group communities knows it, and Natalie and Adrian have to live with being known as the people who lied about Al-Anon and grief counseling to cover an affair. Perfect revenge for 14 months of weaponizing real pain for fake meetings. My husband's band practice was rehearsing an affair with the lead singer. I learned guitar and joined the band. I'm 33 Freakumhold, and 16 days ago I discovered my husband, Trevor, 35 male, hasn't been attending band practice every Tuesday and Friday evening for the past 11 months. He's been having an affair with the band's lead singer, Mia, 29 male female, using their musical chemistry as cover for an actual relationship while telling me he's just passionate about finally pursuing his music hobby. I only found out because I attended their surprise public performance to support Trevor and watched him and Mia perform a duet with such obvious intimacy that other audience members asked if they were a couple. Now I have 11 months of text messages about their connection, videos of their performances where they're clearly more than bandmates, and Mia's boyfriend, Connor, 31 male, who had no idea his girlfriend was sleeping with the married bassist. Together, we're planning the most spectacular on-stage exposure by having me join the band as their new rhythm guitarist and revealing everything mid-performance at their biggest show yet. Trevor and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have one daughter, Sadie, 5 and a female. I work as a pediatric occupational therapist. Trevor is an accountant. We've had a stable, happy marriage, or so I thought. 11 months ago, Trevor mentioned that some guys from his old college friend group were forming a casual band and needed a bassist. Trevor had played bass in high school but hadn't touched an instrument in over a decade. He was excited about the opportunity to play music again as a creative outlet from his analytical job. I encouraged him completely. I thought it was healthy for him to have a hobby outside of work and family. The band would practice Tuesday and Friday evenings, 7 to 10 p.m., at the drummer's garage studio. Trevor would come home energized, telling me about the songs they were learning, the progress they were making, how good it felt to play music again. The band was called Midnight Theory. 5 members including Trevor on bass, his college friend Josh on drums, 2 other guys on guitar and keyboard, and a woman named Mia on lead vocals. Trevor would mention Mia occasionally. Mia suggested we try this song. Mia has an amazing voice. Mia thinks we should practice this section more. I thought it was nice that the band had a female vocalist. I never suspected anything inappropriate. It was a group activity with multiple people present. They were making music together. Trevor seemed genuinely happy about the creative outlet. Around month 4, Trevor started mentioning that the band was getting good enough to potentially play some local venues. Small bars and coffee shops that hosted live music, maybe some open mic nights. He was excited about the possibility of performing publicly. I was supportive but skeptical. They'd only been playing together a few months. But Trevor insisted they had real potential, especially with Mia's vocals carrying their sound. By month 6, the band had started booking actual shows. Small venues, Tuesday or Friday nights after practice. Trevor would stay late on practice nights when they had shows, performing from 10 p.m. midnight, getting home around 1 a.m., exhausted but exhilarated. I never attended these shows. Tuesday and Friday nights were school nights for Sadie, and I couldn't get a babysitter on short notice for late-night bar performances. Trevor understood. He'd tell me about the shows the next day, how many people attended, which songs went well, how the audience responded. He'd show me videos that other band members had posted on the band's social media, snippets of performances, crowd reactions, band members playing together. I'd watch and feel proud that Trevor had found something he was passionate about. What I didn't see in those carefully edited videos was the way Trevor and Mia looked at each other on stage, the physical intimacy between them during performances, the obvious connection that went beyond musical collaboration. Last weekend, the band had a Saturday afternoon show, a rare daytime performance at a local brewery's outdoor stage. Saturday afternoon meant I could actually attend. Sadie could come too. It was family-friendly, outdoors, during reasonable hours. I decided to surprise Trevor. He hadn't specifically invited me. I realized later he'd been avoiding inviting me to any show where I might actually see him and Mia perform together, but I figured he'd be happy to have his wife and daughter supporting him. Sadie and I arrived at the brewery around 2 p.m. when the band was scheduled to start. We found seats in the outdoor area where about 50 people were gathered. I saw Trevor on stage with his bass, setting up with the other band members. I saw Mia for the first time. She was pretty, confident, clearly comfortable on stage. The band started playing. They were actually quite good. Tight musicianship, well-rehearsed songs. Mia's voice was genuinely impressive. I was proud of Trevor and enjoying the performance. Then they played a duet, just Trevor on bass and Mia singing a slow, intimate song. And I watched my husband and this woman look at each other in a way that made my stomach drop. The way Trevor looked at Mia while they performed wasn't how bandmates look at each other. It was intimate, romantic, hungry. They moved toward each other during the song. Mia put her hand on Trevor's shoulder while singing. Trevor smiled at her in a way I recognized. It was how he used to look at me when we were first dating. The audience clearly picked up on it too. I heard people around me commenting, "Are those two together?" The chemistry between the bassist and singer is amazing. They must be a couple. You can feel the connection. I felt sick. I pulled out my phone and started filming the rest of their set. I recorded Trevor and Mia's interactions, the way they gravitated toward each other on stage, the looks they exchanged, the physical comfort between them that went beyond professional collaboration. After their set, the band took a break. I approached the stage area where Trevor was putting down his bass. He saw Sadie first and smiled, then saw me and his face went pale. He said, "Hey, I didn't know you were coming." I said, "I wanted to surprise you. You sounded great, especially that duet with Mia. You two have really good chemistry." Trevor stammered, "Oh yeah, we've been working on that one. Mia thought it would showcase her vocals." Mia approached us. Trevor introduced us awkwardly. "Mia, this is my wife and daughter." Mia's eyes widened slightly, surprised that I'd appeared, maybe nervousness. She said, "Nice to meet you. Trevor talks about you guys." I noticed she was wearing a necklace I'd never seen before, a silver bass clef. Expensive, delicate, intimate. I asked, "That's a beautiful necklace. Where did you get it?" Mia touched it reflexively and said, "Oh, it was a gift from..." She trailed off, realizing she'd nearly said something revealing. Trevor changed the subject quickly. "We should get back on stage soon. Thanks for coming to support." I took Sadie home, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd witnessed. The chemistry between Trevor and Mia had been undeniable. Other audience members had noticed, and Mia's necklace, expensive jewelry that she'd stopped herself from saying was from someone, seemed suspicious. That evening, I did what I should have done months earlier. I looked at the band's full social media presence. Not just the short video clips Trevor had shown me, but their complete performance archive. I watched full sets from previous shows. Every performance showed the same thing. Trevor and Mia had intense chemistry on stage that went beyond musical collaboration. They touched frequently, looked at each other constantly, performed duets with obvious intimacy. In crowd footage from audience members who'd posted videos, I could see what the band's official videos had edited out. Mia and Trevor arriving together, leaving together, sitting close during breaks. Mia wearing that same bass clef necklace in shows from months ago. I checked Trevor's credit card statements. We had separate cards but shared account access for household transparency. I found charges I'd never noticed. Jewelry purchases matching the time frame when Mia's necklace first appeared in videos. Dinner reservations on practice nights for 2 people at nice restaurants. Hotel rooms booked on Friday nights when Trevor had said he'd stayed late after shows to help pack equipment. I felt physically sick. Trevor hadn't just been having an affair. He'd been conducting it publicly, on stage, in front of audiences who could see what I'd been too trusting to notice. I went through Trevor's phone that night while he was asleep. We'd always had each other's passcodes for practical reasons. I wasn't snooping. I was looking for confirmation of what I already suspected. I found text message threads with Mia going back 11 months, to when the band had first started. "Can't wait for practice tonight. Missed you this weekend. That duet we're learning feels so intimate. I love performing it with you. Tell me again how you're going to tell her. I can't keep doing this. Last night was perfect. I wish we didn't have to hide this." Trevor and Mia had been having an affair the entire time he'd been in the band. Band practice had included actual practice, but it had also included time alone with Mia before or after the other members arrived or left. The late nights after shows had been hotel rooms. The creative partnership had been an actual relationship. I found photos they'd sent each other. Intimate photos, not just sexual but romantic. Photos of them together that looked like couple photos. Mia wearing the bass clef necklace Trevor had bought her. Trevor wearing a guitar pick necklace that Mia had given him, hidden under his shirt during the day, visible in the private photos. I also found messages about me. Mia asking when Trevor was going to leave me. Trevor saying he needed to figure out the right timing, and make sure Sadie would be okay. Mia getting frustrated that Trevor wouldn't commit to a timeline for leaving his marriage. They'd been planning for Trevor to leave me. He'd just been waiting for the right time, probably when it was financially or practically convenient for him. I took screenshots of everything: texts, photos, credit card statements, social media evidence. Then I did something strategic. I looked up Mia's social media and found her boyfriend, Connor. Connor posted regularly about his girlfriend, the talented singer in a local band. He attended some of her shows, posted supportive messages, clearly had no idea she was sleeping with the married bassist. I messaged Connor. "I'm Trevor's wife. I think we need to talk about our partners and their band." Connor responded within an hour. "Is everything okay?" I sent him selected screenshots, enough to show Trevor and Mia were having an affair, not so much that it was overwhelming. Connor was shocked. He said Mia had told him Trevor was just a bandmate, and that their stage chemistry was acting for the performance. Connor and I met for coffee the next day while Trevor was at work, and Mia presumably didn't know her boyfriend was meeting with the wife of her affair partner. Connor and I shared everything we knew. He'd been dating Mia for 2 years. She'd started the affair with Trevor while in a committed relationship with Connor. Connor had attended some shows but had believed Mia's explanation that the chemistry with Trevor was just performance art and what made the band compelling to watch. Connor was devastated but also angry. He said, "I've supported her music career, gone to shows, helped her practice vocals, believed in this band, and she's been cheating with the married bassist the whole time?" We made a plan. Midnight Theory had their biggest show coming up in 2 weeks, a Saturday night performance at a popular local venue, their first headlining slot, expected audience of 200+ people. The band had been promoting it heavily on social media as their breakout show. Connor and I decided we'd expose Trevor and Mia at that show, publicly, in front of the largest audience they'd ever performed for. But we needed it to be spectacular, undeniable, and impossible for them to deflect or minimize. I had an idea. What if I joined the band? Connor looked confused. I explained, "I'm going to learn rhythm guitar in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to approach the band and offer to be a 6th member, add depth to their sound. Trevor won't be able to say no without explaining why. Then, at the big show, I'll expose everything on stage." Connor said, "Can you learn guitar in 2 weeks?" I said, "I don't need to be great. I need to be competent enough that the band accepts me and good enough that I can perform at the show. I'll practice intensively." I bought a guitar and found a teacher willing to do intensive daily lessons. I told Trevor I was taking up a new hobby to have my own creative outlet like he did. He seemed supportive, probably relieved that I had something occupying my time that wasn't scrutinizing his activities. For 12 days, I practiced guitar for hours every day while Sadie was at school. I learned basic chords, rhythm patterns, and several of Midnight Theory's songs. I wasn't concert level, but I was competent enough to play rhythm guitar on their set list. 1 week before the big show, I approached Josh, the drummer and band organizer. I said I was Trevor's wife, that I'd attended their recent brewery show, that I'd been inspired to learn guitar and wanted to contribute to the band. I offered to play rhythm guitar, add fullness to their sound without disrupting their established arrangement. Josh was hesitant but intrigued. Trevor had apparently mentioned I was learning guitar. Josh said he'd discuss it with the band. Trevor came home that night looking stressed. He said the band was considering adding me as rhythm guitar for the big show. He said he'd told them it might be awkward to have a spouse in the band, but they thought it could add interesting dynamics to their sound. I acted enthusiastic. "This could be fun. We could share this hobby. I've been practicing your songs. I think I can handle rhythm guitar without messing up your parts." Trevor couldn't refuse without a good reason. If he opposed having his wife in the band too strongly, the other members would wonder why. He had to accept it while hiding his panic that his wife would now be on stage with his affair partner. The band scheduled a practice session to test me out. I performed adequately, not amazing, but solid enough that Josh and the other members agreed I could play rhythm guitar at the show. Mia looked uncomfortable the entire practice. Trevor was visibly tense. But they both had to maintain the pretense that everything was normal, professional collaboration. For the next week, I practiced with the band. I learned their stage arrangement, where each person stood, how they moved during performances. I watched Trevor and Mia carefully maintain professional distance during practices now that I was present. Connor and I coordinated our plan for the show. We'd let Trevor and Mia perform most of their set normally. Then, during their final song, one of their intimate duets, Connor and I would take the stage and expose everything. The night of the big show arrived. The venue was packed. Over 200 people, the band's biggest audience ever. Local music bloggers were there reviewing the show. This was Midnight Theory's chance to break into the real local music scene. I performed with the band for the first 5 songs. I was competent, staying in the background, letting the established members shine. Trevor and Mia maintained professional demeanor on stage despite the tension. Then came their duet, the slow, intimate song I'd first seen at the brewery. Trevor on bass, Mia singing, just the two of them with minimal accompaniment. They started performing, falling into their familiar, intimate dynamic despite my presence. They looked at each other the way they'd looked at each other for 11 months, forgetting for a moment that Trevor's wife was standing 10 feet away with a guitar. Midway through the song, I stepped forward to the microphone. I said loudly enough to interrupt, "I need to tell everyone something about this beautiful duet you're watching." The music stopped. Trevor looked panicked. Mia froze. The audience was confused but attentive. I said, "This chemistry you see between my husband Trevor and Mia, it's not acting. They've been having an affair for 11 months, the entire time this band has existed." The audience gasped. Trevor said, "What are you doing? This isn't—" I pulled out my phone and connected it to the venue's sound system. I'd coordinated with the sound tech beforehand, explaining I had an announcement to make. I displayed screenshots on the venue's projection screen, text messages between Trevor and Mia, photos of them together, credit card receipts for hotels and jewelry. I said, "Every band practice has included time for them to be together. Every late-night after shows has been hotels. That necklace Mia's wearing? Trevor bought it for her 6 months ago. That guitar-pick necklace Trevor wears hidden under his shirt? Mia gave it to him." Connor stood up from the audience and joined me on stage. He said, "I'm Mia's boyfriend of 2 years. I had no idea she was cheating with the married bassist. His wife and I discovered the affair together." The audience was completely silent, watching the drama unfold. The music bloggers were recording everything. Mia tried to leave the stage, but I said, "No. You've performed your affair publicly for 11 months. Everyone here deserves to know what they've actually been watching." I played audio recordings. I'd recorded the band's last practice where, after other members had left, I'd stayed hidden and captured Trevor and Mia discussing their affair, planning how to handle the wife situation, discussing their future together. The venue erupted in reactions. Some audience members were shouting at Trevor and Mia. Others were filming. The band's other members, Josh and the guitarist and keyboardist, looked shocked and angry, realizing their band had been cover for an affair. I told Trevor, "You used music, something you claim to love, as a cover for betraying your wife and daughter. You performed your affair on stages while I was home with our child, believing you were pursuing a creative passion." I told Mia, "You helped a married man lie to his wife for 11 months. You performed intimate duets with him while his family thought it was just musical chemistry." I unplugged my guitar and walked off stage. Connor followed. Behind us, the venue was chaos. Audience members confronting Trevor and Mia, band members arguing, the show completely derailed. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Videos of the exposure went viral locally. The music bloggers who'd been reviewing the show instead wrote about the spectacular on-stage affair exposure. Midnight Theory became known as the band that imploded when the bassist's wife exposed his affair with the singer on stage. Trevor moved out. Divorce proceedings started with me in a strong position. 11 months of documented affair evidence plus the public humiliation gave me leverage. Mia's relationship with Connor ended. The band dissolved. The other members wanted nothing to do with Trevor and Mia after learning their creative partnership had been an affair that they'd unknowingly been enabling. Trevor's reputation in the local music community was destroyed. He'd wanted to pursue music as a creative outlet. Now he was known as the guy who'd used a band as cover for an affair. My revenge was perfect. Trevor and Mia had conducted their affair publicly, on stages, in front of audiences, for 11 months. So I exposed them publicly, on stage, in front of their biggest audience yet, using the same performance platform they'd been abusing. They'd used music to hide their betrayal. I used music to reveal it. Trevor's band practice turned out to be rehearsing an affair. So I learned guitar, joined the band, and orchestrated the most spectacular performance of all, the one where everyone learned the truth. That's my revenge. They performed their affair for 11 months. I gave them one final show where the truth was the headline act. My wife's true crime podcast has 0 episodes. Her co-host is my brother recording fake interviews at his house. I'm 37 ml, and 12 days ago, I discovered my wife, Iris, 35-year-old female, hasn't been recording a true crime podcast every Wednesday night and Saturday afternoon for the past 11 months like she told me. She's been having an affair with my younger brother, Joel, 33-year-old male, using the podcast project as cover to spend hours together at his house while I stayed home believing my wife was building a creative platform and developing a following for her investigative storytelling. I only found out because I tried to listen to the episodes she'd supposedly published and couldn't find the podcast on any platform, despite 11 months of claimed recording sessions and her describing a growing listener base. Now I have 11 months of evidence showing where she actually was during recording sessions. Joel's girlfriend, Tessa, 32-year-old female, who believed he was helping a friend with audio production work, and a plan to expose them both by actually launching a real podcast about their affair on the date Iris claimed her season finale would be released. Iris and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have one daughter, Ruby, 4-year-old female. I'm a dentist. Iris is a high school guidance counselor. We've always supported each other's creative interests and personal development, making what I thought was a collaborative partnership built on honesty and encouragement. 11 months ago, Iris told me she wanted to start a true crime podcast. She'd always been fascinated by criminal psychology, loved true crime shows and books, and thought creating her own investigative podcast would combine her interests with creative storytelling. Podcasting was popular, true crime was a massive genre, and Iris had ideas for cases she wanted to cover. I was immediately supportive. Iris had been looking for a creative outlet outside her emotionally demanding counseling work. A podcast seemed perfect. She could research cases that interested her, develop storytelling skills, potentially build an audience, all on her own schedule. Iris said she'd partnered with someone who had audio production experience to help with the technical side. She'd handle research, writing, and hosting, while her co-producer would manage recording quality, editing, and publishing. The co-producer was supposedly someone referred by a mutual acquaintance who was passionate about true crime and wanted to help new podcasters get started. They'd work together on the podcast Wednesday evenings, 7 to 10 p.m., and Saturday afternoons, 1 to 5 p.m. Dedicated recording and production sessions where they'd record episodes, edit audio, plan upcoming cases, and manage the podcast's social media presence. The time commitment was substantial, but Iris was excited. She'd leave for sessions with her laptop and notes, dressed casually for the informal recording environment, talking about the case she was working on. She'd return hours later, energized, telling me about the recording session. We got 3 episodes recorded tonight. The editing is really coming together. We're planning next month's cases. Iris would describe the cases she was covering: unsolved mysteries, lesser-known crimes that deserved attention, deep dives into criminal psychology. She'd talk about her research process, the interviews she was conducting, via phone, with experts and people connected to cases, the narrative arc she was building for each episode. Around month 3, Iris said the podcast had launched. It was called Beneath the Surface, Deep Dives into True Crime, and episodes were being published bi-weekly. She said they were building a small but engaged audience. A few hundred downloads per episode, positive reviews, listeners commenting on social media. She'd share supposed listener feedback. Someone said our analysis was more thoughtful than bigger podcasts. A detective who worked one of our cases reached out with additional information. Our listener numbers are growing steadily. The feedback sounded genuine, and Iris seemed genuinely proud of building something. Iris would mention her co-producer occasionally, someone named J.R., who was helping her learn audio production, suggesting cases to cover, managing the technical back end of publishing episodes. She'd say things like, "JR thinks we should do a 2-part episode on this case," or, "JR found great archival audio we can use." I thought it was excellent that Iris had found such a helpful collaborator. Creating a podcast alone is challenging. Having someone to share the workload made sense. Over the months, Iris talked constantly about the podcast. She'd discuss upcoming episodes she was researching, play me snippets of what she claimed was recorded audio, though it sounded like rough drafts she'd recorded alone. Describe the podcast's editorial calendar, planning episodes months ahead. She created social media accounts for the podcast, Instagram and Twitter profiles for Beneath the Surface, where she'd post about upcoming episodes, share case details, engage with supposed listeners. The accounts had a few hundred followers. Posts got modest engagement. Everything looked like a small but real podcast building an audience. Iris would show me analytics supposedly from their podcast hosting platform, graphs showing download numbers, listener locations, episode popularity. The data looked legitimate, showing gradual growth consistent with a new podcast finding its audience. She never invited me to a recording session, saying the recording environment needed to be quiet and controlled, that visitors would affect the audio quality, that I'd hear the finished product, which was what mattered. This seemed reasonable for audio production. I didn't question it. Around month 8, Iris said the podcast had reached a milestone, 10,000 total downloads across all episodes. She was thrilled, saying they'd built something real from nothing. She talked about possibly monetizing with sponsors once they reached larger numbers, about the creative fulfillment of investigating cases and telling important stories. Last week, I decided to finally listen to the podcast. Iris had been working on it for 11 months. I wanted to hear what she'd created and support her work by actually consuming the content. I searched for Beneath the Surface, Deep Dives into True Crime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, every major platform. Nothing appeared. I tried different searches, Iris's name, variations of the title, related keywords. No results. I thought maybe the podcast was on a smaller platform I wasn't searching. I asked Iris for a direct link so I could listen to episodes. She said she'd send it later but seemed uncomfortable with the request. That evening, I searched exhaustively for any evidence the podcast existed. I checked podcast directories, searched social media for mentions, looked for any trace of Beneath the Surface True Crime Podcast. Nothing existed. The social media accounts Iris had shown me. I searched for them now. The Instagram and Twitter profiles existed, but had clearly been created recently and had minimal genuine engagement. The followers were mostly bots. The comments were generic. The supposed listener interactions looked fabricated. I checked the analytics Iris had shown me. I recognized the format. It was from a podcast hosting platform's demo account, showing example data for how analytics would look. Iris had been screenshotting demo analytics and claiming they were her podcast's real numbers. The podcast didn't exist. Iris had been faking everything, The episodes, the listeners, the growth, the recordings. For 11 months, she'd created an elaborate fiction about a podcast that was never published. If Iris wasn't recording a podcast, where was she going every Wednesday evening and Saturday afternoon for 11 months? I checked Iris's location history on our shared phone plan. On recording days, her location showed her at a residential address in a neighborhood about 20 minutes away. The same address repeatedly over 11 months. I looked up the address property records. The house was owned by someone with the last name matching my brother Joel's. I called Joel's phone number to confirm. The address in property records matched the address his phone was registered to. Iris had been going to Joel's house during her supposed podcast recording sessions. My wife and my brother for 11 months, while Iris told me she was creating a true crime podcast. I felt sick. Joel was my younger brother, someone I'd been close to our entire lives. He had a girlfriend, Tessa, who I'd met several times at family gatherings. Why would Iris be at Joel's house for hours twice weekly? I needed to confirm before jumping to conclusions. I called the mutual acquaintance who'd supposedly referred Iris to her audio production co-producer. They were confused. They'd never referred Iris to anyone for podcast help and didn't know anything about her starting a podcast. The co-producer, JR, didn't exist as described. But Joel's initials were JR, Joel Ryan. Iris's supposed co-producer was Joel, and JR was how she'd referred to him while keeping his identity vague. I checked Iris's laptop when she was asleep. I found draft scripts for podcast episodes. She'd actually written them, probably to maintain the cover story and have material to reference when talking to me about the podcast. But there were no audio files, no editing software, no evidence of actual recording or production. I found messages between Iris and Joel going back 11 months, not about podcast production, but intimate personal messages. They'd started an affair 11 months ago, exactly when the podcast project had supposedly begun. The messages showed them planning their Wednesday and Saturday meetings, discussing how to keep the affair hidden, coordinating their cover stories. Joel would tell his girlfriend Tessa that he was helping a friend with audio production work, on the same schedule Iris told me she was recording podcast episodes. One message from Iris to Joel said, "He asked to listen to the podcast today. I panicked and said I'd send a link later. We need to be more careful. This cover story only works if he never actually tries to find the episodes." Joel had replied, "Tessa asked the same thing last month. I told her the podcast isn't public yet, still in development. They believe us because we've been consistent with the story." They'd been coordinating their lies, amused that Tessa and I believed the podcast cover story without ever hearing actual episodes. I was devastated. My wife and my brother had been conducting an 11-month affair, using a fake podcast as cover, meeting at Joel's house while both Tessa and I believed they were working on creative audio production. I contacted Tessa. "I'm Joel's brother. We need to talk about what Joel and Iris have actually been doing during their supposed podcast work." Tessa met me the next day. I showed her everything. The podcast that didn't exist, Iris and Joel's location histories matching at his house during supposed recording times, the messages between them proving an affair, the coordinated cover stories. Tessa looked devastated. She said Joel had been helping someone with audio production, Wednesday evenings and Saturday afternoons for almost a year. He described it as technical work, helping a friend launch a podcast, said it was volunteer work supporting someone's creative project. Tessa had thought Joel was being generous with his skills. She'd never questioned why he couldn't just help remotely, or why it required so many in-person sessions. We compared our partners' stories. Iris's podcast recording schedule matched Joel's audio production help schedule exactly. They'd created matching lies, Iris's creative project and Joel's technical assistance, to cover the same affair. Tessa was furious. She said they used creativity and helping others as their cover story. They made us feel supportive while they were betraying us. I felt the same. I'd encouraged Iris's podcast, been proud of her creative initiative, given her space and time to work on what I thought was meaningful storytelling. All fabricated to cover an affair with my brother. Tessa and I decided we wanted revenge that matched the crime. Iris and Joel had created a fake podcast for 11 months. We'd create a real podcast about them. Over the next week, Tessa and I actually created a podcast. We researched how to record and edit audio, set up proper hosting, learned the technical skills Joel had supposedly been teaching Iris. We created a true crime podcast called Beneath the Betrayal, a true story of deception. The premise? A real investigation into a crime of infidelity, featuring a woman who fakes creating a podcast to cover an affair with her husband's brother. We recorded 3 episodes detailing our investigation. Episode 1 covered discovering the fake podcast and beginning to investigate. Episode 2 revealed the affair and the coordinated cover stories. Episode 3 would be released on the date Iris had claimed her season finale would drop, exposing everything to everyone who'd supported her supposed podcast. We actually published the episodes on major platforms. We promoted them on social media. We made it a real podcast that people could actually find and listen to, unlike Iris's fictional one. We shared the podcast with everyone who'd heard about Iris's true crime work. Our families, friends, Iris's colleagues, people who'd asked to listen to Beneath the Surface. We sent them links to Beneath the Betrayal, saying it was related to Iris's work and they should listen. Iris had told me her season finale was scheduled for release in 2 weeks, supposedly the culmination of 11 months of work, a major episode that would cap her first season of the podcast. We scheduled our episode 3 release for the exact date and time Iris claimed her finale would drop. The episode title, The Finale That Never Was, Exposing 11 Months of Lies. Release day arrived. Iris had been building anticipation for her season finale for weeks, telling me it would be her best work, that listeners were excited, that this episode would really showcase what she'd built. I told Iris I'd organized a listening party, gathering family and friends to listen to her season finale together as a celebration of her creative achievement. She couldn't refuse without revealing the finale didn't exist. Joel would be at the party. He was my brother, and I'd invited him and Tessa as part of the family gathering, supposedly celebrating Iris's accomplishment. 30 people attended, both our families, close friends, some of Iris's colleagues from school who'd heard about her podcast work. Everyone was excited to finally hear what Iris had been creating for 11 months. I announced we'd all listen to the season finale together. I pulled up podcast apps on the TV screen. I said, "Let's find Beneath the Surface and play the finale." I searched for Iris's podcast. Nothing appeared. I tried different searches, showed everyone the screen with 0 results. I said, "That's strange. The podcast doesn't seem to exist on any platform." "Iris, can you pull it up and play the finale for everyone?" Iris went pale. She stammered something about technical issues with publishing. I said, "Well, I have a true crime podcast queued up that everyone can listen to instead. It's actually about Iris's podcast project." I played our podcast, Beneath the Betrayal, Episode 3. Our voices narrated the story. A woman fakes creating a true crime podcast for 11 months, using recording sessions as cover to have an affair with her husband's brother. The husband and the brother's girlfriend discover the deception and create an actual podcast exposing the truth. We played audio evidence. Iris and Joel's messages to each other, location data showing them at Joel's house during supposed podcast sessions, proof that Beneath the Surface had never been published despite 11 months of claimed work. The room was silent, except for the podcast playing. Family members looked between Iris and Joel in shock. Our friends were stunned. The episode continued, detailing how Iris had fabricated listener feedback, shown fake analytics, created fictional episode descriptions, all to maintain the cover story. how Joel had told Tessa he was helping with audio production during the same hours. When the episode ended, I said, "Iris spent 11 months telling me she was creating a true crime podcast. She wrote scripts to make it believable, showed me fake analytics, described a growing audience. All lies. She was having an affair with Joel while I supported what I thought was her creative dream." Tessa added, "Joel told me he was volunteering his audio skills to help someone's podcast. Same lies, same schedule, same affair." Our families were horrified. Joel, my younger brother I'd been close to my entire life, had betrayed me in the most personal way. Using a fake creative project as cover made it worse. They'd weaponized my support for Iris's supposed growth. Iris's colleagues from school were appalled. She worked as a guidance counselor, supposedly helping students with integrity and honesty, while conducting an 11-month affair based on systematic lies. The podcast we'd created went viral locally. People shared it, fascinated by the meta-narrative of creating a real podcast about a fake podcast that covered an affair. Downloads surged. We got thousands of listeners genuinely interested in the true crime story that was actually true. The fallout was severe. Iris faced professional scrutiny. Her colleagues questioned how someone who counseled students about ethics had conducted such elaborate deception. Joel lost relationships with family members who felt he'd betrayed not just me, but family trust. Both Iris and my family were devastated by the dual betrayal. Wife and brother, working together to deceive us. Tessa ended her relationship with Joel. I filed for divorce from Iris. The real podcast Tessa and I created became successful. We'd accidentally stumbled into actual podcasting while exposing Iris's fake one. We decided to continue with a second season covering other true stories of deception. My revenge was complete. Iris had faked creating a podcast for 11 months, using it as cover for an affair with my brother. I created an actual podcast about her fake one, published it on the date she claimed her season finale would release, and exposed her to everyone who'd supported her supposed creative work. She'd wanted to be a podcaster. I became one instead, with real episodes people could actually download, real listeners, and a true crime story that happened to be about her. Joel had supposedly been helping with audio production. Tessa and I learned actual audio production to expose him. The podcast, Beneath the Surface, never existed, despite 11 months of claimed work. Beneath the Betrayal exists, has thousands of downloads, and will forever document what Iris and Joel actually did during their supposed creative collaboration. Perfect revenge for 11 months of fake recording sessions and real betrayal. She claimed to investigate crimes. I investigated hers, and published the findings in the exact medium she'd lied about mastering. The season finale that never was became the podcast episode that exposed why it never existed. Every download, every listener, every review is a reminder that Iris talked about creating something for 11 months, but actually created nothing except lies. Meanwhile, Tessa and I created something real from our pain. An actual podcast with actual episodes that actual people can actually listen to. Not fictional analytics and fake listener comments, but real engagement with real content. Iris wanted to be known for investigative storytelling. She's known now as the subject of an investigation, documented in a podcast about her deception. The true crime was her affair. The investigation was mine. And the podcast? That's real, unlike everything she claimed about hers. My wife's work conferences were actually romantic vacations with her coworker. I planned us the same trip. I'm 37 years, and 8 days ago I discovered my wife, Lauren, 35-year-old female, hasn't been attending quarterly work conferences in various cities like she's claimed for the past 2 years. She's been taking romantic vacation getaways with her coworker, Blake, 38-year-old male, staying at luxury resorts and visiting couples' destinations while telling me she's at boring professional development seminars. I only found out because our shared airline loyalty account sent me a notification about her upcoming conference trip to Santorini, Greece, a destination that doesn't exactly scream corporate training. Now I have 2 years of travel records showing romantic destinations, photos she forgot were backed up to our shared cloud, and Blake's wife, Sienna, 36-year-old female, who also thought her husband was traveling for work. Together, we're planning the most elaborate exposure of their affair by recreating their last romantic trip with both of us attending instead. Lauren and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have 2 kids, Dylan, 6-year-old, and Harper, 4-year-old female. I work as an architect with a relatively flexible schedule. Lauren is a marketing director for a regional tech company, a job that requires occasional travel for conferences and client meetings. About 2 years ago, Lauren's company supposedly implemented a new professional development program requiring quarterly conferences for management-level employees. Lauren explained she'd need to attend 4 conferences per year, each lasting 4 days, Thursday through Sunday, in various cities where the company had offices or partners. The conferences were always the same format: fly out Thursday afternoon, conference activities Friday and Saturday, optional networking events Saturday evening, fly home Sunday. Lauren would return Sunday night exhausted but energized, with stories about workshops she'd attended, speakers she'd heard, and professional contacts she'd made. I supported this completely. Professional development is important, and Lauren was ambitious about advancing her career. We managed the childcare logistics. I'd take the kids Thursday evening through Sunday. My parents would help if needed, and Lauren would be home by bedtime Sunday to see the kids before they slept. The destinations varied: Austin, Denver, Seattle, Portland, Nashville, Charleston, Savannah, San Diego. All cities where Lauren's company had business connections. All seemed legitimate for corporate conferences. Lauren would show me the conference agendas she'd received via email, schedules of workshops, keynote speakers, networking sessions. Everything looked official. She'd wear business casual clothing, pack her laptop and conference materials, talk about presentations she was planning to attend. She'd text me updates during the conferences. Morning keynote was about digital marketing trends, attending a workshop on team management, networking event tonight with other directors. The messages were consistent with someone attending professional events. When she'd return home, she'd share details: what she'd learned, which speakers were impressive, what strategies she wanted to implement at work. She'd have conference badges and materials. Everything seemed entirely legitimate. I never questioned it. Why would I? Lauren was a dedicated professional. Her company was growing, and professional development conferences are normal in corporate environments. What I didn't realize was that every single conference was actually a romantic vacation with Blake, her coworker who also worked in marketing and who also had a wife at home believing he was traveling for work. 10 days ago, I received an email notification from our airline's loyalty program. We shared a frequent flyer account. Both our travel went into the same mileage pool. The email said, "Your upcoming trip to Santorini, Greece is in 3 weeks. Here are some travel tips for your destination." I was confused. Lauren hadn't mentioned Greece. I checked her calendar and saw she had another quarterly conference scheduled in 3 weeks, but she'd told me it was in Boston. I opened the loyalty account and looked at her flight itinerary. She was flying to Athens, Greece, with a connection to Santorini on Thursday, returning the following Tuesday. 6 days, not her usual 4. And Santorini, a romantic Greek island famous for honeymoons and couples retreats, was definitely not a typical corporate conference location. I felt sick, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe the company was doing an international conference this time. Maybe there was a legitimate business reason for Greece. I casually asked Lauren about her upcoming conference. She said, "Oh, it's in Boston. Should be pretty standard. Digital marketing strategies, some networking events." She'd lied directly to my face. The conference wasn't in Boston. It was in Santorini, Greece, and she'd just told me a completely different destination. I checked our shared airline loyalty account more thoroughly, looking at Lauren's travel history for the past 2 years. Every quarterly conference was there with flight records and destinations. But when I cross-referenced the destinations with the conference agendas she'd shown me, they didn't match. She'd told me Austin but flown to Napa Valley wine country. She'd told me Denver but flown to Aspen. She'd told me Seattle but flown to San Juan Islands. For 2 years, Lauren had been telling me she was flying to business-focused cities for conferences while actually flying to romantic vacation destinations. And every trip was Thursday through Sunday, exactly the time frame when most couples do weekend getaways. I checked our shared photo cloud backup. Lauren and I had automatic phone backup to a shared family cloud account, so we'd never lose photos of the kids. I rarely looked at Lauren's photos directly, but now I searched her backup for dates matching her conference trips. I found hundreds of photos. Lauren on beaches, at wineries, at romantic restaurants, exploring scenic locations. And in many photos, a man. Not clearly shown in most, but present. His hand in frame holding a wine glass that matched hers, his shadow next to hers in vacation photos, his reflection in windows and mirrors. One photo had his face, a selfie of Lauren and a man I recognized from her company holiday party as Blake, one of her co-workers. They were at a sunset dinner overlooking ocean cliffs, both dressed in vacation clothing, glasses of wine raised in a toast, looking at each other intimately. The photo metadata showed it was from her Seattle conference 6 months ago. Except she clearly wasn't in Seattle. The background showed coastal cliffs and sunset over water that looked nothing like the Pacific Northwest. I found more photos from various trips. Blake and Lauren hiking in what looked like Aspen. Blake and Lauren at a Napa winery. Blake and Lauren on a beach that was clearly not anywhere near Denver. Every quarterly conference for 2 years had been a romantic vacation with Blake. I checked Blake's social media. It was mostly private, but his public profile showed he worked at Lauren's company in marketing. I found his wife Sienna's profile. She posted regularly about her life with Blake and their daughter, 7 female. Sienna's timeline showed posts during the same dates as Lauren's conferences. Blake is away for work again this weekend. Missing my husband during his quarterly business trips. Proud of Blake for his dedication to professional development. Sienna thought Blake was traveling for work conferences, just like I thought Lauren was. Both of our spouses had been lying to us for 2 years, taking romantic vacations together while we stayed home with our kids, believing they were at professional development seminars. I needed to know for sure before confronting Lauren. I contacted Lauren's HR department, claiming I needed to send her something at her upcoming Boston conference and asking for the hotel information. HR was confused and said Lauren didn't have any travel scheduled through the company. I called back pretending to be Lauren's assistant, using a generic woman's name, and said I needed to confirm the quarterly conference schedule for expense reporting. HR said they didn't have quarterly conferences. Management travel was scheduled individually based on business needs, not on a regular quarterly basis. Lauren's company had never had a quarterly conference program. She'd made up the entire thing. I spent the next few days investigating everything. I found 2 years of flight records to romantic destinations that didn't match her stated conference locations. Hotel bookings at luxury romantic resorts, not business conference hotels. Hundreds of vacation photos with Blake that she'd apparently forgotten were backed up to our shared cloud. Credit card charges, on her personal card, not our joint account, for romantic dinners, couples activities, and vacation expenses. Text messages between Lauren and Blake that I found on our iPad. They were synced from her iPhone. Discussing their trips, how much they couldn't wait for next weekend away, and logistics for hiding their affair from their spouses. Lauren and Blake had been conducting a 2-year affair, taking quarterly romantic vacations together, building an entire relationship while both maintaining marriages and families at home. I contacted Sienna through social media. I said I was Blake's co-worker's husband and needed to discuss something urgent about our spouses. She was initially confused, but agreed to meet for coffee. I showed Sienna everything: the flight records, the hotel bookings, the photos, the messages. She went pale and said, "Blake told me he was at professional development conferences. He's been going quarterly for 2 years." We compared notes. Blake's conferences matched Lauren's exactly. Same dates, supposedly same professional development program. We realized they'd coordinated their lies perfectly, both telling their spouses about a fake quarterly conference program while actually taking romantic vacations together. Sienna pulled out her phone and showed me Blake's messages to her from during his conferences. Conference session was productive today. Networking event tonight. Flying home tomorrow. Miss you and Emma. Meanwhile, Lauren had been sending me almost identical messages. Workshop was good. Networking dinner tonight. Home tomorrow evening. Kiss the kids for me. Both of them had been lying in stereo, sending coordinated fake updates to their spouses while actually on romantic vacations. Sienna was devastated but angry. She said, "I want them to face consequences. Not just a private confrontation, I want them exposed." We made a plan. Lauren's next conference, actually her trip to Santorini with Blake, was scheduled in 2 weeks. Sienna and I decided we'd book the exact same trip. I told Lauren I was planning a guys' weekend with some architect friends, same dates as her Santorini trip. She seemed relieved. Less guilt about leaving me with the kids if I was also doing something fun. Sienna told Blake she was taking their daughter to visit her parents that weekend. Blake was likewise relieved. Both our spouses thought they were safely covered for their romantic Greek vacation. Sienna and I booked flights to Athens and Santorini on the exact same itinerary as Lauren and Blake. We used the shared loyalty account records to find the exact resort they'd booked, a luxury romantic hotel overlooking the caldera. I called the hotel, explained that my wife had made a reservation, but I wanted to surprise her by upgrading it, and they confirmed Lauren's booking details. I asked what room type she'd reserved. It was a honeymoon suite with a private balcony and couples amenities. Sienna and I booked a room at the same hotel, arriving the same day as Lauren and Blake. We planned the confrontation carefully. We'd let them arrive, let them get comfortable thinking they'd gotten away with another romantic vacation. Then we'd appear at the hotel and confront them publicly. We also prepared evidence for divorce proceedings. Both of us had consulted attorneys and had everything documented. 2 years of flight records, hotel bookings, photos, messages, and proof of the systematic lying. The day of Lauren's Boston conference departure arrived. She packed her suitcase with vacation clothes, I noticed now, sundresses and beachwear, not business attire. She kissed the kids goodbye, told them Mommy would be back from her work trip soon, and left for the airport. I tracked her flight using the shared loyalty account. She flew to Athens as scheduled, with a connection to Santorini. The next day, Sienna and I flew to Athens and then to Santorini. We left our kids with trusted family members who knew the full situation and supported our plan. We arrived at the luxury hotel Friday evening, Santorini time. We checked in and asked the front desk which room Lauren's reservation was in, claiming I wanted to surprise my wife. The desk agent, romantic at heart, gave us the room number. Sienna and I went to our own room first and strategized. We decided to confront them the next morning at breakfast. The hotel had an open-air restaurant where most guests ate, providing a semi-public setting that would make the confrontation more memorable. Saturday morning, we went to breakfast early and positioned ourselves with a view of the entrance. Around 9 a.m., Lauren and Blake walked in together, dressed casually in vacation clothing, holding hands, looking like any other couple on a romantic getaway. They sat at a table with an ocean view, ordered coffee, and started looking at menus. They were relaxed, comfortable, clearly enjoying their secret vacation. Sienna and I approached their table. Blake saw us first. His face went white. He stammered, "Sienna, what are you doing here?" Lauren looked up and saw me. She literally dropped her menu. I said calmly, "Interesting conference, Lauren. Santorini is a beautiful location for digital marketing workshops." Other hotel guests were starting to notice something was happening. The body language and tension were obvious. Sienna said to Blake, "Professional development in Greece? Must be a very specialized program." Blake and Lauren were speechless, looking between us in shock. They'd been caught completely off guard, in the middle of their romantic vacation, by the spouses they'd been lying to for 2 years. I pulled out my phone and showed photos to nearby guests who were now openly watching. These are photos of my wife and her coworker on their previous work conferences over the past 2 years. Napa Valley, Aspen, San Juan Islands, Charleston beaches, all disguised as professional development seminars. Sienna added, showing her own phone. "My husband told me the same story. Turns out they've been lying to both of us for 2 years, taking romantic vacations while we stayed home with our kids." The restaurant had gone quiet. Other guests were watching the drama unfold. Staff members were uncertain whether to intervene. Lauren tried to speak. "This isn't... We can explain." I cut her off. "You've been lying for 2 years. You told me this trip was a conference in Boston. You're actually in Santorini, Greece at a honeymoon resort with your coworker, while I'm home with our 2 children." Blake tried to pull Sienna aside, but she stepped back. "Don't. You told me you were at a professional development conference. You're on a romantic vacation with a married coworker. Everyone here should know what kind of people you both are." We'd brought printed copies of evidence, flight records, hotel bookings, timeline of their trips. We left these on their table for them to see we had comprehensive documentation. I said to Lauren, "Divorce papers will be filed when we return home. I have 2 years of evidence of your affair, flight records, hotel bookings, photos, messages. I have documentation that you lied to me systematically about every trip. I've also notified your HR department about your relationship with Blake and your use of fake conferences as cover." Sienna said to Blake, "I'm also filing for divorce. I have the same evidence. Your daughter will know eventually that you lied to her mother for 2 years to take vacations with another woman." Other guests were murmuring. Some were taking photos or videos. This was clearly going to end up on social media. The hotel manager approached and asked if there was a problem. I explained briefly. These 2 work together and have been having an affair for 2 years, lying to their spouses about work conferences while actually taking romantic vacations. We're their spouses. We tracked them here. The manager was uncomfortable, but professional. He asked if we needed security. We said no. We were leaving. We just wanted them to know they were caught. Before leaving, I said to Lauren, "Enjoy the rest of your vacation. It's the last one you'll have on my family's time. When you return, I want you to move out of our house. The kids will be told an age-appropriate version of why we're divorcing, and eventually they'll understand their mother lied to them repeatedly to spend time with another man." Sienna told Blake, "Same for you. Move out when you return. Emma deserves better than a father who lies to her mother." We left the restaurant. Behind us, we could hear other guests talking, some directly to Lauren and Blake. "You both should be ashamed. Those poor spouses and children. How could you lie for 2 years?" Their romantic vacation had become a public shaming. Sienna and I spent the rest of the weekend actually enjoying Santorini. We'd paid for the trip anyway, and we figured we deserved a vacation after 2 years of being lied to. We took tours, visited beaches, ate at great restaurants, and supported each other through processing the betrayal. We also became friends through the shared experience. Neither of us had chosen this situation, but we'd both chosen to confront it head-on rather than letting our spouses continue lying. When we returned home, the fallout was swift. Lauren returned from her conference to find locks changed on our house and divorce papers waiting. She tried to apologize, to explain, to ask for another chance. I told her 2 years of systematic lying wasn't forgivable. Blake returned to find Sienna had similarly locked him out and filed for divorce. Both Lauren and Blake faced professional consequences. Their HR department investigated the relationship between coworkers and found they'd been using work as cover for personal travel. While the trips themselves weren't company-funded, the lying about conferences and the workplace relationship created ethics concerns. Both were reprimanded, and Blake was eventually transferred to a different department. The social media exposure from other hotel guests at the Santorini restaurant went viral locally. Videos of the confrontation were shared, and within days, Lauren and Blake were known in our community as the co-workers who faked conferences for affairs. Friends and family who'd been told about Lauren's professional development program were outraged when they learned it was cover for an affair. Many people felt personally deceived. They'd been impressed by Lauren's dedication to her career, not knowing she'd been lying about working. The divorces are proceeding, with both Sienna and me in strong positions. 2 years of documented lies, affair evidence, and the public nature of the exposure made it difficult for Lauren and Blake to fight for favorable terms. Lauren tried to claim I'd humiliated her publicly by confronting her in Santorini. I pointed out she'd humiliated herself by conducting a 2-year affair and lying about quarterly conferences. I'd simply exposed what she'd been doing. My revenge was perfect. Lauren and Blake thought they were getting away with another romantic vacation. Instead, they got confronted by both betrayed spouses in the middle of their honeymoon resort, in front of other guests, with comprehensive evidence of their 2-year affair. They told us they were at boring work conferences. We showed them, and everyone at that hotel, exactly what they'd actually been doing. Lauren's work conferences turned out to be romantic vacations with her coworker. So I gave her the conference she deserved, a very public presentation on the consequences of lying to your spouse for 2 years. Blake and Lauren's affair is over. Their marriages are over. Their professional reputations are damaged, and they'll always be known as the people caught on a fake conference trip in Santorini by their spouses who tracked them there. That's my revenge. They wanted romantic vacations. They got public exposure and divorce instead. My husband's weekend shifts were visits to his other wife and kids in the next state. I'm 29 years ago, and 5 days ago I discovered my husband, Marcus, 33-year-old male, doesn't work weekend overtime shifts at the hospital like he's told me for the past 4 years. He's been driving 3 hours to another state where he has a second wife, Jennifer, 31-year-old female, and 2 children, 4-year-old male and 2-year-old female, that I never knew existed. I only found out because Jennifer's sister recognized Marcus from my Instagram and sent me screenshots of Jennifer's Facebook showing her husband, Marcus, with their kids, posting about their perfect family weekends on the exact dates Marcus told me he was working mandatory shifts. Now I have proof my husband has been living a complete double life for 4 years, and I'm planning to destroy both his marriages by exposing him to everyone simultaneously in the most public way possible. Marcus and I have been married for 6 years, together for 8. We met when I was in college and he was finishing his nursing degree. He's a critical care nurse at a major hospital in our city, working 12-hour shifts on a rotating schedule. The hours are demanding, but the pay is good, and I've always been proud of his dedication to his patients. About 4 years ago, Marcus started picking up extra weekend shifts. He explained that the hospital offered premium pay for weekend coverage, and that we could use the extra income to save for a house. I supported this. I worked weekdays as a teacher, so weekends apart wasn't ideal, but it made financial sense. The pattern was consistent. Marcus would work his regular weekday shifts, then every other weekend he'd work Saturday and Sunday, leaving Friday evening and returning late Sunday night. He'd come home exhausted, smelling like hospital antiseptic, wearing his scrubs, complaining about difficult patients and short staffing. I had no reason to doubt him. He was a nurse. Of course he worked at the hospital. The weekend shifts seemed legitimate. We did accumulate savings that we eventually used for a down payment on a house, so the extra income was real. What I didn't know was that Marcus wasn't working those weekends. He was driving 3 hours to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where he had another wife and 2 children he'd been hiding from me for 4 years. The deception was sophisticated. Marcus had a hospital ID badge, scrubs, the medical knowledge to answer my questions about his shifts. He described specific patients, probably from his actual weekday shifts, to make his weekend work stories believable. He'd set alarms on his phone labeled Shift Start and Shift End to maintain the illusion. He also had explanations for everything. I couldn't visit him at work on weekends because weekend staffing is skeleton crew and visitors distract from patient care. I couldn't call him during shifts because my phone has to stay in my locker during patient care hours. If I had an emergency, I should text and he'd respond when he could. Looking back, these were obvious red flags. But at the time, they seemed like reasonable hospital policies. I trusted my husband. I believed he was working hard to provide for our future. About 6 months ago, I started posting more on Instagram. I'd always had an account but hadn't used it much. I started sharing photos of our life. Marcus and me at dinner, our new house, our dog, vacation photos. Just normal couple content. I tagged Marcus in photos and made my account public. I wanted to document our life together, share moments with friends and family. Marcus seemed fine with it. He'd like and comment on my posts, even shared some to his own Instagram. What I didn't realize was that posting photos of my husband, Marcus, on a public Instagram account would eventually lead to Jennifer discovering me, just as I was about to discover her. 5 days ago, I received a DM on Instagram from an account I didn't recognize. The message said, "I think we need to talk about Marcus." The account belonged to someone named Kelly, who identified herself as Jennifer's sister. She'd seen my Instagram posts featuring Marcus and recognized him as her sister's husband. She sent me screenshots from Jennifer's Facebook page, photo after photo of Marcus with a woman I'd never seen and 2 young children. The captions said things like, "Family day at the park," and "My amazing husband made us breakfast," and "4 years of marriage to my best friend." The photos were dated. Many were from weekends when Marcus had told me he was working hospital shifts. I could match specific dates. A photo of Marcus and Jennifer at a pumpkin patch was from a weekend he'd told me he was working overtime because of a flu outbreak. A photo of Marcus holding a newborn was from a weekend he'd said the hospital was short-staffed. Kelly's message continued. "I saw your Instagram and recognized Marcus immediately. I think my sister Jennifer has no idea about you. She thinks she's been married to Marcus for 4 years and that they have 2 kids together. I'm sending this because if my husband was living a double life, I'd want to know." I sat staring at my phone, looking at photos of my husband with another woman and children I'd never heard of. Marcus was supposed to be at work that very moment, Saturday morning, another weekend shift. I called the hospital where Marcus actually worked. I asked to be connected to Marcus's unit. The nurse who answered said Marcus wasn't scheduled that day. His regular schedule was Monday through Thursday, and he wasn't working any weekend shifts currently. I asked if he'd been working weekend shifts recently. After some checking, she said Marcus hadn't worked weekend shifts in over a year. The hospital had changed their scheduling system, and weekend coverage was now handled by a separate weekend-only staff. Marcus had been lying about working weekends for at least a year, probably longer. Where had he actually been going? I spent the next hours investigating everything I could find. I started with Jennifer's Facebook page, which was public. She'd been posting about her husband, Marcus, for 4 years. Photos of their wedding, a small ceremony that apparently took place 4 years ago, 2 years after Marcus and I got married. Photos of her pregnancy with their first child. Photos of Marcus at the hospital where he apparently told her he worked, the same hospital where he actually did work weekdays. Jennifer's profile said she lived in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, about 3 hours from our city. She posted regularly about Marcus being a dedicated nurse who worked long shifts, but always made time for family on weekends. Her timeline showed Marcus present every other weekend, matching exactly the weekends he'd told me he was working overtime. When he was with me on alternate weekends, Jennifer would post things like, "Missing my husband during his weekday shift runs, but grateful for our quality time on weekends." They'd coordinated schedules perfectly. Marcus worked his real job Monday-Thursday. He'd spend every other weekend with me, his actual weekdays according to his schedule with Jennifer. Then, he'd spend every other weekend with Jennifer, telling me he was working and telling her he was home from his weekday shifts. I found Jennifer's wedding registry from 4 years ago. She'd registered as Jennifer Williams, taking Marcus's last name. She had no idea Marcus was already married. I also found Jennifer's parents on Facebook. They posted proudly about their son-in-law Marcus, the nurse, about their grandchildren, about family dinners with Marcus and Jennifer. They'd fully accepted him into their family, having no idea he had another wife 3 hours away. The 2 children, a 4-year-old boy and 2-year-old girl, were clearly Marcus's. They had his features, his expressions. He'd fathered children with another woman while married to me, and had been an active father to them every other weekend for years. I felt physically sick. My husband hadn't just cheated. He'd built an entire second life. Second marriage, second family, second set of in-laws who thought he was devoted husband and father. I called Kelly back and asked if we could talk. She agreed immediately. We video chatted and she confirmed everything. She said Jennifer believed she'd been married to Marcus for 4 years, that he worked long weekday shifts as a nurse, and that he came home to Harrisburg every weekend to be with family. Kelly said Jennifer had no idea about me. Jennifer thought she was Marcus's only wife. The children thought Marcus was their dad who worked a lot, but was always home on weekends. I asked Kelly why she was telling me this. She said, "Because my sister deserves to know the truth, and so do you. Marcus has been lying to everyone. Jennifer's going to be devastated, but she needs to know she's married to a bigamist who's been lying to her for 4 years." Kelly and I made a plan. We'd expose Marcus to both families simultaneously, so he couldn't control the narrative or lie to either of us separately. That day was Saturday. Marcus was supposedly at work, but was actually in Harrisburg with Jennifer and the kids. I texted him casual messages throughout the day like I normally would. "Hope your shift isn't too crazy. Don't forget to eat lunch. Love you." He responded like he always did. "Shift is busy but manageable. Grabbed a sandwich from the cafeteria. Love you too." He was lying effortlessly, texting me from Harrisburg while Jennifer probably thought he was texting a coworker or family member. Sunday evening, Marcus returned home as scheduled. He looked tired, kissed me hello, complained about a difficult weekend at the hospital. He asked about my weekend and I lied, said it was relaxing, that I'd graded papers and watched movies. We had dinner together. He showered, washing away any evidence of his weekend in Harrisburg. We went to bed in our house that we'd bought together with overtime pay that had probably actually come from Marcus working his regular shifts and Jennifer's income. Kelly had told me Jennifer was a dental hygienist. I lay next to my husband, knowing he'd just spent the weekend with another wife and children, knowing he'd lied to me for years, and I prepared for revenge. Monday morning, Marcus left for his actual work shift. I confirmed with the hospital that he'd clocked in. He was genuinely at work today. I drove 3 hours to Harrisburg. I'd coordinated with Kelly to meet Jennifer at a coffee shop near her work during her lunch break. Kelly had told Jennifer she wanted to introduce her to someone, but hadn't specified who. I arrived first. I was terrified and furious. This woman had been married to my husband for 4 years, had his children, shared weekends with him while thinking she was his only wife. Jennifer arrived with Kelly. She was pretty, kind-looking, clearly had no idea why she was meeting me. Kelly introduced us. Jennifer, she's married to Marcus too. Jennifer laughed, thinking it was a joke. Then she saw my face and Kelly's serious expression. She said, "What? What do you mean, married to Marcus too?" I showed her my wedding photos from 6 years ago, my marriage certificate, photos of Marcus and me from throughout our relationship, photos of our house, text messages from that morning where Marcus had told me he loved me before leaving for his Monday shift. Jennifer went pale. She pulled out her phone and showed me her wedding photos from 4 years ago. Her marriage certificate, which I later learned was fraudulent. You can't legally marry someone when you're already married, but Marcus had apparently managed to create documentation that looked official. Photos of Marcus with their children. We sat in that coffee shop comparing evidence of our relationships with the same man. Jennifer had weekend Marcus, the dedicated father who came home Friday nights and spent weekends with his family. I had weekday Marcus, the devoted husband who worked hard and came home to me Monday through Thursday. He'd split himself perfectly between us, giving each of us just enough attention to maintain the deception while living completely separate lives. Jennifer was crying, saying this couldn't be real, that Marcus had never given her any reason to suspect he had another wife. I was numb, still processing that my husband had children I'd never known about. Kelly helped us piece together the timeline. Marcus had married Jennifer 4 years ago, 2 years after marrying me. He'd somehow obtained a marriage license or created fraudulent documentation. We'd need to investigate the legality of that marriage later. Jennifer's parents, her friends, her co-workers all knew Marcus as her husband. They'd been to the hospital where he worked and seen him in his nurse role. On his actual weekday shifts, probably introducing Jennifer as a friend to any co-workers who might recognize him. They'd celebrated holidays together, holidays that Marcus had told me he was working. I asked Jennifer about holidays. She said Marcus worked Thanksgiving and Christmas, his weekday shifts, but was always home for New Year's Eve and their anniversary. I realized that Marcus would work actual holidays, tell Jennifer he was working, spend them with me, then celebrate separately with her on different dates. The logistics were insane. He'd maintained 2 complete lives, 2 sets of relationships, 2 families, all while working a demanding nursing job. The organizational skill required was almost impressive if it wasn't so horrifying. Jennifer asked me if I'd had any suspicions. I admitted I hadn't. The weekend shifts had seemed completely legitimate. She asked if we'd tried to have children. I said we'd been planning to start trying next year once we were more financially stable. Jennifer went quiet. Then she said, "He told me we should wait a few years before having a 3rd child. Now I know why. He can't manage more kids split between 2 families." The cruelty of it hit me. Marcus had children with Jennifer, but was stalling me from having children. Probably because managing 3 families, us plus his weekend children, would be too complicated. Jennifer and I made a decision. We'd confront Marcus together, with both families present, so he couldn't lie to either of us separately. We coordinated with both sets of parents. Jennifer's parents were horrified when she told them. My parents were shocked. We arranged for everyone to meet at Jennifer's house in Harrisburg on Friday evening, the beginning of one of Marcus's weekend shifts, when he'd normally arrive to spend time with Jennifer and the kids. Marcus had no idea anything was wrong. I'd been texting him normally all week. Jennifer had been texting him normally. He thought he was going to Harrisburg for a regular weekend with his second family. Friday evening, I drove to Harrisburg separately. I arrived at Jennifer's house before Marcus. Jennifer's parents were there. My parents had driven in. Kelly was there for support. Jennifer had arranged for her kids to be with a babysitter. We didn't want them witnessing this confrontation. Marcus arrived at 7 p.m. as usual. He used his key to enter Jennifer's house. He had keys to both our homes. He walked in calling, "I'm home," like he did every other weekend. He found both wives, both sets of parents, and Kelly all sitting in the living room. He stopped in the doorway, his face going white as he processed what he was seeing. I said, "Hi, honey. How was the drive from work?" Jennifer said, "Welcome home, husband." Marcus stammered, "I can explain." My father cut him off. "Explain what? That you've been married to 2 women simultaneously? That you've been lying to both families for 4 years?" Jennifer's mother stood up. "You have 2 children with my daughter. You've been coming here every other weekend pretending this is your only family. What exactly is there to explain?" Marcus tried to approach Jennifer. "Please, let me talk to you privately." I stood up. No private conversations where you get to manipulate one of us. We're doing this together. Both of us deserve the truth at the same time. Marcus looked between us, realizing he'd been caught and couldn't lie his way out. He said, "I never meant for this to happen." Jennifer said bitterly, "You never meant for what to happen? Marrying me while you were already married? Having children with me while lying to your other wife? Which part was accidental?" Marcus sat down, his head in his hands. Then he said something that made both of us furious. "I love both of you. I couldn't choose, so I found a way to have both." I said, "You didn't find a way. You lied. You committed bigamy. You created fake work schedules to cover your tracks. You made conscious choices every single day for 4 years to deceive both of us." My mother asked the question I was dreading. "Were you ever going to tell the truth?" Marcus was quiet. Then he said, "I don't know. I kept thinking I'd have to eventually, but I kept finding ways to maintain both relationships. I thought maybe I could just keep going." He'd planned to lie forever, to keep both wives indefinitely, splitting his time, maintaining the deception until, what? Until he died and both families showed up at his funeral? Jennifer asked about the legal marriage. Marcus admitted he'd created fraudulent documentation for their marriage. It wasn't legally valid since he was already married to me, but Jennifer hadn't known that. She'd believed she was legally married. I asked about finances. Marcus admitted he'd been splitting his income between both households, which explained why our savings had grown, but not as much as I'd expected, given his supposed overtime pay. He'd been supporting 2 families on one salary and telling both of us he was working extra to save money. Jennifer asked the question that hurt most. "Do you even love me? Or was this all just some game to you?" Marcus said he loved both of us, that we fulfilled different needs, that he'd never wanted to hurt anyone. But his words rang hollow. Love doesn't involve lying to someone for 4 years. Love doesn't involve creating a fraudulent marriage. Love doesn't involve letting someone raise children believing their family is real when it's built on deception. We told Marcus the marriage was over, both marriages. Jennifer was filing for divorce, or whatever legal process was needed to end a fraudulent marriage. I was filing for divorce. He would need to figure out custody arrangements for his children with Jennifer, but neither of us wanted to be married to him anymore. Marcus tried to argue, to plead, to convince us to give him another chance, but Jennifer and I were united. We'd both been betrayed. We both deserved better. The revenge came in the aftermath. Jennifer and I reported Marcus to his hospital. Nurses have ethical obligations, and maintaining a double life with fraudulent marriages potentially raised questions about his judgment and honesty. The hospital launched an investigation into whether he'd falsified any employment documents or lied about his availability for shifts. We also reported him to authorities for marriage fraud. Creating fraudulent marriage documentation is a crime. Marcus faced potential criminal charges. We told everyone, friends, family, co-workers. Both of our social circles learned that Marcus had been living a double life. His reputation was destroyed in both cities. Most importantly, Jennifer and I became friends. We'd both been victims of the same man's deception. We supported each other through the divorces, through the betrayal, through the process of rebuilding our lives. Marcus lost both wives. His relationship with his children became complicated custody arrangements. His job was under investigation, and he faced potential criminal charges. He'd tried to have everything and ended up with nothing. I'm not raising Marcus's children. They're Jennifer's, and she's doing an amazing job as a single mother with support from her family. But I've become like an aunt to them, part of the support system Jennifer is building without Marcus. My revenge is that Marcus's perfect double life is completely destroyed. Everyone knows what he did. He can't lie anymore. Both families he tried to keep separate are connected now, comparing notes, supporting each other, making sure he faces consequences. He wanted 2 wives and got 0. He wanted to maintain perfect separate lives and ended up with both lives exploded publicly. He wanted to keep lying forever, and instead became known as the nurse who committed bigamy and marriage fraud. Jennifer and I survived. We're both moving forward, and Marcus is living with the consequences of thinking he could maintain an impossible deception forever. That's our revenge. He tried to have everything, and we made sure he lost it all. My wife's marathon training group meets at a hotel. Her coach isn't training for races. I'm 42-year-old male, and 22 days ago I discovered my wife, Vanessa, 40-year-old female, hasn't been training for marathons with a running group every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday for the past 16 months like she told me. She's been having an affair with her running coach, Derek Santos, 44-year-old male. Meeting him at a hotel near the supposed training route while telling me she's logging miles and improving her pace. I only found out because I decided to surprise her by actually signing up for the marathon she's supposedly been training for and discovered there's no record of her registration, despite 16 months of claimed preparation. Now I have GPS data from her fitness watch showing hotel stops instead of running routes. Derek's fiancée, Iris, 38-year-old female, who believed he was coaching multiple running groups, and a plan to expose them both at the marathon finish line they never intended to cross. Vanessa and I have been married for 15 years, together for 18. We have twin sons, Owen and Ethan, 11-year-old male. I'm a civil engineer. Vanessa works in pharmaceutical sales. We've had what I thought was a solid marriage with shared interests and mutual support for each other's goals. 16 months ago, Vanessa announced she wanted to train for a marathon. She'd never been a serious runner before, occasional jogs, some 5Ks, but she said turning 40 had made her want to accomplish something challenging. A marathon seemed like the perfect goal. I was completely supportive. I encouraged her to find a training program, helped adjust our schedule to accommodate her training runs, took over more kid duties on her long run days. I was proud she was setting this ambitious goal. Vanessa found a running coach online, Derek Santos, who ran a training program specifically for marathon beginners. The program included 3 group training sessions per week, Tuesday evenings, Thursday mornings, and Sunday long runs. Eric would lead the groups through structured workouts, teach proper technique, and prepare runners for race day. The training schedule made sense. Tuesday evenings, 6:30 to 8 p.m. after Vanessa got home from work. Thursday mornings, 6 to 7:30 a.m. before work. I'd handle getting the boys to school. Sunday mornings, 7 a.m. to noon for the long training runs that would gradually increase from 10 miles to 20-plus miles as the marathon approached. Vanessa was dedicated to the program. She'd come home from training sessions sweaty and tired, wearing her running gear, telling me about the workout they'd done. Today was interval training, brutal but effective. Long run was 14 miles. My legs are dead. Derek taught us about proper pacing strategies. She'd show me her fitness watch data, distance, pace, elevation. Everything looked legitimate. She had a training plan posted on our refrigerator showing weekly mileage goals building toward the marathon. She joined online running communities, talked about the other runners in her group, followed marathon training accounts on social media. She bought proper running shoes, technical clothing, energy gels, a hydration pack. She seemed genuinely committed to this goal. I'd ask about race day plans. When was the marathon? Had she registered? What was her goal time? Vanessa said the marathon was 18 months away, giving her time to properly train. She'd register once she was confident in her training progress, and she hoped to finish in under 4 hours for her first marathon. The months passed. Vanessa continued her training schedule faithfully, 3 sessions per week, never missing unless legitimately sick or traveling for work. She'd post occasionally on social media about running, always general posts about training day or long run done, without specific location tags or photos that showed where she actually was. Looking back, I should have noticed warning signs. Vanessa never invited me to join her for a casual run. She never invited me to come watch the group train. She discouraged me from picking her up after long runs, even when I offered. She'd say the group had their own logistics. Runners carpooled. She didn't want to disrupt their system. She also never introduced me to Derek or any of the other runners in the group. When I'd ask about them, she'd give vague descriptions. There's a woman training for her 3rd marathon. A guy who's doing this for his 50th birthday. Derek is really knowledgeable about running science. But these seemed like minor things. Vanessa was achieving her goal. She looked fitter, talked confidently about running, seemed genuinely invested in marathon training. I had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. 3 weeks ago, I decided I wanted to support Vanessa's marathon in a bigger way. I thought it would be meaningful if I ran it with her. Not at her pace necessarily, but crossing the finish line together would be an amazing shared accomplishment for our marriage. I looked up the marathon Vanessa had been training for. She'd mentioned it was a major city marathon scheduled for next month. I found the race website and went to register. The registration was closed. The race had filled months ago, which made sense for a popular marathon. I decided to check if Vanessa was actually registered using the race's participant lookup feature. I searched for her name. No results. I tried different variations of her name. Still nothing. I thought maybe she'd registered under her maiden name, or there was a database error. I called the marathon's registration hotline and explained I was trying to confirm my wife's registration. They searched thoroughly and confirmed. No one named Vanessa with our last name was registered for the race. I felt confused. Vanessa had been training for 16 months for this specific marathon. Why wasn't she registered? I checked Vanessa's email that evening when she was in the shower. We'd always had a policy of open access to each other's accounts for practical household reasons, so I wasn't snooping. I was looking for her race registration confirmation. I searched her email for the marathon name, for race confirmation, for registration receipts. Nothing. No emails about the marathon at all. Then I searched for Derek Santos and running coach. I found emails, but they weren't about marathon training. They were personal, intimate messages going back 16 months, to exactly when the training program had started. The emails showed a relationship, not a coaching arrangement. Derek writing, "Can't wait to see you Thursday morning. I've been thinking about you all week." Vanessa responding, "Tuesday felt too short. I wanted more time with you." Back and forth messages about how much they missed each other between sessions, how they wished they had more time together, how difficult it was to maintain the pretense. I found emails discussing logistics, which hotel to meet at, what time to arrive separately, how long they could safely spend together without raising suspicion. They'd been using the training sessions as cover to meet at hotels. The Tuesday evening sessions? Not running. They'd meet at a hotel near where the training supposedly happened. The Thursday morning sessions? Same thing. The Sunday long runs? Those were real time blocks, several hours where they could spend extended time together, also at hotels, telling their partners they were logging 15-plus mile runs when they were actually in bed. I felt physically sick. 16 months of marathon training had been an elaborate cover story for an affair with her supposed running coach. I checked Vanessa's fitness watch data more carefully. She wore a GPS running watch that tracked all her activities and synced to an app we both had access to, so I could follow her progress and cheer her on. I'd seen her post-run stats many times: distance, pace, routes. But when I looked closely at the actual GPS routes from her training sessions, they didn't show running paths. They showed her driving to specific locations, parking for 1 to 2 hours or 4 to 5 hours on Sundays, then driving home. The distance metrics she'd shown me had been manually entered or fabricated. The actual GPS tracking showed no running at all. On days she'd come home exhausted from a hard interval workout or dead from a 16-mile long run, her watch showed she'd been stationary at a hotel location for the entire time period. For 16 months, Vanessa had been faking marathon training data while actually spending that time with Derek at hotels. I researched Derek Santos. I found his actual running coach business. He did run legitimate marathon training programs, but they met at public parks and tracks, not hotels. His programs had published schedules, group photos, race day meetups. Vanessa had never been part of his actual training groups. She'd been having an affair with him, using his legitimate business as cover by claiming to be one of his clients. I found Derek's social media and discovered he was engaged to a woman named Iris Chen. Iris posted regularly about her and Derek's life together. They'd been together for 6 years, engaged for 2, planning a wedding for later this year. Iris had no idea her fiancé was conducting an affair with a married client. Looking at Iris's posts during times I knew Derek was with Vanessa, I'd see things like, "Derek is out coaching his Tuesday evening running group, proud of his dedication to his clients." Or, "Derek had to do Sunday long run coaching, but we'll have lunch together after." Iris believed Derek was actually coaching. She was proud of his running business and supportive of the time he spent with clients. She had no idea one of those coaching sessions was actually an affair. I felt sick, but I needed to be strategic. I contacted Iris through Instagram, saying I needed to discuss something urgent about Derek's coaching business and someone close to me. Iris responded kindly, probably thinking I was a potential client or had a question about training programs. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop. When we met, I told Iris everything. My wife had been claiming to train with Derek for 16 months. I'd discovered she wasn't actually training but was having an affair. The GPS data showed hotel meetings during coaching times, and Derek had been lying to Iris about where he was during those sessions. I showed Iris the emails between Vanessa and Derek, the GPS data showing hotel locations, the timeline matching exactly when Derek told Iris he was coaching groups. Iris went pale. She pulled up Derek's calendar that they apparently shared. She showed me that he'd blocked off times as Marathon Training Beginner Group, 3 times per week for 16 months. She'd been seeing those calendar blocks and believing he was actually coaching. She checked his location history from his phone. They shared locations for safety. The data showed Derek at hotel locations during exactly the times Vanessa's watch showed her at the same hotels. Iris started crying. She said, "We're supposed to get married in 6 months. He's been having an affair while I've been planning our wedding and supporting his coaching business." I showed Iris the training plan Vanessa had posted on our refrigerator, a legitimate-looking marathon training program that I now realized Derek had probably created to make the cover story believable. He'd given Vanessa fake training materials to show me, so I'd believe she was actually in his program. Iris and I were both devastated, but also angry. Our partners had been conducting a 16-month affair while using marathon training, something healthy and admirable, as their cover story. They'd made us support them in their supposed fitness goals while they were actually betraying us. I asked Iris what she wanted to do. She said, "I want them to face consequences publicly, not just a private confrontation. I want everyone who knows about Derek's coaching business to know what he's really been doing." We made a plan. The marathon that Vanessa supposedly trained for was in 3 weeks. While Vanessa wasn't registered, Derek's legitimate running groups had dozens of people registered, real clients who'd actually trained and who were running the race. Iris and I decided we'd show up at the marathon finish line, where Derek would be supporting his actual clients. We'd expose the affair publicly in front of the running community Derek was part of, showing everyone that his dedicated coaching had included a 16-month affair disguised as training sessions. Over the next 3 weeks, I maintained normal behavior while secretly preparing. I acted supportive of Vanessa's final training weeks before the marathon. She'd tell me about her taper period, supposedly reducing mileage before race day, while actually continuing to meet Derek at hotels. I also did something strategic. I actually started running. I told Vanessa I was inspired by her dedication and wanted to try running myself. She seemed pleased, probably relieved that I had a new hobby that kept me busy and less focused on her schedule. I ran early mornings before work, gradually building up mileage. I wasn't training for the marathon. I just needed to look like a runner on race day so I could blend in at the finish line area. Iris coordinated with Derek's actual running clients, telling them she needed to organize a surprise for Derek at the finish line to celebrate all his coaching work. The runners were enthusiastic. Derek was apparently well liked as a coach among his legitimate clients. They had no idea about the affair. Race day arrived. It was a Sunday, normally a long run day for Vanessa's fake training group. Vanessa told me she was going to the race to support Derek's other runners. Even though she wasn't running, she'd claimed she'd gotten injured during training and couldn't run, but wanted to cheer for her running group friends. I told Vanessa I was going for a long run myself that morning. My new running hobby meant I'd be gone for a few hours. She seemed relieved that I wouldn't be home questioning why she was gone all day. I went to the marathon. Iris met me there. We positioned ourselves near the finish line area where Derek would be waiting for his clients who were running. The race started at 7 a.m. Runners would begin finishing around 9:30 a.m. for the fast ones, with most recreational runners coming in between 10:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Derek's clients were mostly in the 4 to 5 hour range, so they'd finish between 11 a.m. to noon. Around 10:30 a.m., Derek arrived at the finish area. He was wearing a coaching shirt with his business logo, carrying signs to cheer for his clients, looking like any supportive coach there to celebrate his runners. What Derek didn't know was that Vanessa had also arrived at the marathon, not to cheer for running friends, but to meet him. I spotted her in the crowd near Derek, trying to stay inconspicuous but positioned where she could see him. They'd planned to spend time together at the marathon, probably finding moments to sneak away from the crowd, using the marathon chaos as cover, just like they'd used training sessions for 16 months. Iris and I waited until Derek's first client crossed the finish line around 11 a.m. Derek was cheering, congratulating the runner, taking photos. A small crowd of Derek's clients and their families had gathered around him, people who respected him as a coach. Iris walked up to Derek and said loudly, "Great coaching, Derek. Is your client Vanessa Rivera here? The one you've been providing special private training sessions to for 16 months?" Derek looked shocked to see Iris. He stammered, "What are you doing here? I'm coaching." I stepped forward and said, "I'm Vanessa's husband. She's been telling me she's training with you for 16 months, preparing for this marathon. But she's not registered for this race, and I have 16 months of GPS data showing your training sessions were actually hotel meetings." The crowd around Derek went quiet. His clients and their families were listening. Iris pulled out her phone and showed Derek's actual clients the evidence. GPS data showing Derek at hotels during times his calendar said coaching sessions. Emails between Derek and Vanessa proving an affair. Timeline showing 16 months of deception. One of Derek's longtime clients said, "You've been having an affair with a married client? While telling us you were coaching other groups?" Vanessa had been watching from a distance. She saw the confrontation happening and tried to leave, but I'd spotted her. I called out, "Vanessa, come explain to everyone about your marathon training." Vanessa froze. People were staring. I walked over to her and said loud enough for nearby people to hear, 16 months of training. You showed me pace data, distance logs, training plans, but you were never actually running, were you? You were at hotels with Derek while I was home with our sons, believing you were pursuing a fitness goal. The marathon finish area was crowded with hundreds of people. Many were watching our confrontation now. Some had their phones out recording. Iris confronted Derek in front of his clients. We're supposed to get married in 6 months. I've been supporting your coaching business, proud of how much time you dedicate to helping people achieve their running goals. But you've been using coaching as cover for an affair with a married woman. One of Derek's clients said, I've been training with you for 2 years. I trusted you as my coach. You've been lying to your fiancée and conducting an affair during time you told her you were coaching us? Other clients looked disgusted. The running community is tight-knit. Integrity matters. Derek had violated that trust by using his coaching business as cover for an affair. I told the gathered crowd, for 16 months my wife claimed to be training for this marathon with Derek's coaching program. She posted a training plan on our refrigerator. She wore running gear and came home sweaty. She showed me fitness watch data. But she was never training. She was having an affair. And Derek here was telling his fiancée he was coaching while actually meeting my wife at hotels. Vanessa tried to speak. This is not the place. Iris cut her off. You made it the place. You used marathon training, something people work incredibly hard for, as a cover story for betraying your husband. Derek used his coaching business, something his actual clients trust him with, as cover for betraying me. Everyone here deserves to know what you both really are. The exposure was total and public. Derek's clients felt betrayed. They'd trusted him as a coach, and he'd been lying about his integrity. Other marathon runners and spectators who'd overheard were disgusted. People were taking photos and videos that would inevitably end up on social media. Derek tried to defend himself. My personal life doesn't affect my coaching. One of his longtime clients said, It does when you use coaching as cover for affairs. It does when you lie to your fiancé about where you are during supposed training sessions. I can't trust someone who'd do that. Multiple clients said they'd be finding new coaches. Derek's business reputation in the local running community was destroyed in minutes. Vanessa and I left the marathon. Our marriage was clearly over. 16 months of systematic lying couldn't be forgiven. Derek and Iris's engagement ended that day. Iris posted about it on social media, explaining that Derek had been having an affair with a client while using his coaching business as cover. The post was shared widely in local running communities. The fallout was comprehensive. Derek lost most of his coaching clients. Word spread through running communities that he'd conducted an affair with a married client while lying to his fiancée about coaching sessions. Runners didn't want to work with someone who'd violated professional and personal trust that way. Vanessa faced social consequences among our friend group and community. Everyone learned she'd fabricated 16 months of marathon training to cover an affair. Friends who'd supported her fitness journey felt manipulated. The twin boys learned an age-appropriate version of why we were divorcing. Eventually, they'll understand their mother lied about marathon training to spend time with another man. My divorce is proceeding with strong evidence. 16 months of documented affair including GPS data, emails, and the public exposure at the marathon. My revenge was perfect. Vanessa and Derek used marathon training, something requiring dedication, honesty about progress, and months of hard work, as cover for an affair built on lies. So I exposed them at an actual marathon, in front of the running community, showing everyone that their dedication to training was actually dedication to deception. Vanessa never ran the marathon she trained for. She never intended to. The whole thing was cover for an affair. But now everyone knows the truth. Her marathon journey ended not at a finish line, but with public exposure of 16 months of lies. Derek's coaching business is destroyed. Vanessa's fitness accomplishment story is revealed as fiction, and both of them have to live with being known as the people who faked marathon training to conduct an affair. That's my revenge. They wanted to cross a finish line together. Instead, they crossed the line of decency and got exposed for it at the place they'd claimed to be working toward for 16 months. The marathon they never ran became the event where their lies finished.